Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31, Pondering Early Graduation. This is quite peculiar. Rice is going for 25 ryo per half a kilo. Luckily, the vegetable prices haven't skyrocketed, otherwise, we'd be tightening our belts when it comes to food expenses. In the midst of summer break, Minato, now a tad taller, lugged 2 bags of rice with a hint of concern on his face. Tatsuma, by his side, nodded in understanding. A number of others in their vicinity seemed to share the sentiment, having also amassed a stash of provisions. This unexpected announcement from the rice merchant, explaining the irregular adjustment of grain prices due to rising logistics costs, had cast a shadow of uncertainty. Furthermore, judging from the prevailing trend, the prices were unlikely to drop in the short term and might even continue their upward trajectory. When it came to vegetables, meat, poultry, and eggs, there was indeed a slight price hike, but it wasn't as pronounced as the increases seen in rice and flour. This discrepancy could be attributed to the ample supply of these items in both Konoha and its surrounding areas. Tatsuma let out a sigh and remarked, "Jiraiya-sama and the others only returned once last year. It makes me wonder if the situation beyond the village is no longer as peaceful as it used to be." Upon processing this information, Minato, who had harbored a faint premonition since 2 years ago, abruptly inquired, "Tatsuma, do you believe there's a looming war? Similar to the one over a decade ago?" Minato was referencing what eventually became known as the First Great Ninja War. Tatsuma, devoid of his usual iconic smile today, nodded with sincerity and responded, "War is inevitable." In truth, since the conclusion of the last major conflict, the ninja world has never truly enjoyed sustained peace. Sooner or later, a second war will sweep across the entire ninja realm, and perhaps even a third or beyond. Each war essentially serves as a continuation of the preceding one. Considering the current circumstances, it's evident that the tensions between villages and nations have escalated. It's plausible that, after some time, the onset of war is imminent. While Tatsuma acknowledged the inevitability of a second Great Ninja War and a third Great Ninja War, having resolved to adopt a determined mindset to become a strong ninja before that happened, as the looming conflict approached, he found himself overwhelmed with anxiety. He had not personally experienced war, and compared to Minato, his capacity to accept the reality of war was even lower. Observing the weight on Tatsuma's countenance, Minato shook his head and remarked, "Perhaps we're letting our thoughts run wild? We haven't ventured beyond the village, so how can we truly grasp the realities of the ninja world? Jiraiya-sama and the others might return soon with news that war won't erupt after all." Minato, as he spoke, appeared somewhat uncertain himself. Tatsuma chose not to dispute Minato's thoughts. Instead, he simply shrugged and remarked, "Alternatively, if the prices of meat, poultry, and eggs keep climbing, we might find ourselves resorting to fishing and foraging for vegetables." The village subsidies, once ample, had become inadequate in the face of the soaring prices. Even for their recent significant purchases, they had to dip into their savings. "I've heard there are training grounds with plenty of wildlife. Maybe we should go explore them," Minato suggested. Nevertheless, Tatsuma shook his head and responded, "The animals placed in training grounds are specifically chosen to enhance ninja training, meaning they tend to be dangerous. Putting aside whether they can effectively hunt, many of these creatures are omnivores, carnivores, or even scavengers, making them generally unsuitable for consumption." "Why is that?" Intrigued by Tatsuma's explanation, Minato inquired. Tatsuma pondered for a moment and succinctly clarified, "The more pure and straightforward the nutrients in a species, the more suitable it is for human consumption. For instance, animals like cows and sheep that feed on certain plants are suitable for us to eat, as well as simpler options like vegetables and fruits." Minato nodded, seemingly grasping the explanation, and Tatsuma chose not to delve into the intricacies of the food chain with him. Unless absolutely essential, he had no intention of consuming the meat of dangerous animals. As they continued walking, they would soon approach the fork in the road where their paths diverged. Unexpectedly, Minato posed a question, Tatsuma-kun, if a war truly erupts and the village calls on us, would you opt for an early graduation? Taken aback by Minato's inquiry, Tatsuma responded in turn, is early graduation something you're considering? Following the question, Tatsuma furrowed his brow. Considering the original storyline where Minato graduated from the academy at the age of 10, Tatsuma couldn't help but wonder if his early training had accelerated Minato's development, prompting such thoughts on his part. Minato nodded in confirmation, stating, Sensei Atoma commented on our strength before. In reality, we've already surpassed the academy's graduation standards and are close to meeting the requirements for Chunin. Not to mention, if you didn't catch on, Atoma-sensei has been subtly encouraging us to graduate early. He even hinted that Hokage-sama might assign excellent jonin to lead our teams. Tatsuma took a moment before responding. After the end of term exams and the early part of the holiday, Sarutobi Atoma had a conversation with the two of them. However, at that time, Tatsuma casually brushed it off with a smile. Observing Tatsuma's reluctance to delve into the sensei topic, Minato opted not to pry and feigned ignorance at that time too. Nevertheless, in this private exchange between the two, Minato sensed no necessity to conceal anything, and Tatsuma's silence wasn't born out of a fear of graduation but rather a thoughtful contemplation. If both he and Minato chose not to graduate, Tatsuma could continue to employ this gradual and secure approach to leverage Minato's abilities, thereby elevating his own potential. However, if Minato opted for early graduation, leaving Tatsuma alone in the academy, the pace at which his own capabilities would improve might suddenly decelerate. After all, there was no one else in the class who could rival Minato's exceptional attributes and character. The class boasted numerous gifted individuals, including Ino Shikacho Trio, Inazuka Tsum, Uchiha Tenko, Hyuga Sento, and even a unique insect user. Their talents were noteworthy, and there was also Kushina, a Jinchuriki candidate whose potential might be on par with Minato's. However, attempting to derive benefits from these individuals would prove to be quite a challenge. Shikaku was solely engrossed in shogi, and any other game would be met with a flat-out refusal. Chosa's passion revolved around food, and when it came to Inoichi, Tatsuma remained clueless about the types of games that piqued his interest. Concerning the Uchiha and Hyuga, while there hadn't been significant conflict over the past 2 years, the relationships weren't particularly close, especially with Uchiha Tenko, who had been defeated by Tatsuma in 4 consecutive matches. It remained uncertain whether Sarutobi Atoma orchestrated it intentionally, but over the 4 semesters of practical assessments, Tatsuma faced off against Uchiha Tenko 4 times, emerging victorious in each match. Simultaneously, Minato engaged with Hyuga Sento 4 times, also securing success in every encounter. After facing defeat in the initial 2 encounters, Uchiha Tenko, who used to confidently assert his victory in the next match, had now fallen silent, even actively avoiding Tatsuma whenever their paths crossed. Hyuga Sento displayed a similar demeanor. Furthermore, these two promptly returned to their clan grounds after class, rendering any attempts at extra practice impractical. Trying to derive benefits from these individuals seemed increasingly challenging. Regarding Inazuka Tsum, their relationship was notably shallow, with minimal interaction between them. Aburame Shibi was even more distant, with Tatsuma often regarding him more as a distant classmate due to his low profile and entirely different interests. Kushina appeared to have recently embraced a more low-key lifestyle, seldom spotted outside of class hours. As a result, if Minato chose to graduate early, Tatsuma found himself without a compelling reason to remain in school. Early graduation held its advantages, especially the prospect of both of them being assigned to the same team. Even if they didn't end up on the same team, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Drawing from Tatsuma's year of experimentation with the system, any scenario involving combat, even if not explicitly agreed upon but praised, would invariably default to initiating a match. Upon becoming ninjas, they would inevitably face adversaries during mission execution. Though the occurrence might not match the frequency of their current training sessions, it provided a practical alternative without the necessity of contriving situations for matches. Nevertheless, Tatsuma cast a glance at Minato and inquired, excluding me, are there no people in the class that you're reluctant to leave? The moment the words left his mouth, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Tatsuma's query had a peculiar ring to it. Swiftly, they averted their gazes, and Minato earnestly delved into contemplation. Were there individuals he hesitated to part ways with? Undoubtedly, there were. Chapter 32, Reason for War. I'll give it another thought. As Minato mulled over his commitment to graduate early and serve the village, thoughts of Kushina crept into his mind, leaving him with an unexpected sense of uncertainty. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Minato pondered the question, acknowledging that there hadn't been any overt romantic signals between him and Kushina thus far. Perhaps, he considered, his hesitation stemmed from a desire to witness Kushina seamlessly become an integral part of the village. While Kushina has managed to forge a few friendships since her arrival in Konoha last year, they remain confined to a select group of female ninja, including Inuzuka Tsum and a senior Uchiha girl from another class. Regrettably, the boys in the class, whether they were once involved in bullying Kushina or were victims themselves, along with others from different classes and grades connected to these conflicts, still harbor animosity towards her. Minato, having spent the past year as a mere observer, frets about the potential challenges that might arise for Kushina after he leaves the academy. He worries that, despite his genuine concern, he might not be able to intervene promptly should anything untoward happen to her. Nevertheless, Minato perceived that things remained within a manageable scope, and, importantly, Kushina hadn't endured any losses in physical altercations. Caught in a web of conflicting thoughts, Minato found himself at a crossroads with Tatsuma. They exchanged rice and other ingredients before parting ways to return to their respective homes. Naturally, their evening training routine proceeded as usual. The need to tie their hair in braids had become obsolete due to their advanced training. Their chakra control had reached an impressive level, rendering the practice unnecessary. While they refrained from delving into intricate ninjutsu like medical ninjutsu or puppet jutsu that demanded precise chakra control, their proficiency in general chakra control had already reached a satisfying level. The fruits of their continued training were proving highly effective. Mastery had been achieved in both Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu, though flexible application still eluded them, with a bit of distance left to cover. Unfortunately, the circumstances didn't permit them to practice these techniques in genuine combat scenarios. Beyond these two ninjutsu, during Jiraiya's recent return, he introduced yet another hair-related technique called Needle Hell. Diverging from Needle Jizo, Needle Hell transformed hair into Senbon, propelling them with force. While lacking the Sage Chakra augmentation found in Jiraiya's later Sage art, Hair Needle Senbon, this technique proved effective for concealment even if its overall impact was more moderate. Both of them have indeed mastered this ninjutsu, but due to a shortage of chakra and not delving deeply into chakra form manipulation, its power is restricted and falls short of the effectiveness achieved with physically thrown Senbon. It is a pity that Tatsuma has never received the talent for changing the shape or nature of chakra. Perhaps these two are not talents, but more like compulsory courses for ninjas. Just like throwing ninja tools, Tatsuma has never picked up the talent of throwing ninja tools from others. Namake's Minato's one is limited, and he can clearly realize now that this is a talent that cooperates with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Over the past year, Tatsuma had entertained the idea of developing the Rasengan, given his familiarity with its principles and training methods. Unfortunately, due to insufficient chakra and a lack of proficiency in chakra form manipulation, creating the Rasengan remained a difficult feat for him. Nevertheless, he persisted, dedicating some time each day to attempts at creating the Rasengan as supplementary training for form manipulation. Once dinner concluded, the two of them, in an unspoken agreement, made their way to the training ground at night. Recently, the training ground had become lively, attracting numerous Konoha ninja eager to engage in their own training sessions. Certainly, those discerning the abnormality in the current situation couldn't be limited to just Tatsuma and Minato. This was especially true given that ninja, by nature, were individuals with access to external information. Upon completing their customary training routine, Tatsuma and Minato transitioned into practical combat exercises. Their fighting styles had evolved significantly since their academy days when taijutsu was their primary skill. Both of them are extremely proficient in the three-body jutsu, at least to the level of Jinin. They had also effortlessly grasped the E-rank and D-rank ninjutsu that Jiraiya had provided, given the low learning difficulty associated with these techniques. Of course, the two of them did not use the three hair-related ninjutsu taught by Jiraiya in their sparrings. After all, for them now, the cost of these three ninjutsu was too high and it would only reduce their possible training time. Approaching midnight, the two breathless individuals finally concluded their sparring session. Lately, particularly in practical combat scenarios, Minato had managed to level the playing field, achieving a 50-50 ratio in their matches. Today, securing another victory, Minato finally unveiled his first smile of the day. Turning to Tatsuma, who wore a somewhat regretful expression, he posed a thoughtful question. "Tatsuma, why do you believe war exists?" "That's a tough question." Tatsuma rubbed his buttocks, still feeling the lingering effects of Minato kick his ass, before continuing, "But looking at it now, war is just a tool that is incited by the will of the group will." "What does that mean?" Minato, accustomed to Tatsuma's unconventional terms and theories, displayed a readiness to seek clarification when faced with unfamiliar concepts. Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief, noting that Minato had moved past dwelling on the fundamental nature of war. Truth be told, Tatsuma himself didn't have a definitive answer to why war existed. Was it driven by interests, serving as a means for a select few to profit? Or could it be rooted in something entirely different? The reasons were too myriad, and unraveling them proved too intricate. Tatsuma acknowledged that his conclusion might not be entirely accurate. Minato's willingness to shift the conversation pleased Tatsuma, who looked at him and remarked, "Group will is essentially the shared emotions of a large group. Whether intentionally incited by certain individuals or spontaneously generated and developed, when emotions like anger, hatred, and greed become pervasive or dominant within a group, it sets the stage for war. So, how can you influence the will of such a group? For instance, steering them towards joy and happiness or maintaining rationality." Before Minato could complete his question, Tatsuma shook his head and interjected, "Minato, consider the speed and intensity with which anger, sadness, joy, fear, and rationality spread within a group. What's your take on their order?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't formulate an answer, rather, he recognized that his thoughts might not align with practical reality. Hence, he preferred to have Tatsuma directly provide the answer. Understanding Minato's intention, Tatsuma began, "If I were to rank them, I believe it would be anger, fear, joy, and sadness in that order." "What about rationality?" Observing that Tatsuma had seemingly overlooked a particular option in the ranking, Minato gently reminded him at the opportune moment. However, Tatsuma responded with an expression that seemed to say, "You're still too young," and conveyed, "No, Minato, within a group, there may be individuals with rationality, but the group as a whole tends to be irrational. It's akin to my own desires. I don't wish for war to erupt, and I don't want to become an enemy to others. However, once a war ensues, and we're thrust onto the battlefield, do our individual wishes still hold value against the collective intentions of the group?" Minato opened his mouth and, eventually, nodded helplessly. It wasn't that he regarded everything Tatsuma said as absolute truth, but he found himself unable to dispute Tatsuma's perspective. After a brief pause, he inquired once more, "But why is anger the emotion most readily embraced by a group? Why not joy? And is there truly no way to put an end to wars?" Chapter 33, Whirlpool Country's Destruction. Anger, my friend, is the most budget-friendly method for releasing pent-up frustrations onto others. Each of us carries around a load of negative emotions just waiting for a release, and anger conveniently steps in to offer that much-needed outlet, Tatsuma expressed with a hint of resignation. It appeared that, be it in past or present lives, this facet of existence remained consistent. Tatsuma sighed and carried on, "Allow me to illustrate with an example, maybe it will resonate with you. If one day, strolling down the street, you come across someone less fortunate accusing an eccentric-looking individual of stealing not just any money, but the life-saving funds of a family, how would you react? I would. I would be furious at the thief, undoubtedly, Minato replied. Then, raising his head abruptly, he stated, I see it now. In reality, I'm completely in the dark about the truth of the matter. I'm just a pawn, easily swayed by emotions, blindly pointing fingers, and unjustly labeling him as a thief without having any proof. Observing Minato's prompt response, Tatsuma nodded in satisfaction and pressed on, allow me to present another scenario showcasing how the collective will of a group can be manipulated and inflamed. Picture this, a nin dog from the Wind Country breaches the borders of the Land of Fire and bites a ninja cat native to the Land of Fire. In retaliation, the owner of the ninja cat eliminates the Wind Country's nin dog. Subsequently, the Wind Country insists that the Land of Fire surrender the ninja responsible for the nin dog's demise, allowing the Wind Country to administer justice. Now, put yourself in the shoes of the Hokage. How would you navigate this delicate situation? Minato pondered for a moment and responded, in that scenario, the Land of Fire would assert that the nin dog initially posed a threat by harming the ninja cat, prompting our ninja to act in self-defense to protect the cat. We would firmly reject the notion that this was a targeted assault against the Wind Country's nin dog and, consequently, decline to surrender the responsible party. Now, what if the Wind Country contends that they invested significant resources and funds in cultivating that nin dog? With a more assertive stance, they demand not only the apprehension of the culprit but also seek compensation from the Land of Fire, citing the expenses incurred in nurturing the nin dog. Is this not simply inviting trouble? Minato pondered silently, but swiftly grasped that Tatsuma's illustration aimed to act from the perspective of the Wind Country and elevate its position for greater compensation. Confronted with this predicament, Minato contemplated how he, as the Hokage, would navigate the situation. If a nin dog commands such a significant investment, it surely isn't an ordinary one. Its mission in infiltrating the Land of Fire couldn't be as trivial as biting a ninja cat, there must be underlying motives, albeit foiled in advance. In such a scenario, I would accuse this nin dog of espionage and condemn the Wind Country for employing the nin dog to steal classified information from our nation. Consequently, I would insist on compensation from them. But suppose, by some twist of fate, the news leaks in the Wind Country, and even their grassroots ninja and civilians learn that the Land of Fire was responsible for the demise of one of their nin dogs. Instead of offering an apology and compensation, we assertively demand both from the Wind Country. How do you anticipate the outcome? At this juncture, Minato unexpectedly felt uncertain about how to proceed as the situation had swiftly transformed from a straightforward incident involving a nin dog and a ninja cat into a grave diplomatic affair. Minato could envision that, in Tatsuma's hypothetical scenario, emotions in the Wind Country had likely been stirred up collectively. Even though he couldn't shake off a sense of being the harbinger of troubling news, the undercurrent of anger had evidently taken root. Whether the information leaked accidentally or intentionally was now irrelevant. What mattered most was that the Wind Country, using a ninja cat as a pretext, had issued a warning of war. The most prudent course of action would involve avoiding excessive rigidity, aligning with the sentiments of the Wind Country, surrendering the perpetrator of the nin dog, and providing compensation. However, once word spread about the compensation, collective sentiments within the Land of Fire would also surge. At this juncture, the choices were to either stand resolute or yield further, insisting on confidentiality regarding the incident. Regardless of the chosen approach, the Land of Fire would inevitably incur losses. Minato now comprehended the purpose behind Tatsuma's example, to demonstrate that in conflicts between nations, when one party deliberately instigates war, the other party is inherently passive from the outset. To avert the outbreak of war, yielding to the other party's demands seems inevitable, but the consequence is an undeniable exploitation, as they will continually test your limits. Ultimately, war becomes unavoidable, either spurred by intolerable circumstances or desperate actions. In response, Minato inquired, so, how can we bring an end to a war? Inducing joy, sorrow, or fear, any of these dominant emotions within the masses would be sufficient, Tatsuma explained. for instance, aiming to halt the war through joy, implies achieving a complete victory, and the downside of such triumph is the opponent's utter defeat, resulting in sorrow, rage, or fear. In a scenario where both sides share sorrow, the firepower is evenly matched, fostering mutual unresolved enmity. The conflict persists until both parties are depleted, and those not on the battlefield experience sorrow, leading to a precipitous conclusion for both sides. Regarding fear, its effectiveness dies with the source, just like during Hashirama's reign. Regardless of the chosen emotion, however, they can only bring about a temporary cessation of hostilities, not enduring peace. Tatsuma concluded his remarks with a nonchalant shrug, and Minato lapsed into silence. After a brief contemplation, he sighed and expressed, "I truly wish to discover a method that could lead to lasting peace. My capabilities have their limits, it hinges on whether you might come up with any ideas in the future." Having rested sufficiently by now, they both listened to the tranquility of the training ground. Tatsuma broke the silence, saying, "Go get some rest. We'll resume training tomorrow." "All right." Minato, gathering his resolve, rose from the ground. The joy of victory from their match had completely dissipated during their conversation. Both departed with a certain weightiness lingering until they went their separate ways. Under Tatsuma's influence, Minato still didn't immediately submit his graduation application. It wasn't until half a year later, just after the new year, 2.5 years into Tatsuma guiding Minato's progress. An unexpected piece of news cast a shadow over the entire Konoha village. The Whirlpool country and its hidden village found themselves under siege by the combined forces of the other 4 major nations. Countless casualties ensued, and ultimately, the Uzumaki clan, famous for their sealing techniques that could even seal the strongest of tailed beasts, decided to fight to the death against their enemies. However, the outcome was bleak. The Uzumaki clan couldn't handle the overwhelming attack of 4 major ninja villages. By the time Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the Whirlpool hidden village was in ruins, strewn with corpses, and not a single surviving Uzumaki clan member could be found. Even the cherished possessions of the Uzumaki clan had vanished without a trace. Tatsuma learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had officially issued a letter of condemnation to the 4 major nations, but as of now, there were no further developments. On the inaugural day of the new school term, Tatsuma and Minato promptly made their way to the school. However, on the opposite side, where Kushina Uzumaki's seat was designated, an empty space greeted them. Even as the class progressed, Kushina remained conspicuously absent. At that moment, Sarutobi Atoma entered the classroom and announced, "Everyone, engage in self-study this morning. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze, both of you, accompany Sensei for a second." Chapter 34, Applying for Early Graduation. Within the Senju clan's territory, inside Uzumaki Mito's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a troubled expression as he paced back and forth in front of the door, his hesitation evident. "Hokage-sama, Mito-sama requests your presence inside." A ninja, not clad in the typical ninja attire but displaying remarkable skills, appeared and addressed the conflicted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Acknowledging the message with a nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and approached the entrance. Upon entering, he found himself in the reception hall. Before he could speak, Uzumaki Mito, seated across from him, spoke up, "You've been lingering at the door. Do you not know how to convey this news to me, or do you believe I would raise a ruckus after hearing it?" Saru, observing the displeased expression on her face, yet acknowledging her composed demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and admitted, "Mito-sama, it was my negligence that led to such a tragedy within the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Mito shook her head and replied, "The Uzumaki clan has been targeted. Such incidents are bound to happen, and it's not Konoha's fault. I am well aware of that. However, this matter cannot be left unresolved." "A letter of condemnation? That's not enough." "Mito-sama, I understand. I will have Sakumo secretly investigate this matter, eliminate the responsible individuals from the 4 major nations as a deterrent, and allocate resources to handle the deceased members of the Uzumaki clan," Sarutobi Hiruzen assured. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito nodded and remarked, "You are doing well. Why did you look so guilty just now?" Hesitating at Uzumaki Mito's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. "This morning, Sarutobi Atoma reported to me that Kushina applied for early graduation. No, that's not acceptable. She still needs at least 2 more years to master the core sealing jutsu of our Uzumaki clan," Uzumaki Mito responded. Uzumaki Mito outright refused. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed a bit and said, "That's what I had in mind as well. So, I asked Sarutobi Atoma to find a way to reject Kushina's request. His idea is to use Tatsuma and Minato, those 2 children, as obstacles for Kushina's graduation assessment. I'm concerned that this might dent Kushina's confidence. No worries, go ahead and do what you need to. By the way, bring Tsunade back. There are some matters I need to discuss with her." Hashirama, as a grandfather, left her with nothing. "I won't allow that to happen again," Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened. He lifted his head, somewhat incredulous, and asked, "Maida-sama, about your health?" Uzumaki Mito touched the wrinkles that had appeared over the past 2 years, then pressed on her abdomen, saying, "Perhaps another 6 or 7 years. The village should prepare for some things." "I understand, Mito-sama. I'll take my leave now," Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, bowing respectfully. "Very well, go ahead," Saru Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly left, and after informing the ANBU that Sarutobi Atoma's plan could proceed, he returned to the Hokage's office, promptly summoning his advisors. Inside Konoha Academy, Sarutobi Atoma, having exchanged information with the ANBU, swiftly arrived at his office. Tatsuma and Minato had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Sarutobi Atoma once again in front of them, they curiously glanced at him. Sarutobi Atoma nodded, gesturing for them to sit in front of him. He then spoke, "In these past few days, you've probably heard about the situation with the Uzumaki clan. Kushina wishes to graduate early because of this, but the village does not want her to do so." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma had already guessed what Sarutobi Atoma was going to say, but he refrained from interrupting. Sarutobi Atoma continued, "So, Sensei would like to ask for your help in addressing this matter." "Sensei, please go on," Minato nodded. Sarutobi Atoma took a deep breath and then said, "Sensei hopes that both of you also submit applications for early graduation and then thwart Kushina, who has applied for graduation in the same period. Later, if you wish to graduate early, you will undergo the official assessment. If you prefer to continue your studies in school, the village will announce that your assessment is also unsuccessful, allowing you to return for further study." Minato was on the verge of agreeing, as he didn't want Kushina to graduate so early, especially given the circumstances of her clan's destruction. Embarking on her ninja journey with such a heavy burden would be undeniably challenging. While it might serve as motivation, it could also become a form of torment. Before he could respond, Tatsuma asked, "Sarutobi-sensei, are you so certain that the 2 of us can stop Kushina?" "Sensei believes in both of you," Sarutobi Atoma affirmed. Completing his statement, he noticed Tatsuma still looking at him, realizing that the situation was not that simple. After some thought, he added, "If you can excel in completing the mission, Sensei will apply for some rewards from Hokage-sama on your behalf. And if you wish to take advantage of this opportunity to become ninjas, Sensei will do his best to persuade and find powerful ninjas to serve as leading jonin for your teams." Tatsuma pondered for a moment and realized that there wasn't much to gain from this situation. After all, even without their involvement, the village could find a way to prevent Kushina from graduating. For instance, they could appoint a formidable examiner. However, this would only make Kushina feel unfairly treated. With peers of the same age, she had no reason not to accept defeat. Therefore, they were favorable conditions, but not that much. Having the ability to apply for rewards was already good enough. Although they didn't know what the rewards were, anything coming from the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a decent gain for them. Thus, Tatsuma looked at Minato, nodded, and Minato, understanding, turned to Sarutobi Atoma, saying, "Sarutobi-sensei, I'm willing to apply for early graduation." "I am too." Both nodded in agreement, and Sarutobi Atoma immediately took out 2 application forms and handed them to the two. He asked, "Do you need to prepare anything? For example, update a Genin tool or purchase some explosive tags? If needed, I will try to postpone the assessment for a few days to give you enough time to prepare." Tatsuma shook his head and said, "No need, Sarutobi-sensei. Even if you give us more time, we won't be able to replace our ninja tools or purchase explosive tags." Sarutobi Atoma hesitated for a moment, then grasped the financial difficulties they faced. He nodded and said, "In that case, if you choose to become ninjas after completing the mission, Sensei will personally gift you a set of ninja equipment." "Okay." Tatsuma didn't say much more. He and Minato swiftly filled out the application forms and handed them back to Sarutobi Atoma. After glancing at the forms and ensuring everything was in order, Sarutobi Atoma said to the two, "Starting today, you don't need to attend classes. Go home and prepare. The assessment could take place as early as tomorrow or, at the latest, within a week." "I understand, Sarutobi-sensei." "All right, Sarutobi-sensei." Chapter 35, Genin Exam Rules. "Why is it you two again?" 3 days later, at Konoha's third training ground, in the secluded spot where Tatsuma and Minato frequently honed their skills, Kushina wore a disapproving expression as she observed the duo, who had arrived ahead of schedule and were already in the midst of their warm-up routine. Tatsuma maintained his silence, recognizing that his role today demanded a certain degree of villainy, sparing him the need to elaborate much to Kushina. Meanwhile, Minato, scratching his head, offered, "It might just be a coincidence. Tatsuma and I simply happened to submit our early graduation applications." "Humph, as long as you two don't hinder me from becoming a ninja." Kushina snorted, and just as Minato was poised to add something, 2 silhouettes descended. The trio turned their attention to the newcomers, recognizing their sensei, Sarutobi Atoma, and the other figure as Orochimaru, one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru addressed them with his distinctive tone, prompting the 3 to immediately straighten up and respond, "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru nodded, his golden eyes scanning the trio before he spoke, "I am the examiner for your graduation assessment, and Shunin Sarutobi Atoma is the witness for this assessment." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina nodded solemnly. The fiery nature within her erupted once again as she loudly declared, "I will definitely pass the assessment and become a ninja to avenge my people." With these resolute words, Kushina, seemingly deriving inspiration from Orochimaru's statement, swung her fist toward him. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they had missed something. Sarutobi Atoma's usually composed face also displayed surprise. Even Orochimaru, known for his calm demeanor in the squad, was momentarily stunned. However, as Kushina charged towards him, he shook his head and sighed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Confronting Kushina's attack, Orochimaru calmly formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a gust of wind, propelling Kushina backward. "Damn it! I'm not just that." Kushina got up from the ground, fists clenched, and chakra surged within her. She was ready to charge at Orochimaru again when he calmly stated, attacking the examiner, "I can declare your assessment failed at any time." "What?" This time, Kushina was puzzled. Her forward momentum came to a halt. Observing this, Orochimaru explained, "I never said the assessment had started, nor did I imply that facing me in battle was the assessment." "Then how is the assessment supposed to be?" Kushina inquired as she came to her senses. Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma and Minato, who were prepared but hadn't made any moves, with a smile. Then, he turned to Kushina and said, "First of all, 3 graduates are too many." Orochimaru deliberately paused, giving Kushina, who was a bit slow in catching on, a moment to react. As soon as Kushina understood, she cast a glance at Tatsuma and Minato with a hint of hostility. In her view, if these two hadn't suddenly applied for early graduation, there wouldn't have been the issue of too many graduates. Observing Kushina's reaction, Tatsuma couldn't resist the urge to mock her. Orochimaru's excuse seemed overly perfunctory. After all, who wouldn't be aware that Konoha currently operates on a 3-man-per-team model? Having 3 graduates is, in fact, the most convenient arrangement. Graduating together and subsequently being assigned to the same squad eliminates the hassle of adjusting the number of team members or searching for teams with vacancies. What's even more astonishing is that Kushina appeared genuinely unsettled. It seems you've caught on. Yes, in the first round of the assessment, we need to eliminate at least one of you. Although the current Orochimaru didn't exude the cold demeanor that Tatsuma remembered, the way he spoke at this moment carried a somewhat villainous quality. This demeanor might provoke a reaction from Kushina, but for Tatsuma and Minato, who were privy to some inside information, it left them unfazed. The two fixed their gazes on Orochimaru, anticipating his next move. Next, you need to engage in one-on-one battles. Each person must achieve at least one victory to proceed to the next round. First up, Kushina versus Tatsuma. Upon hearing this, Kushina locked eyes with Tatsuma and declared, "Come at me. This time, I absolutely won't lose." Instead of immediately making a move, Tatsuma looked at Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru-sama, are there any other rules, or can we start now?" Orochimaru appreciated Tatsuma's conscientious nature and nodded, stating, "Initiate the seal of confrontation, and then you can begin." Tatsuma nodded and cast a glance at Minato beside him. Minato promptly employed body flicker, appearing next to Sarutobi Atoma. The adept execution of this body flicker jutsu even surprised Sarutobi Atoma. Although Minato only showcased a D-rank body flicker jutsu, it was still remarkably impressive for an 8-year-old academy student. The realization that Minato, his own student, possessed abilities he wasn't fully aware of left Sarutobi Atoma feeling a bit embarrassed, questioning his own adequacy as a sensei. However, if Minato could utilize body flicker jutsu, Sarutobi Atoma turned his attention to Tatsuma, who had been performing slightly better than Minato. Did Tatsuma also master it? By now, Tatsuma had already reached Kushina. He raised his right hand in front of his chest, formed the seal of confrontation, and remarked, "Just now, I noticed that your speed and strength have improved quite a bit. Indeed, you are a genius with remarkable talent." Always saying hypocritical things. I won't go easy on you. Despite Uzumaki Mito having vouched for Tatsuma's genuine nature, Kushina couldn't shake off her skepticism, feeling that Tatsuma's praise for others was insincere. Nevertheless, the two had already initiated the seal of confrontation and began refining chakra in unison. Orochimaru nodded and said, "You can start." Bang! The moment Orochimaru finished speaking, Kushina stepped forward and threw a punch. However, as her fist connected with Tatsuma, he transformed into a puff of smoke, simultaneously a wooden stake that took his place split into fragments. Observing this scene, Kushina suddenly felt a bit irked, not because Tatsuma used ninjutsu. After all, she had now mastered some ninjutsu and sealing jutsu herself, and she didn't mind Tatsuma employing ninjutsu. Except for the substitution jutsu. Because the substitution jutsu is a form of ninjutsu designed for deceptive maneuvers, it's a trick typically employed when the power dynamics significantly favor the user. The principle of the substitution jutsu doesn't involve swapping places in the space-time ninjutsu sense. Instead, it's straightforward. At the moment of impact, replace oneself with something else and slip away. This implies that the practitioner of the substitution jutsu must possess greater speed than the opponent for the technique to be effective. Describing it as a ninjutsu for playing tricks on opponents is entirely accurate. Come out, don't rely on such petty tricks if you have the guts. Kushina exclaimed indignantly. Behind a large tree, Tatsuma, who still maintained the seal of confrontation, emerged and remarked, "Sure, I also want to see how much strength I can unleash when facing others." Chapter 36, Tatsuma vs. Kushina. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Attributes, Strength, 1,576 out of 1984 speed, 1821 out of 3,893 stamina, 1701 out of 3,490 wisdom, 1205 out of 1432 ninjutsu, 1193 out of 1547 illusions, 661 out of 1013 spirit, 1236 out of 1757 seals, 1344 out of 1682 special talents, spacetime, 80% ninjutsu development, 70% ninja tool throwing, Minato Namikaze limited edition 90% sensory, 55% sealing, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition 30% Tatsuma's current system display showcased his remarkable achievements. All talent limits have successfully met the Chunin requirements. Moreover, each talent has ascended to the level expected of a Chunin, except for illusions, which continue to progress within the ranks. Furthermore, there's a glimmer of hope for Jinjutsu. Recently, Tatsuma mastered the illusion hell viewing jutsu, demonstrating a more diverse approach beyond relying solely on enduring other people's illusions for practicing Jinjutsu. In addition, once he reaches a talent value of 1,000, Tatsuma, who used to only be able to redeem 1 point per day and sometimes it reaches up to 2 points, will be able to increase it to a consistent 2 points per day, occasionally even reaching 3. To put it differently, within the span of at most half a year, all his abilities will impeccably reach the Chunin standard. Despite these advancements, Tatsuma harbors a subtle lack of confidence in practical combat. His training partner, Minato, has become so familiar that they can't accurately gauge each other's strength, leaving Tatsuma yearning for more diverse combat experiences. Regarding the others in the class, Tatsuma finds them somewhat lacking in strength. Even Uchiha Tenko falls short of making Tatsuma exert his true strength. Consequently, he secretly wishes for Kushina to have become stronger since their last encounter, as he yearns to test his true capabilities. Observing Tatsuma emerge from behind a massive tree, Kushina eyed him with suspicion, wary of any potential use of transformation jutsu or similar deceptive techniques. However, upon closer inspection, unable to discern any trickery, Kushina dismissed her doubts and charged directly at him. Bang! Another punch lands, accompanied not by the muffled sound of smoke, but by the authentic noise resulting from the impact between Kushina's fist and Tatsuma's forearm. After Kushina's powerful strike, Tatsuma took 2 steps back, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The reason for his amusement? Kushina's strength proved to be formidable, surpassing Tatsuma's estimate by at least 30%. Observing that Tatsuma couldn't hold his ground due to her forceful blow, Kushina couldn't resist emitting a proud hum. However, before she could revel in her success and taunt him, she noticed something peculiar. Tatsuma's right hand suddenly held several shuriken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shuriken formed a precise triangular pattern, swiftly hurtling toward Kushina. Swiftly swallowing her words, she deftly drew a kunai, using it to block the incoming shuriken with practiced skill. Having dealt with the trio of shuriken, Kushina shifted her attention to Tatsuma, only to discover him swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, the technique already complete. Paralysis Jutsu. In an instant, invisible ropes seemed to bind Kushina's limbs, torso, and head, rendering her entirely immobile. The Paralysis Jutsu proved to be a simple yet potent D-rank ninjutsu. Despite its straightforward nature, its effectiveness was undeniable. The extent and strength of the binds could be tailored according to the amount of chakra infused. Tatsuma, aware that he didn't need to restrain Kushina for an extended period, refrained from infusing an excess of chakra, aiming for just enough to immobilize her briefly, merely a prelude to a single, decisive strike. Capitalizing on the moment when Kushina found herself immobilized, Tatsuma deftly reformed the seal of confrontation, triggering the instant activation of the body flicker jutsu. The standard body flicker jutsu, a mere D-rank ninjutsu, is operated by utilizing chakra to propel the body forward, enhancing speed. Tatsuma and Minato had grasped this technique in less than a day thanks to their prior understanding of using chakra to activate the body acquired during the study of Jiraiya's Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu. Tatsuma's execution of the body flicker jutsu in this moment was remarkably seamless. It appeared as if he vanished the moment he raised his hand to gather chakra, and upon reappearing, he stood already before Kushina. I won't let you succeed. Caught off guard for a moment, Kushina's initial surprise quickly transformed into heightened fury. Channeling a surge of intensified force and chakra, she effortlessly shattered the chakra bonds that restrained her. With newfound freedom, she hurled a punch towards the astonished Tatsuma. Bang! As a triumphant smile graced Kushina's lips, her fist made intimate contact with Tatsuma's face. However, at that very moment, Tatsuma abruptly transformed into a burst of smoke. Substitution jutsu? No, clone jutsu. Confronted with the emptiness in front of her, a sense of unease settled over Kushina. She scanned the surroundings in search of Tatsuma's figure but found no trace. Meanwhile, the ground beneath her feet subtly rippled. Earth release, double suicide decapitation jutsu. In an instant, a pair of hands emerged from the grass, seizing Kushina's ankle and forcefully yanking her toward the ground. This nature transformation jutsu was the sole mastery in Tatsuma's repertoire, standing as the only ninjutsu that eluded Minato's skill set. As Minato, who observed the unfolding battle, witnessed Tatsuma employing this technique, a hint of envy crossed his features. Tatsuma had previously suspected that Minato lacked earth-release chakra, hindering the smooth resonance of his chakra with the earth to shape it effortlessly. Nevertheless, Tatsuma held the belief that given time, Minato could undoubtedly master this ninjutsu. After all, the double suicide decapitation jutsu, despite belonging to earth release, didn't demand chakra nature transformation. It merely required the use of chakra to manipulate the landscape's form. Having earth release chakra might facilitate things, but even without it, mastering this technique is not an insurmountable challenge. Unlike the advanced techniques that demand chakra nature transformation and may entail specific prerequisites related to the corresponding attributes chakra, Tatsuma, unfazed by Minato's current reaction, remained completely absorbed in his ongoing battle with Kushina. Despite successfully grabbing her, he encountered unexpected resistance while attempting to pull her to the ground. In response, Kushina, having overcome her initial panic and imbalance, swiftly regained her composure. Despite her lower body being drawn into the earth, she acted promptly, using her hands to support herself on the ground, staunchly preventing further descent. Her physical prowess surpassed Tatsuma's. After a brief struggle beneath the surface, Tatsuma swiftly conceded, emerging from the ground and brandishing a kunai aimed at Kushina, who was partially buried in the soil. Damn it, all you know is to play tricks. Despite having only half of her body in motion, Kushina clung to her determination. With one hand grounding her, she exerted considerable effort to pull herself out, the other hand gripping the kunai in a defensive stance. Ding! The clash of the two kunai resonated. Despite Kushina's initial strength advantage, her awkward body position unexpectedly diminished her force compared to Tatsuma. Nevertheless, she skillfully deflected Tatsuma's kunai, narrowly avoiding a direct hit as it grazed her ear and sliced a few strands of her vibrant red hair. Witnessing her hair sliced by Tatsuma, Kushina, seemingly powerless until that moment, unleashed a surge of astonishing strength, fueled by a flash of anger. She forcefully extricated herself from the ground, seamlessly transitioning into a capoeira-style kick directed at Tatsuma. Swiftly stepping back, Tatsuma employed his hands to block and deflect Kushina's kick with nimble precision, thwarting its effectiveness. Despite the unsuccessful kick, Kushina now found herself free from the ground, reclaiming a favorable position. Let's start over. Seaweed head. Menacingly moving her feet, Kushina taunted Tatsuma. His eye twitched, and he muttered to himself, daring to mock my hair. Ninja art. Needle hell. Chapter 37, Why are you targeting me? Tatsuma refrained from unleashing the full power of his hair, aware of its taxing nature. A swift motion of his head caused hundreds of chakra-infused strands to straighten abruptly before snapping forward, hurtling toward Kushina with formidable force. Confronted by the densely packed hair synbonds, Kushina hesitated to directly block them. Despite her agile hands, limited to only two, she couldn't possibly intercept the multitude of strands. Opting for a decisive maneuver, she rolled to the side with determination, skillfully evading the impending onslaught. However, this outcome aligned perfectly with Tatsuma's intentions. As Kushina rolled and regained her balance, her gaze shifted towards Tatsuma, only to realize he had closed the distance with remarkable speed. What caught her attention even more were the seals in his hands, their complexity eluding her understanding. As Tatsuma dropped the final tiger seal and drew a deep breath, an ominous sensation washed over Kushina. It was undeniably the precursor to the activation of fire-release ninjutsu. I absolutely cannot allow this ninjutsu to be unleashed. The determination flashed through Kushina's mind, prompting her to swiftly bend forward and advance, lowering her body to evade the flames yet to be released. Simultaneously, her right hand tightened into a fist, aiming for Tatsuma's abdomen. Boom! The moment Kushina's fist connected with Tatsuma's abdomen, a billow of smoke erupted, prompting a swift change in her expression. It was unmistakably another clone jutsu, but not just any clone, a fundamental clone jutsu, a non-physical shadow clone adept at releasing ninjutsu. Maintaining her forward posture, she cautiously stepped out of the dissipating smoke. However, what materialized before her was yet another Tatsuma, this one having completed the intricate seals. Illusion Hell Viewing Jutsu. As the Jinjutsu unfolded, Kushina, initially revealing a mix of embarrassment and panic at falling for the clone jutsu, suddenly stiffened. The illusion robbed her of control over her forward momentum, causing her to tumble to the ground. Observing Kushina sprawled on the ground, Tatsuma refrained from impulsive actions. Instead, he took 2 measured steps backward, swiftly conjuring seals once again with both hands. Ninja Art. Needle Jizo. As the seals seamlessly came together, a strand of hair rapidly sprouted from Tatsuma's head. Guided by the precise transformation of chakra, it elongated and thrust towards the fallen Kushina. Sizzle the hair penetrated the ground, but Kushina's original position had already shifted. Unperturbed, Tatsuma calmly retracted his hair. His brows furrowed instantly, sensing something amiss. With swift reflexes, he turned and deftly blocked with his bent arm. Boom! A subdued impact resonated through the air. The Kushina, supposedly ensnared in the Jinjutsu, had materialized at Tatsuma's side. Swiftly, she delivered a side kick that connected with Tatsuma's arms. What a formidable power! Creating a rapid distance between them, Tatsuma had to shake his hand, alleviating the impact. Although Kushina had successfully liberated herself from the Jinjutsu's grasp, her chakra now exhibited signs of disorder. It was apparent that breaking free from the illusion had taken a toll. Had it not been for the tumultuous state of Kushina's chakra, Tatsuma might have struggled to withstand the force of that recent kick. Both of them entered a brief moment of respite. Not far away, Sarutobi Atoma, observing the unfolding battle, wore an unusually serious expression. He hadn't anticipated that the clash between the two students would challenge his ability to keep pace with their movements. In the seemingly brief exchanges just now, there was a multitude of intricacies at play. Initially, Tatsuma utilized hair Senbon to divert Kushina's attention, cleverly creating an opening to deploy the clone jutsu. Subsequently, deftly maneuvering the clone and confusing Kushina with deceptive seals, Tatsuma exploited the blind spot in her field of vision, cleverly crafted by the clone in front of her. The authentic Tatsuma then executed a well-timed Jinjutsu, catching Kushina off guard. Not to mention the way Kushina used her fall to use Jinjutsu release and counter with a kick. Were elements even Sarutobi Atoma, a chunin with extensive experience as a ninja school instructor, found somewhat perplexing. Moreover, the taijutsu prowess and strength displayed by these two individuals caused him to sense a subtle discomfort within his own body. Beside him, Orochimaru maintained a constant smile. The recent performance of these two greatly pleased him, particularly Tatsuma's adept application of Jiraiya's ninjutsu, creating the impression of an enhanced version of Jiraiya in terms of strategic intelligence. Certainly, Orochimaru understood that his teammate wasn't lacking in intelligence. It's just that, in this situation, considering Jiraiya's personality, he would undeniably unleash his mastery of advanced ninjutsu at full power, even if it meant depleting all of his chakra. Tatsuma's strategic and calculated fighting style differed from Jiraiya's usual approach, but while Jiraiya might not favor it, Orochimaru did. Orochimaru glanced down at Minato, who displayed no signs of surprise. Growing even more intrigued, he pondered whether these two top students truly embodied, as Sakumo-senpai had mentioned, a fusion of his and Jiraiya's strengths. Now, after a brief respite, Tatsuma and Kushina synchronized their breath and chakra, their expressions unusually serious. For Tatsuma, Kushina's mastery over her strength had evolved significantly since she first arrived in Konoha a year and a half ago. Furthermore, Kushina hadn't employed any ninjutsu or sealing jutsu thus far, prompting Tatsuma to sense a looming crisis. On the flip side, Kushina harbored intense frustration. Despite pouring nearly all her time into training over the past year, she still found herself unable to best Tatsuma, a source of considerable annoyance. "Your chakra must be running low by now, right? I won't be deceived by your flashy ninjutsu any longer," Kushina declared, voicing her frustration even as she grappled with the absence of a breakthrough. Despite the irritation and the lack of a clear strategy, Kushina maintained her confidence. Tatsuma nodded in acknowledgement and casually remarked, "Yeah, it's challenging to pull off clone jutsu at this point." With those words hanging in the air, both combatants drew kunai. Since ninjutsu seemed to have limited efficacy, they opted for communication through the language of taijutsu. Both bent forward and charged. Kushina, embodying the philosophy of seizing the initiative, thrust her kunai directly at Tatsuma's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Tatsuma sidestepped and a kunai emerged from below Kushina's arm, aiming straight for her throat. "Humph." Kushina extended her right hand, pressing and swinging it to divert Tatsuma's left hand outward. Her left hand clenched into a fist, attempting to strike Tatsuma's midsection, but Tatsuma's right hand remained resolute. In a direct counter, Tatsuma's elbow met Kushina's fist, his elbow tips colliding with Kushina's knuckles. Despite Kushina possessing greater strength, she winced in pain and promptly withdrew her hand. However, Tatsuma appeared unwilling to afford Kushina an opportunity. The right hand that countered the elbow strike promptly seized hold of Kushina's left wrist. Subsequently, a left kick landed squarely on Kushina's abdomen. Despite Kushina's efforts to press Tatsuma's leg with her right hand, all she managed to achieve was shifting the impact point from the ribcage to just above her abdomen. Boom! This kick undeniably carried immense force. Kushina's face, initially flushed from the movement, now displayed a tendency to turn purple-black. Moreover, Tatsuma maintained a firm grip on Kushina's left hand, thwarting her attempts to break free. Without hesitation, Tatsuma deftly shifted his footing and rooted himself, applying a technique learned from a judo class he took in a previous life. This maneuver sent Kushina tumbling to the ground. In one fluid motion, Tatsuma twisted Kushina's wrist, compelling her to roll over and lie on the ground. Kneeling down, he pressed Kushina's left hand onto her own back. Only then did Tatsuma position the kunai horizontally at the back of Kushina's neck. With his other hand, he extended it, forming the seal of reconciliation, and placed it on Kushina's hand. With a smile, he declared, "I win. Ding, strength +3, stamina +3, spirit +3, seal, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition, plus 10%, not bad. Now, let's commence the second round. Tatsuma, you're up against Minato." Just as Tatsuma reveled in the joy of his victory, Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed once again. Tatsuma's expression abruptly froze. His chakra was dwindling. His stamina proved insufficient. And, significantly, the areas where Kushina had struck him still throbbed with pain. Today's objective was to prevent Kushina from graduating, correct? Why does it? I'm your target now, damn it. Chapter 38, Using the Rules Against Orochimaru. Tatsuma couldn't shake the suspicion that Orochimaru was merely performing a well-crafted act, yet lacked concrete evidence to support his intuition. He found himself helplessly observing Orochimaru, who maintained an air of sophistication with a touch of subtle malevolence. Throughout the course of his existence, Orochimaru took particular pleasure in toying with individuals who proudly deemed themselves geniuses. However, a direct assault on Kushina would be far too conspicuous. Orochimaru deemed it more effective to center attention on Tatsuma, creating an illusion that would lead Kushina to believe she was the favored one. After all, she had a break in the middle, and after the rest, she would face Minato, who had just concluded a fierce battle. As for whether Kushina would secure a victory due to this? Even though Sarutobi-sensei didn't harbor hopes for Kushina to triumph in the initial round, Orochimaru remained indifferent. All that mattered to him was ensuring Kushina ultimately failed to graduate. Tatsuma squinted at Orochimaru, who was wearing an insidious smile, then released Kushina, allowing her to return to the sidelines for a moment of respite. Any more questions? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Tatsuma. Tatsuma shook his head and, with determination, formed the seal of confrontation, redirecting his focus toward Minato. Minato, we can start any time. Minato had initially hoped Tatsuma would take some time to regain his strength, but with Tatsuma showing no inclination to stall, Minato had no alternative but to step forward, summoning the seal of confrontation. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered with Minato. It appeared that Tatsuma had refrained from offering his usual praises today. It wasn't as if Minato needed Tatsuma's commendation to engage in a fight, but after 2.5 years of camaraderie, Minato couldn't ignore the absence of Tatsuma's customary praise. There had to be a reason for this. As the two executed the seal of confrontation and then lowered their hands, Orochimaru also directed some attention, intrigued to observe how Tatsuma would approach the match with both stamina and chakra significantly depleted. However, after completing the seal of confrontation, the two refrained from an immediate assault, leaving Orochimaru perplexed and furrowing his brow. In that moment, Tatsuma lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. "Orochimaru-sama, I concede." Tatsuma's words took Orochimaru somewhat off guard. After all, the information he had gathered about Tatsuma emphasized Tatsuma's exceptional competitiveness, a drive so intense that he sought to engage in competition in even the most trivial aspects of life. But now, Tatsuma was unexpectedly conceding. Orochimaru glanced at Minato, who wore an expression that seemed to convey, "I knew it," and then shifted his gaze back to Tatsuma, who had already formed the seal of reconciliation. Orochimaru inquired, "Care to explain the reason?" "Because I've already secured the qualification to advance to the next round of the test, haven't I?" Tatsuma's smile remained brilliant. His competitiveness was undeniably robust, but it operated on the premise that he had a genuine chance of victory, seizing the opponent's talent. In his current state, facing Minato left him with no chance. After all, he was competitive, not a masochist. Tatsuma's response momentarily froze Orochimaru's expression. In the rules he had just outlined, it was explicitly stated that each participant needed to secure at least one victory to progress to the next round of the assessment. However, Orochimaru had not anticipated that Tatsuma would seize upon a casual remark to cleverly manipulate the situation, effectively toying with him, especially considering Tatsuma posed yet another challenge. The current standings were Tatsuma with 1 win and 1 loss, Kushina with 1 loss, and Minato with 1 win. If, in the third round, Minato chose to navigate the rules as Tatsuma had, then all three would boast at least 1 victory, making them eligible for the next round. "Aren't you afraid that I could use your failure to engage as a reason to strip you of the qualification to continue the assessment?" Orochimaru scrutinized Tatsuma, eager to discern his decision. However, Tatsuma simply shrugged and remarked, "You forgot, you didn't mention any other rules." "I made sure to ask." Indeed, Orochimaru recalled their prior conversation, silently applauding Tatsuma for his meticulousness. Little did he realize that Tatsuma's thoroughness was aimed at preempting Orochimaru from causing complications, and Orochimaru had inadvertently fallen into Tatsuma's cleverly laid trap. No, in a way, this trap was inadvertently laid by Orochimaru himself. If he hadn't deliberately made things challenging for Tatsuma, then Tatsuma wouldn't have had the opportunity to exploit this loophole. Alright, let's begin the third round. Minato, face off against Kushina. Orochimaru redirected his gaze, focusing on Kushina, who was still in shock and struggled to fully grasp the sudden turn of events. After regaining her composure, Kushina shot a discontented glare at Tatsuma and exclaimed, always resorting to petty tricks. Don't forget, you're the only one left now who needs to pursue victory. Best of luck. Tatsuma retorted in a sarcastic tone as they passed each other. Kushina attempted to intentionally bump into Tatsuma with her shoulder, but Tatsuma appeared to anticipate it, effortlessly sidestepping. Kushina stumbled a couple of steps instead. Darn it! Frustrated by her failed attempt, Kushina redirected her emotions toward Minato, who stood before her with a resigned smile. Glaring at Minato's seemingly apologetic expression, Kushina burst out, "Why are you grinning, sissy? Do you think you've already won?" Minato froze for a moment. His peculiar smile earlier was merely a reaction to Tatsuma's peculiar actions and the evident clash between Tatsuma and Kushina. However, Minato didn't anticipate that once again, due to his own smile, Kushina would misunderstand him. He himself couldn't recall how many times Kushina had misinterpreted his smiles. Yet, Minato refrained from providing any clarifications. It was simply part of his inherent nature. Tatsuma often dubbed him as a steamed bun. Honestly, Minato remained puzzled about. Shook his head, cleared his thoughts, raised the hand he had recently lowered, formed the seal of confrontation, and said, "Kushina, do you need to take a break?" "Humph. You've even formed the seal of confrontation. Are you planning to give me time to rest? Besides, I don't need it." Kushina adjusted her still sore left shoulder joint, and her right hand also assumed the seal of confrontation. The moment they released their hands, Minato's expression shifted. Suddenly, 6 shurikens materialized in his hand and were swiftly launched toward Kushina, who had yet to react. As the shurikens left Minato's hand, he frowned, regretting that he shouldn't have approached the battle with the same sense of urgency as with Tatsuma. After all, he and Kushina hadn't undergone numerous practical combat drills, and their familiarity with each other was limited. Hence, his combat approach had the potential to inflict harm upon Kushina. However, remorse held no sway now. When Kushina realized and attempted to evade, it was already too late. 2 shurikens sliced across her, causing blood to splatter. From the outset, the outcome of the battle had been predetermined. Kushina was defeated even more swiftly than when facing Tatsuma. Tatsuma wasn't in peak condition after their battle, and she wasn't at her best either. After a while, Minato, with 2 victories, observed the sulking Kushina and extended his hand, saying, "Sorry, but I promise you, I will carry your determination and take the first step toward becoming a ninja." "Who asked you to carry it?" Woo-woo. As she spoke, Kushina suddenly erupted into loud sobs. Minato felt somewhat helpless. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Atoma, and Tatsuma all silently directed their gaze toward the seemingly distant horizon, allowing Kushina to continue crying. They understood that Kushina needed this emotional release to express her emotions. Chapter 39, Orochimaru's Gaze. Sadness can be expressed in many forms, and there are various ways to alleviate it. Some people experience immediate pain and release their sorrow through crying. Kushina, however, treads a different path. She wraps her sorrow in a formidable shell, allowing it to incubate within. The shell remains unbroken, growing silently and unnoticed, waiting for the opportune moment or triggered by a certain event before all hell breaks loose. Clearly, Kushina aligns with the latter category. The tragedy unfolding in the land of whirlpools has cast its somber shadow over time, its impact gradually seeping into the village of Konoha and permeating the awareness of ordinary folk for nearly a week. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina has borne an invisible burden since the tragedy unfolded. No explicit demand for revenge on behalf of the Uzumaki clan has been made, yet involuntary thoughts of such vengeance linger in her mind. She sets one goal after another for herself, advancing along what she deems the right path. Before achieving success, she refuses to release the driving force that hatred has brought her. However, her initial stride toward graduation from the academy faced direct obstruction from Tatsuma and Minato. This setback at the outset left Kushina uncertain, rendering her unable to make even the simplest choices. Much like a vulnerable infant, Kushina allows her emotions to guide her actions, as evident in her current bout of tears. Attempting to block or console her at this moment is akin to loosely applying a band-aid to the already cracked shell of Kushina. It's more effective to let her directly release her pent-up emotions. After an extended period of weeping, compounded by the exhaustion from 2 consecutive practical tests, Kushina succumbed to a deep slumber. Sarutobi Atoma observed Kushina, peacefully asleep yet still whimpering. Gently picking her up, he addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, I'll take Kushina back first. It's fine, I have enough time today, we will wait for you. Orochimaru nonchalantly waved his hand, prompting their team's urgent recall. With no word from Tsunade after her return home and Jiraiya summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a conversation, Orochimaru, on a brief respite, didn't mind dedicating this time. However, once Sarutobi Atoma departed, Orochimaru turned his attention to Tatsuma and Minato, inquiring, both of you have performed well in the task you were given by the village. As for the upcoming second round of tests, do you wish to continue? Tatsuma maintained a stoic silence, avoiding both speech and eye contact with Minato. Minato's recent commitment to Kushina had already signaled his intent to persevere. Tatsuma, however, needed some time for contemplation. I will proceed with the assessment, Minato calmly declared. As expected, Minato wanted to continue, and Orochimaru shifted his gaze to Tatsuma, awaiting his response. Tatsuma took a moment to contemplate before raising his head to meet Orochimaru's eyes. With a respectful tone, he inquired, Orochimaru-sama, may I ask a question? Of course, Tatsuma-kun, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru had already reclaimed his elegant smile, observing Tatsuma with keen curiosity. He wondered what question could influence Tatsuma's decision to graduate early. Inhaling deeply, Tatsuma asked, Orochimaru-sama, I'd like to understand why you are personally overseeing our assessment today. Is it because you perceive potential in us? Upon grasping Tatsuma's concern, Orochimaru discerned the young one's apprehension about post-graduation resources, not the tangible kind, but the intangible mentorship and team support. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru shook his head and remarked, It's precisely because I don't perceive significant potential in either of you, or rather, the village has no intention of having you both follow in my footsteps. Hence, I don't need to avoid bias and can serve as your assessor. Tatsuma, ready to pose further inquiries, was halted as Orochimaru waved his hand, stating, I understand your curiosity. Rest assured, the village won't let you down. And here's a little hint, if you successfully graduate, the Jonin leading your team is very likely to be my teammate. Orochimaru had no qualms about unveiling these secrets to the two, recognizing that only when the bait in the trap is sufficiently alluring can it entice the prey into the snare. At the current moment, divulging the potential magnitude of their future gains to Tatsuma and Minato aimed to stoke their enthusiasm for the upcoming assessments. While the duo's qualities already ensured their Jonin status, Orochimaru was not content with ending it on a predictable note. He desired to inject some excitement into the proceedings. Upon discovering the potential Jonin leader for their future team, Tatsuma and Minato shared a knowing look, a surge of motivation coursing through them. Tatsuma nodded, affirming, Orochimaru-sama, I will proceed with the assessment. Then take a short break. When your sensei returns, the assessment will commence. I can assure you, it won't be child's play, Orochimaru stated. As he spoke, his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold, fierce, and murderous aura that emanated from him. His golden eyes appeared unfocused yet intensely fixed on the two. Gulp! Tatsuma and Minato both swallowed nervously, with Tatsuma particularly skeptical about the significance of such a formidable presence. In his previous life, when people asserted that an actor played a convincing criminal with a killer look in their eyes, he never experienced any genuine reaction while watching them. However, in this moment, The piercing gaze from Orochimaru induced a sensation as though a deranged murderer had perched on their shoulders, brandishing a cleaver and pressing it against their necks. Furthermore, I want to make one thing clear. Orochimaru suddenly unleashed his imposing aura, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile that carried the unsettling air of a manic killer. It wasn't overtly threatening, but it instilled a profound sense of dread. Maintaining his unsettling smile, Orochimaru continued, "If you fail to pass my assessment, I might exercise some of my privileges to draft reports deeming you utterly useless. Consequently, upon your return to the academy, you'll be viewed as nothing more than waste in the eyes of the Jonin. With your talents, I'm confident you can discern the gravity of what I'm implying, correct?" No guessing was required. Orochimaru was overtly indicating that missing this opportunity meant they shouldn't anticipate encountering a competent Jonin leader in the future. Tatsuma furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Orochimaru. He harbored suspicions that Orochimaru might be bluffing, akin to Marino Ibiki's tactics to instill fear in participants during the Chunin exams. Yet, Orochimaru displayed no emotional vulnerabilities, leaving Tatsuma with the uneasy feeling that Orochimaru was indeed capable of such audacious actions. While Minato was still deep in contemplation, Tatsuma snapped out of it first and asserted, "I understand, Orochimaru-sama. Your assessment may pose challenges, but I trust that you wouldn't intentionally block our path. If we exhibit qualities that impress you, I believe you won't consider us as having failed the assessment." Quite confident. "Give it a try." Orochimaru maintained his smile. Observing Minato regain his determination, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "However, if I were you, I'd concentrate on recovering your condition." "I understand," Tatsuma nodded. Then, he and Minato exchanged a glance, both swiftly forming hand seals to refine and restore their chakra. Chapter 40, Tatsuma and Minato vs. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Toma didn't reappear until close to noon. It was apparent that, in addition to guiding Kushina back, he had briefed the Hokage on the earlier events. As Orochimaru cast a scrutinizing gaze at the duo, he dryly remarked, "Looks like your break time is done." At this point, both individuals had replenished their chakra, yet their physical stamina hadn't fully rebounded. Minato was in relatively better shape, whereas Tatsuma grappled with more noticeable fatigue. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained resolute, displaying no inclination to grant them the luxury of a nap before resuming the assessment. The duo rose to their feet, discreetly edging a bit farther away from Orochimaru. While unaware of the specific nature of Orochimaru's assessment, the decision to increase the distance was a strategic move to allow for better reaction time, a prudent choice. Observing their subtle maneuver, Orochimaru acknowledged their alertness. He lifted his hand, commencing the formation of hand seals. Noticing Orochimaru's deliberate pace, Tatsuma briefly brightened, entertaining the hopeful notion that Orochimaru might be taking it easy on them. Wind release, wind cutter technique. However, Tatsuma's optimism proved unfounded. The moment Orochimaru completed the hand seals, Tatsuma's keen eyes detected distortions in the space around Orochimaru. Witnessing this unfold, Tatsuma instinctively unleashed his own chakra outward. Although he hadn't systematically mastered techniques for utilizing sensory-type chakra, his innate sensory talent enabled him to effortlessly discern changes in chakra within his surroundings. Within Tatsuma's heightened sensory perception, several wind blades assailed them, with Minato, at that moment, maintaining his vigilance, oblivious to the impending danger. Swiftly forming hand seals, Tatsuma mobilized chakra to his legs, activating the body flicker jutsu instantaneously. Closing the gap, he maneuvered toward Minato, executing and threw him to the ground. Bang boom boom as the two descended to the ground, the positions they had previously occupied, along with the tree stumps and boulders behind them, all appeared as if they had been sliced through by invisible blades. "Indeed, I didn't make a mistake. It is indeed a sensory talent," Orochimaru remarked, observing the unfolding scene. Having witnessed Tatsuma's sensory prowess in the recent clash with Kushina, the trial now confirmed it. "Orochimaru-sama, as expected from you." Tatsuma replied with a grim look. Upon seeing the havoc caused by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Atoma became uneasy. However, as he began to speak, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on him, rendering him speechless. A calm expression curved Orochimaru's lips as he coldly uttered, "Sarutobi Atoma, you are merely a witness. I am the examiner." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama," Sarutobi Atoma reluctantly nodded, casting a concerned glance toward the two students who had narrowly avoided harm, hoping they could persevere. Minato also grasped the gravity of the situation and whispered, "Thanks, Tatsuma. Are you okay?" Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "Use chakra to sense changes around you. Wind release isn't as visually apparent as other jutsu, you need to observe more carefully." Minato nodded, saying, "I understand." Although the exchange between the two was brief, it presented Orochimaru with ample opportunities to launch multiple attacks. Surprisingly, he remained motionless, observing the two with keen interest. As the two students rose from the ground, their vigilance remained heightened, particularly Minato. Following Tatsuma's lead, he began to release his chakra outward. Orochimaru found this intriguing. Could it be that Minato also possessed sensory talent? It was worth noting that not everyone had this innate ability, and sensing changes in the surrounding chakra by overflowing one's own chakra was a skill not every ninja possessed. Eager to test this possibility, Orochimaru leisurely formed hand seals once again, unleashing the wind cutter technique. Witnessing the sequence of hand seals, the two immediately tensed up. The moment Orochimaru completed the hand seals, Tatsuma and Minato simultaneously activated the seal of confrontation. With both of them attuned to each other's actions, there was no need for hand seals and executing the body flicker jutsu. Boom boom, the two rolled somewhat awkwardly, successfully dodging the slicing wind blades. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. It seemed Minato also possessed such talent. Truly remarkable. Now, let's talk about the conditions for passing the assessment. Orochimaru's smile reappeared, and as his words were uttered, Tatsuma and Minato suddenly realized that Orochimaru hadn't even explained the content of the assessment or how to pass it. Observing the reactions of the two, Orochimaru's smile deepened. He relished the sensation of others struggling to decipher him, even though he had, admittedly, forgotten to provide an explanation beforehand. "Attack me, and as long as either of you touches me, the assessment will be considered passed. It could be with your bodies, your ninjutsu, or your ninja tools, all are acceptable." Orochimaru spoke slowly, forming hand seals again. However, this seal was unfamiliar to both, but they still readied their legs to run at any moment. Earth release, earth shore return. Wind release, gale palm. Just as Tatsuma wondered why Orochimaru had erected an earthen wall in front of him, he found the wall instantly shattering. A powerful gust of wind swept through, turning the broken wall into sharp projectiles that assailed him and Minato. "Not good, can't escape." Observing the extensive coverage of this ninjutsu, Tatsuma's eyelids twitched. There seemed to be no way to evade it. In this predicament, Tatsuma looked at Minato, who was sharing the same concern, and they both nodded simultaneously. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Both of them swiftly formed hand seals. Minato's golden hair immediately grew wild, enveloping the two of them. Tatsuma's blue and white hair, on the other hand, surged behind him and entwined around the tree stumps that Orochimaru's wind cutter technique had severed. Thud thud thud, Tatsuma suddenly jerked his head forward. As the fragments of earth approached within 2 meters of the two, several large tree stumps materialized in front of them, serving as shields against the flying debris. Meanwhile, the hand seals of Tatsuma and Minato were not yet complete. The moment Tatsuma finished his hand seals, he seemingly descended into the ground like a plummet. Simultaneously, when Minato completed his hand seals, a transformation jutsu clone manifested in Tatsuma's original position. As the tree stumps were removed, Orochimaru, observing the two unscathed individuals, suddenly lowered his gaze, then forcefully stomped the ground. Bang! Tatsuma, who had employed the double suicide decapitation jutsu to infiltrate the ground, hadn't closed in yet when Orochimaru's formidable force erupted from the ground, shaking him out. However, Tatsuma didn't yield. His strands of hair launched an assault on Orochimaru. Jiraiya's technique, but too slow. Orochimaru drew a kunai, condensing wind released chakra in his mouth. With a breath towards the kunai, a chakra longsword materialized. He swung the chakra blade, severing all the hair that approached him. But at that moment, two strands of golden hair burst through the ground, entwining around Orochimaru's legs. Continuous mutual protection, truly an impressive tactic. Looking down at his entangled legs and then at the smiling faces of the two, Orochimaru laughed even more brilliantly than them because, in the next moment, bang! Smoke rose, and Orochimaru vanished. Tatsuma and Minato's smiles froze on their faces, not realizing when Orochimaru had employed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The ninjutsu just now blocked my vision and also blocked yours. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly emerged from behind Sarutobi Atoma. Clearly, he had utilized the taller and more imposing figure of Sarutobi Atoma to perfectly conceal his own presence. Seeing this, Tatsuma and Minato wore expressions of resignation. Moreover, to seize this opportunity, they had very little chakra remaining. Orochimaru, observing the two in their desperate situation, smirked sinisterly and said, "No way out, huh? If there's no way out." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind swept through the training ground. The strands of hair that Orochimaru had severed from Tatsuma danced in the wind, and one happened to fall onto Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru looked at the strand of hair curling up without chakra and shook his head, saying, "It seems it's fate, after all." Chapter 41, Reporting to the Hokage. Tatsuma and Minato could hardly believe it when an unexpected gust of wind played a crucial role in them passing the examination in a somewhat bewildered state. Perhaps it wasn't just the wind. Orochimaru seemed almost eager to find a reason to advance them. Despite the imperfections in their displayed abilities, there might be a few gaps to bridge before attaining Chunin status. Nevertheless, when it comes to mere graduation, they prove more than competent. In the end, it appeared Orochimaru's intention was to push their limits and assess their true potential. The following day, the pair adorned with their Konoha ninja headbands found themselves ushered to a photography studio by Sarutobi Atoma. There, the unmistakable click-clack sound accompanied the capture of their imposing headshots, followed by a visit to acquire new ninja tools. To be honest, amidst the passing days and after the skirmish with Orochimaru, Tatsuma had almost entirely overlooked the ninja tools promised by Sarutobi Atoma. Were it not for the reminder from Sarutobi Atoma, it might have slipped his mind entirely. A subsequent day unfolded. After completing breakfast post-morning exercises, Tatsuma pondered the morning's training regimen when he noticed the entrance of an ANBU ninja donning a mysterious mask into his apartment. Sakamoto Tatsuma. The ANBU ninja lowered his voice, rendering his original tone indiscernible. Tatsuma noted a few familiar features about the mysterious figure but refrained from dwelling on his identity. He simply nodded and replied, "Yes. Here's your ninja registration certificate. Please report to the Hokage Tower at your earliest convenience." "Yes." Tatsuma nodded, accepting the ninja registration certificate from the ANBU ninja's hand. As he glanced at the photo on the certificate, a tinge of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he utilized chakra control to style his hair better before taking the picture? Disheveled like a clump of moldy, sun-dried seaweed, his two eyes appeared unfocused, and the iconic smile was noticeably absent. The photo was an outright failure. Lost in his momentary distraction, Tatsuma snapped back to reality only to discover that the ANBU ninja had vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their presence in the room. With such skill on display, it wouldn't be an overstatement to declare it 10 times more potent than Jiraiya's. Undeterred, Tatsuma didn't immediately make his way to the Hokage's office. Instead, he opted for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and meticulously blow-dried his hair with a cool breeze, attempting to restore order to the unruly mess as much as possible. Only after securing the ninja headband and clutching the ninja registration certificate did he make his way towards the Hokage Tower. Upon reaching the tower's base, Tatsuma noticed Minato shivering in the chilly breeze beneath the lingering spring frost. "How long have you been here?" Tatsuma inquired. Minato sniffled and replied, "Just about an hour." "After sweating it out and enduring this cold wind, aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Observing that Minato hadn't even changed his clothes, Tatsuma surmised that this determined individual must have received the order and hastily rushed to the Hokage Tower, still clad in his gear. Tatsuma wasn't as gullible as Minato. He knew that this early in the morning was when the Jonin class conducted their meetings, and occasionally, one could catch Sarutobi Hiruzen delivering lectures downstairs. During this time frame, the ninjas inside the Hokage Tower hadn't yet commenced their daily tasks, and some hadn't even returned to their posts. It was unrealistic to expect them to spare time to receive Tatsuma and Minato and meet with the Hokage. Minato sniffled once more and admitted, "The ANBU Ninja-sama told me to hurry, so I didn't think too much about it." Tatsuma shook his head and advised, "When you return today, brew some ginger honey tea. Also, remember to sleep with an extra blanket to avoid catching a cold on your first day as a ninja." "I understand." Minato nodded, appreciating Tatsuma's concern. Suddenly, the chill seemed to subside. Tatsuma cast a glance at the Hokage Tower, noting that no one had emerged yet. He touched his own headband and remarked, "Minato, it appears that as a ninja, you can choose the style of your headband. Would you like to change yours?" "I think it's fine as it is." "Do you want to change yours?" Minato felt a tad perplexed. After all, wearing the headband on the forehead in the standard way was the most traditional approach. While alternative styles or methods were permitted as long as the symbol remained visible, Minato still held the belief that the standard way was the most optimal. Tatsuma nodded, gesturing towards his own hair, and remarked, "My hair is too fluffy. If I wear the headband on my forehead, the section pressed down by the strap will leave looking like a pineapple." Minato observed Tatsuma's demonstration as he circled around and nodded in understanding. "I see. So where do you plan to wear it? Around your neck?" "Many ninjas wear it that way. It can also provide protection for the throat." "No, that's like donning a turtleneck sweater, right?" "I've never been a fan of turtleneck sweaters." Tatsuma decisively shook his head, dismissing the notion of wearing it around his neck. "Wouldn't that be too itchy?" After pondering for a moment, Tatsuma suggested, "I'm considering wearing it on my arm or as a belt. So it won't impact my agility." Wearing it on the arm is a smart choice, but it might limit movement and make it challenging to exert force. You'd have to secure it with elastic bandages. And as for using it as a belt, do you think that might be a bit indecent? Minato pondered for a moment and shared his perspective. Tatsuma, lost in contemplation, nodded in agreement. Wearing the headband around the waist did indeed seem indecent, particularly when interacting with ninjas from other villages. While ninjas had vests like Chunin and Jonin vests adorned with village insignias, they didn't always wear them on a daily basis. Consequently, when encountering ninjas from other villages, the most practical means of identification was through the headband. If one used the headband as a belt, then during interactions with ninjas from other villages, they would need to glance at their waist to identify themselves. It might be acceptable when facing female ninjas from other villages, but if it was a male ninja... Tatsuma shivered at the thought, convinced that only Might Guy and Rock Lee, two relentlessly passionate ninjas, could endure such scrutiny. He decided it was not his style. "Let's go with the arm. I'll buy some elastic bandages when we get back." As the two deliberated on high-quality ninja outfits, a jonin with a cheerful smile approached them and said, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze?" "Yes." X2 unacquainted with the jonin, they both saluted and replied with a simple yes. The jonin didn't provide much information either, stating, "Please follow me. Hokage-sama is already waiting." Following the jonin into the Hokage Tower, they reached the Hokage's office. The jonin knocked on the door, received a come in from inside, and then opened the door, signaling the two to enter. As he left, he closed the door behind them. Tatsuma, Minato. Hokage-sama, X2. The two saluted and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved his hand, saying, "You can stand up, no need to be too formal." After the two stood up, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "I'm sure you both know the reason I called you here today. I won't waste much time on words. Your team leader, for now, will be Jiraiya. You should be familiar with him, but this is temporary, as you are only a team of two. There may be changes in the team in the future. Do you understand?" Upon learning that Jiraiya would be leading the team, Tatsuma let out a slight sigh of relief. He nodded along with Minato and said, "Understood." X2. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then turned to the side, saying, "Jiraiya, are you satisfied with your two subordinates?" The two followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and only then noticed that Jiraiya had been standing there with a cheerful smile, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He nodded and said, "If possible, I'd even like to take both of them as my disciples." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato happily smiled, but Tatsuma discerned a hint of significance in Jiraiya's statement. Chapter 42, Jonin Team Leader and Sensei. When Jiraiya uttered, "I want to take them both as disciples," it revealed that he hadn't definitively decided to accept them as apprentices. However, if he declares that he wished to take both of them as disciples, it signifies an inability on his part to take on apprentices. Certainly, taking both of them as disciples appears to be a desire deeply rooted in Jiraiya's heart. Yet, the fact remains that fulfilling this desire poses a challenge for him. According to Tatsuma's assessment, Minato is slated to become Jiraiya's disciple, but Tatsuma himself is an unexpected scenario. When there's only one prodigy, it's standard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to assign them to Jiraiya, who is more inclined to take on apprentices. However, with the emergence of two exceptional talents, Sarutobi Hiruzen must now grapple with the challenge of not only avoiding a shortage but also ensuring a balanced distribution. Additionally, he faces the task of allocating among his three disciples. Orochimaru, who supervised their Genin exam, explicitly conveyed to Tatsuma that he wouldn't be taking on both individuals as apprentices. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is unable to accept both due to the need to accommodate Tsunade. This put Tatsuma in a quandary. What advantages would he derive from becoming Tsunade's disciple? In this realm, the mentor-disciple dynamic holds great significance. Simply being part of a Jonin team doesn't automatically establish one as a Jonin's apprentice. Generally, the connection between a Jonin squad captain and Genin team members is usually one of authority and subordination or, at most, mentorship. It mirrors the future scenario with Team 7, where Kakashi leads as a Jonin, and the three members address him as sensei, but Kakashi refrains from officially adopting them as disciples. The true mentors or masters of Team 7, the genuine senseis, are the Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. This encapsulates the essence of the mentor-disciple relationship. The mentor-disciple relationship isn't merely a symbol of status, it serves as the conduit for passing down the ninja way and exclusive techniques, with Orochimaru's adoption standing as a notable exception. If Tatsuma were to become Tsunade's disciple, his status would be impeccable, even surpassing Minato Namikaze, who originally became Jiraiya's disciple. However, Tsunade's expertise, in super strength and medical skills, is not suitable for Tatsuma. Oddly enough, these are precisely Tsunade's strengths but are the areas where Tatsuma is least skilled, as he lacks any special talents and has no interest in pursuing the medical ninja path. Hence, what Tsunade can essentially provide him is a layer of endorsement in terms of status. Contemplating this, Tatsuma cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying a hint of comprehension. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention was for Jiraiya to guide the two as Jonin. In the future, regardless of who becomes Tsunade's disciple, there's no imperative for them to fully adopt Tsunade's ninja path and techniques. Jiraiya will carve the path forward for both, freeing Tsunade from the need to personally guide her disciples. The identity of Tsunade's disciple becomes inconsequential, what both the mentor and disciple can exchange is a mutual acknowledgement. Tsunade's reputation can shield the development of her disciples, and as the disciples mature, they, in turn, contribute to enhancing their master's renown. One person who might find themselves at a disadvantage is Jiraiya. However, considering the bond between Jiraiya and Tsunade, he may not be bothered by willingly shouldering the disadvantage. Upon grasping this dynamic, Tatsuma couldn't help but break into a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been attentively observing the duo, was reminded of Uzumaki Mito's commendations on Tatsuma's resemblance to Tobirama-sensei. If Uzumaki Mito had initially praised Tatsuma's decisiveness in facing enemies, now Tatsuma's displayed thoughtfulness and ability to perceive nuances undeniably mirrored those of the second Hokage. Alright, it's time for your team to acquaint themselves as well. Jiraiya, take these two youngsters with you. If there are any issues, don't hesitate to seek me out, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with a wave of his hand. Jiraiya nodded, glanced at the duo, and casually remarked, "Come along, little ones." And with that, Jiraiya swiftly darted toward a nearby window. In the midst of Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression transitioning from delight to sudden annoyance, Jiraiya inadvertently shattered the window once more, executing a hasty escape. Observing the abrupt change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances before cautiously navigating over the broken window, following Jiraiya in his escape. After traversing a substantial portion of the core area, Jiraiya finally came to a halt on the rooftop of a building. Turning to the two who effortlessly followed, he quipped, "Not bad. I thought having Genin-level skills would be impressive." Indeed, certainly, Jiraiya didn't exert himself fully. It was almost leisurely for him, yet not something any Genin could easily match. Some recently promoted Chunin might even find it daunting. Nevertheless, Tatsuma and Minato effortlessly kept pace, not breaking a sweat. Minato, feeling a tad sheepish, offered a smile and scratched his head. Tatsuma then remarked, "If you had employed the body flicker jutsu, given our skills, catching up would be quite the challenge." Jiraiya acknowledged Tatsuma's praise with a silent nod, then casually leaned against a low wall. "Even though I'm already acquainted with you two, we still need to go through the formalities. Let's begin with self-introductions. I'll kick it off as the leading Jonin. I'm Jiraiya, a Konoha Jonin skilled in ninjutsu, excluding lightning release. I have a penchant for literary creation and drawing inspiration. What I can't stand, or rather, absolutely detest, is Orochimaru and his vile snakes. My aspiration is to reshape the ninja world, or assist others in doing so. Now, it's your turn." Minato nodded and started. "I'm Minato Namikaze, a Konoha Genin proficient in ninja tool throwing and taijutsu, although not quite at Tatsuma's level. My hobby is reading. There's nothing that comes to mind that I particularly dislike at the moment. My dream is to become a ninja recognized and trusted by everyone, just like Hokage-sama." "Hokage, huh? It's a pretty common dream at your age," Jiraiya remarked, glancing at Tatsuma. Tatsuma nodded and stated, "I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma, a Konoha Genin. I specialize in the same areas as Minato, and our skills are pretty evenly matched. My hobby is defeating people I respect. I do have one thing I specifically dislike, though, and that's this unruly hair. My dream is to seek out and overcome all worthy challengers and, if possible, find a way to make my hair straight and silky. Quite a robust sense of competitiveness. I've got your basic information, but you didn't mention anything about what I taught you. How come, even after my ninjutsu guidance, you still aren't proficient?" Jiraiya playfully questioned. Minato was about to explain but was halted by Jiraiya, who tousled his hair with his hand. Then Jiraiya continued, "From now on, you can call me Jiraiya-sensei, or just Sensei. Although our temporary team will disband, no matter which one of you becomes Tsunade's disciple, it won't change the fact that you are my students. Got it?" Minato nodded, then caught onto something amiss. Tatsuma looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya, too, realized the oversight, scratched his head, and said, Oops, slipped my mind. Well, you'll have to go through it sooner or later. Now that you know, let's focus on what's most important for you at the moment, learning. Mastering the techniques of a ninja and how to become a true ninja. Since you're already my students, I won't hold back. Unless, of course, you only possess lightning release chakra, I can teach you. Jiraiya spoke with great confidence. Minato nodded. Tatsuma had informed him that each ninja possesses their own chakra attributes, one or more. However, neither of them was certain about their own chakra attributes due to the expense of chakra paper, which was beyond their budget. Jiraiya seemed prepared and produced a few sheets of paper, saying, "Next, let's test your chakra attributes." Chapter 43, Chakra Attributes and First Mission. Wind, Fire, Water, Earth. Haha, kid, you're just like me. Jiraiya tousled Tatsuma's head even more, then glanced at Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Minato Namikaze was also scrutinizing the test paper in his hand and remarked, "Wrinkle, tear, burn. I should have lightning, wind, and fire, right?" "Yes, not bad. You're also a ninja with 3 attributes. Unfortunately, I can't offer you much guidance on lightning release. However, I've delved into wind and fire nature techniques quite extensively. Lightning release will be your own journey of exploration in the future." Jiraiya felt a bit helpless. Minato nodded, undeterred. After all, he hadn't delved into any nature techniques thus far, and contemplating mastering all 3 attributes seemed overly ambitious. Jiraiya turned to the two and inquired, "Do you want to take a few days off? Let me draft your training plan, and then integrate practice with your missions. Or are you planning to jump right into missions without a break?" Usually for regular genin who have just graduated, there's no need to create an elaborate training plan. Just take them for tree climbing and water walking exercises. However, Tatsuma and Minato had already mastered these fundamentals during their time at the academy. Furthermore, their evaluations from 2 days ago were scrutinized through the telescope jutsu by Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hence, for these 2 prodigies, employing an off-the-shelf plan wouldn't suffice. Jiraiya's fervor for his inaugural set of students also prevented him from taking such a shortcut. Conducting a direct examination of the chakra attributes of the 2, Jiraiya intended to customize their training based on the nuances of their chakra characteristics. This required some preparation time. After deliberation, Tatsuma and Minato then addressed Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, we're ready to embark on missions now." Minato was eager for the ninja life, while Tatsuma, based on his understanding, knew that freshly graduated genin typically had to tackle several D-rank missions like weeding and finding lost cats. Instead of waiting, it's better to knock out these missions first and then delve into training and take on higher-level tasks, Tatsuma suggested. Jiraiya nodded and remarked, "I anticipated your choices, so I've already selected a suitable mission for you." "What mission?" Minato asked eagerly. Jiraiya unfurled a scroll and replied, "It's a C-rank mission. Apprehend a C-rank rogue ninja from the Waterfall Hidden Village and dismantle the influence they've established in the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes sparked with anticipation, while Tatsuma was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated starting with a C-rank mission. Observing Tatsuma's reaction, Jiraiya laughed heartily and commented, "Tatsuma, you little rascal, didn't see that coming, huh?" Sarutobi-sensei initially had reservations, but considering the talents you 2 possess, engaging in D-rank missions would be a total waste of time. This mission is just right. The target is only a chunin. Despite establishing their influence in the Land of Fire after defection, it's nothing more than a few ronin and thugs. And I'll accompany you on this mission. However, unless you run into danger, I won't offer any assistance. Of course, considering the nature of this low-level mission, I'll have to question your abilities if you do encounter danger. Jiraiya spoke with a teasing tone as if attempting to ignite their emotions. However, neither of the 2 reacted, which left Jiraiya feeling a bit unenthused. Nonchalantly, he inquired, "Are you up for it?" "I'm willing." "No problem." Both nodded, and Jiraiya tossed the mission scroll to them, remarking, "You decide the departure time." Minato took the scroll and began to examine it, while Tatsuma tentatively said, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is a mission outside the village. Along the way, expenses for food and accommodation." Typically, when ninjas undertake missions, accommodations might be informal, and dining out or starting a fire might not be practical. They usually rely on military ration pills. However, Tatsuma's concern was with the military ration pills, which had to be purchased. Seeing Tatsuma looking somewhat hesitant yet expectant, Jiraiya scratched his belly and said, "Need a loan? Borrowing for military rations pills is fine." Seeing Jiraiya getting straight to the point, Tatsuma also spoke openly, and Jiraiya nodded, asking, "Anything else? Ninja tools? Explosive tags? Smoke bombs? Do you need these?" As the Jonin leading the team, Jiraiya didn't mind the two students spending some money. After all, Tsunade had been unable to come home recently, and no one would be spending his money. His wallet was quite full now. Tatsuma shook his head and said, "Sarutobi Otoma-sensei has already purchased new ninja tools for us. Explosive tags and smoke bombs are a bit too pricey. We might end up in the red after completing the mission, so it's unnecessary." "Unnecessary? This is your first mission. Are you sure you don't want to be more thorough in your preparations?" Jiraiya chuckled while looking at the two. Both shook their heads. After all, their conversation with Jiraiya was framed in a borrowing context. If they borrowed more, they'd have to pay back more. Being genin now meant they would lose their allowances starting next month. They'd also be responsible for covering the rent and utilities for their apartments. Since they hadn't completed any missions yet, overspending was a luxury they couldn't afford. "All right then, I'll prepare the military rations pills for you. When do you plan to depart?" Jiraiya didn't attempt to persuade them further. Tatsuma looked at Minato, who had finished reading the mission scroll. Minato lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, and said, "The entire village is being held hostage. Every day we delay brings more danger to the villagers. Tatsuma, can you leave in the afternoon? I don't need much preparation on my end. How about you?" Tatsuma nodded and replied, "No problem. Our situations are similar. We just need to gather our things when we get back." Only then did Minato turn to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, we plan to depart after noon, tentatively around 2 p.m. Is that acceptable to you? You decide. I won't give you advice, and I won't be a burden to you." Jiraiya shrugged, and Tatsuma and Minato nodded. Tatsuma added, "All right, for now, let's disband. Minato, plan our route, and I'll head to the Hokage's office to report and pick up the travel permit. We'll rendezvous at the village entrance at 2 p.m. "No problem." Minato handed the mission scroll to Tatsuma, who hadn't glanced at it yet. Obtaining the travel permit from the Hokage's office required referencing the mission scroll. The three swiftly departed. Tatsuma returned home and perused the mission scroll. The destination was a place called Hakusen Village, renowned for its hot springs and cultural industries. Recently, it had fallen under the control of Nasu, a rogue ninja from the Waterfall Village, the target of their mission. Their task was to apprehend this rogue ninja and dismantle the criminal organization he had established in Hakusen Village. The mission was commissioned by the daimyo's estate. After a quick perusal of the mission details, Tatsuma rolled up the scroll and commenced packing his belongings, a sizable ninja tool backpack, 2 compact waist pouches, and leg pouches. He armed himself with the necessary ninja tools, secured the door, and set out. Tatsuma initially headed to the Hokage's office to report and acquire the travel permit. Subsequently, he visited the Konoha archives, the village library, to gather information about Hakusen Village. Following a swift lunch, he hastened to the village entrance for the rendezvous. Minato was already waiting at the entrance, and the two exchanged information. Jiraiya, arriving with a leap, handed over the travel permit for inspection by the ninja stationed at the village gate. After verification, Tatsuma and Minato took their first steps outside Konoha Village. Chapter 44, Darkness of the Ninja World. 2 days had elapsed when a trio of individuals finally reached the outskirts of Hakusen village. Although the hot springs in the Land of Fire couldn't compete with the fame of those in the Land of Hot Water, Hakusen's underground waters remained a hidden gem, not widely recognized across the Land of Fire. Despite its relatively lower profile, Hakusen village drew visitors from nearby settlements eager to immerse themselves in the soothing hot springs. Some sought not only relaxation but also a taste of the local traditions and industries that added unique charm to this quaint village. The trio came to a halt approximately 5 miles outside the village. Tatsuma and Minato intended to delve into their next course of action when they realized that Jiraiya had vanished. In the distance, on the road leading to Hakusen village, a swaggering, middle-aged man with a lecherous smile made his way forward. Despite the stark dissimilarity to Jiraiya's appearance, the two companions, having spent 2 days together, were unequivocally convinced that this man was none other than Jiraiya. Grumbling about their less-than-ideal encounter with their team leader Jonin, Tatsuma and Minato found themselves with no alternative but to proceed with their strategic discussion. The outcome of their deliberation proved to be rather straightforward. Initiate with an external reconnaissance, proceed to infiltration for intelligence gathering, and culminate with decisive action. However, given the inaugural nature of their collaborative mission, a collective decision was made to exercise caution at every stage. Following a concise deliberation, the duo embarked on a reconnaissance mission outside the village. Initially, everything appeared unremarkable, but as the evening shadows crept in, they hesitated upon reaching a cemetery on the outskirts. Sensing an anomaly not far off, both swiftly masked their presence and advanced toward the commotion to discreetly observe. Behind a tombstone, a group of Ronin wielding knives had apprehended a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His hands and feet were tightly bound, a gag silenced his cries, and he sobbed incessantly. The surrounding Ronin reveled in hearty laughter. "I thought it was some ninja attempting to assassinate Boss Nasu. Turns out, it's you, Murata, you little brat. What's this? Did your sister's milk make you grow a backbone recently?" Ah! Upon hearing the Ronin audaciously mention his sister, Murata, who had been sobbing, felt a surge of rage. Disregarding his restraints, he lunged towards the Ronin. However, what awaited him was a knife thrust into his shoulder. Murata instantly crumpled to the ground, curled up, and twitching sporadically. Not far away, Minato, witnessing the grim scene, swiftly drew a kunai from his hand. Yet, Tatsuma restrained him with a firm grip. Perplexed and anxious, Minato looked at Tatsuma, who was now gritting his teeth, and said, "There's no saving him. Don't do anything unnecessary." Huh? Minato's confusion deepened. Observing Murata, he noted that the frequency of his convulsions was gradually diminishing. The nearby Ronin, oblivious to the severity, continued their assault, causing Murata to roll over repeatedly. However, Murata-U's blood was swiftly pooling, staining his upper garment a deep red. It dawned on Minato, Murata had been struck in the artery by that earlier knife. Given their lack of knowledge in medical ninjutsu, even immediate intervention wouldn't have spared him. He's dead? How did he die so quickly? At that moment, the Ronin also discerned that something was amiss with Murata. One of them bent down to inspect Murata-U's condition. After a while, he shakily turned to the Ronin who had inflicted the fatal wound and stated, "Brother Yusuke, this kid's gone." The Ronin known as Yusuke was momentarily taken aback by the news, but soon a more twisted smile crept onto his face. He remarked, "If he's dead, he's dead. But, as the perpetrators, we've got to offer some compensation." Compensation? Yeah, he bit the dust just like that. Does his sister have the funds to bury him? Tonight, we'll pay a visit to his sister, throw in a little extra money when we tip her, let her head home with a smile. When she discovers her little brother's demise, we can chalk it up as a charitable act. Ha ha ha. Yusuke's grin, against the backdrop of the darkening graveyard, took on a particularly malevolent quality. Not far away, Minato's hand, firmly held by Tatsuma, struggled to break free. However, Tatsuma applied even more force, subduing Minato's attempts and preventing any impulsive actions. Minato could only watch helplessly as the Ronin dragged Murata-Yu's lifeless body towards the village. "Tatsuma, why are you stopping me?" As the Ronin departed, Minato inquired somberly from Tatsuma, who had just released his grip, "Are you going to kill them?" "I'll make sure they pay. That's why I can't let you loose. Remember, our main objective is capturing the rogue ninja Nasu, and only then addressing his accomplices." Tatsuma met Minato's gaze with a stern expression. Minato, still perplexed and slightly uncertain, questioned, "Why? Are we supposed to let these killers off the hook in the name of mission success?" "No, I want to take them down just as badly. But if we strike now, it might give our main target, Nasu, the true mastermind behind these horrors, an opportunity to escape. He could unleash a tragedy elsewhere. Capturing him takes precedence over dealing with these few culprits at the moment. If we were unaware of Nasu's existence, I'd fully support your intervention, even if it meant eliminating them. But not now. Do you get it?" Tatsuma, grappling with his own anger, found it challenging to contain his emotions. Minato stayed quiet for a moment, then regained some composure and nodded, saying, "I understand, Tatsuma. What's our next move?" "We need to trail their movements, gather intel on the rogue ninja named Nasu. These individuals barely meet the standards of true ninjas. Even if we allow them to slip away for 3 days, we can still catch up. But Nasu is a different story." Taking a deep breath, Tatsuma reiterated, "We are ninjas. Killing is our fate, but it's never our objective. It's a means to achieve results. Keep that in mind." "I understand." Minato nodded, and sensing that he had reined in his emotions, Tatsuma nodded in return. They swiftly moved forward, maintaining their presence hidden, tracing the same path as the Ronin from earlier. Although this was their first mission outside, as representatives of the Academy's prodigies, the art of stealth was not difficult for them. While not as advanced as later characters like Orochimaru, who could disguise themselves and approach the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen without being noticed, dealing with these few Ronin was relatively straightforward. Under the vigilant gaze of Tatsuma and Minato, Yusuke and his companions initially brought Murata-Yu to a somewhat dilapidated house, presumably Murata-Yu's residence. Inside, there lay a farewell letter personally written by Murata-Yu. However, upon the arrival of Yusuke and the others, the letter remained unopened. Spotting the letter, Yusuke and his cohorts decided to unveil its contents. They gathered around, heads close together, whispering and struggling to decipher the characters Murata-Yu had written. After considerable effort, they finally managed to read it and callously tossed the letter aside, laughing carelessly. Later, they exchanged hushed words amongst themselves before entering another room, clearly belonging to a woman. Inside, they discovered an array of provocative garments, and without hesitation, they began adorning Murata-Yu with them. Once their unconventional makeover was complete, they indulged in a bath within Murata-Yu's residence, cleansing away any lingering traces of blood, and departing with laughter in tow. Tatsuma and Minato closely observed the entire sequence of events. Tatsuma noted the gradual dissipation of anger on Minato's face. It wasn't that his anger had vanished, rather, it transformed into an icy, merciless calmness reminiscent of a hunter relentlessly pursuing their prey. "Tatsuma, I'll entrust all command decisions to you. I'm wary that I might make the most serious errors. With me overseeing, you won't." Chapter 45, People Who Go to Nightclubs Without Money. As the night unfolded, the duo maintained a vigilant watch. Numerous Ronins frequented the establishment known as Dream Night, with their focus on the young woman named Murata Yuko. Every unfolding scene was meticulously scrutinized by both of them. It was well past midnight when Tatsuma and Minato wrapped up their surveillance. Observing Yusuke and the others emerging and leaning against the wall, Tatsuma turned to Minato, saying, "I'll keep an eye on them while simultaneously tracking down Nasu's whereabouts. You focus on monitoring that girl, Murata Yuko. Ensure she doesn't impede our efforts against Nasu and his forces due to her brother's situation. If needed, limit her movements. I'll reach out to you once I gather relevant information." Minato nodded expressionlessly, unsure of what emotions to harbor towards this task and its objectives. In a matter of hours, he bore witness to a group of Ronins supporting the rogue ninja. The brutal killing of a teenager unfolded before his eyes, and instead of fleeing, these Ronins brazenly turned their attention to harass the sister of the fallen youth. If Tatsuma hadn't stepped in and Minato hadn't made a solemn promise to Tatsuma about curbing his impulsive actions, tonight Minato would have found himself repeatedly tempted to cast aside his ninja identity and succumb to the urge to kill. At this juncture, Minato had reached a state of almost numb calmness, yet he grasped the essence of Tatsuma's words. Despite the recent harshness in Tatsuma's communication, Minato understood that Tatsuma's underlying message was a directive for him to safeguard the girl named Murata Yuko. Tatsuma left first, following the Ronins who needed support to walk. Minato remained, waiting for the appearance of Murata Yuko. After a while, Murata Yuko, walking somewhat unsteadily, returned to her home. She saw her brother's already cold body and the farewell letter he had left before leaving yesterday. Thud against the just-opened door, Murata Yuko collapsed, the sound resonating ominously in the silent night. The nearby residents, and even a few houses, illuminated their lights moments later. Yet, inexplicably, not a single household dared to venture out into the midnight darkness. Even those who had initially lit up their homes swiftly extinguished their lights for reasons unknown. In the stillness of the night, an undeniable chill hung in the air. Having seated herself on the ground for a while, Murata Yuko summoned the strength to crawl toward Murata Yu's side. Upon touching her brother's already frigid skin and the dried blood scabs that crumbled at the slightest contact, Murata Yuko could no longer contain her tears. Gazing at the letter spread out beside her, callously thrown on the ground with footprints marring its surface, Murata Yuko's sobbing gradually waned, yet her tears flowed more freely. Cradling Yuko discovered something concealed within her brother's garments. With hands trembling, she delved into his clothes and retrieved a short knife, wrapped in strips of cloth, devoid of even a proper sheath. No, it couldn't rightly be called a knife, it was more a narrow piece of iron honed to a keen edge. Running her fingers over the bloodstained yet untouched short blade, Yuko stared at her brother's unyielding eyes, unwilling to shut, and clenched her teeth. By the time the sun began to rise, Murata Yuko, her tears now dried, cradled the short knife that Yu had carried with him in her arms. Lifting him onto her back, she took faltering steps toward the outskirts of the village. Upon reaching the site of the tragic incident and witnessing the bloodstains on the white frost-covered grass turning black, Murata Yuko seemed to grasp some understanding. With her bare hands, she proceeded to excavate a not-so-large hole nearby. In the early spring graveyard, the withered grass field lay beneath a blanket of frozen frost and scattered ice fragments. Murata Yuko's hands bore repeated scratches from the hard soil, mingling fresh blood with the graveyard's blackened and dried stains. Upon gently placing you in the pit, the weary Murata Yuko leaned against a tombstone, murmuring softly, "Dad, Mom, little Yu is coming to join you. I'm alone now." Not far off, Minato shut his eyes, unable to endure the heart-wrenching scene. After a brief respite, Yuko knelt by the pit once more, using her hands to cover her brother with soil, each handful tainted with a blend of blood and frost. Having completed her somber task, Yuko continued to stagger back to the village. Upon her return home, Yuko's movements were no longer marked by a mere stagger, she couldn't even maintain an upright posture. Struggling to reach her room, she eventually collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Minato, who had concealed his presence until now, could no longer resist. He entered the house, gently lifting Yuko onto the bed, covering her with a thin blanket, and then disappeared without a trace. Over the next 3 days, Yuko didn't make her way to the nightclub for work. When questioned, she attributed her absence to illness, and indeed, she needed the rest. Although the wounds on her hands had formed scabs, numerous densely packed reddish-brown stripe marks remained. Even a slight movement threatened to reopen the recently healed wounds, causing them to bleed once more. During this time, Tatsuma remained far from idle. By tailing Yusuke and his associates, he eventually pinpointed Nasu's location and discovered that Nasu collected protection fees at Dream Night, where Murata Yuko was employed, every 10th day. Tomorrow marked the 10th day, and Tatsuma, along with Minato, devised a plan to seize this opportunity and carry out an operation to apprehend Nasu. However, it became apparent that they were not the sole possessors of this critical information. Yuko was also in the know. On the 10th day, undeterred by the wounds on her hands that had yet to fully heal, she began grooming herself in the afternoon. Observing the unfolding situation, the two of them grasped Yuko's intentions. Minato furrowed his brow and remarked, "Should we intervene? Her involvement might disrupt our operation." Tatsuma pondered briefly, shook his head, and replied, "No need. Allowing her to proceed could indeed impact our operation, but with some guidance, she has the potential to be an asset for us. But tonight's operation is highly perilous, and she's just a civilian girl." Before Minato could complete his thought, Tatsuma interjected, "She desires personal involvement and seeking revenge. If we obstruct her, it will leave a lasting regret deep within her heart." In the evening, she changed into fresh attire, applied makeup, and made her way to the nightclub. The only notable difference was the concealed knife she now cradled in her embrace. Simultaneously, a white-haired young man with naturally curly hair and an unassuming blonde youth, both garbed in yukata, sauntered towards the entrance of the nightclub. Unbeknownst to them, on the opposite side of the nightclub, within a hot spring inn, Jiraiya leisurely sipped his drink while observing them. "Come on, Tatsuma, Minato. But really, entering a nightclub without money, that takes guts. Haven't they ever been roughed up for that?" As he spoke, Jiraiya touched the area around his ribs. The injuries from his earlier years seemed to still cause him some phantom pain. Jiraiya suddenly had a somewhat wicked desire for Minato and Tatsuma to experience something similar. Chapter 46, Tatsuma Trolling Minato. Welcome. Tatsuma stepped into the night shop named Dream Night, greeted by a gentle voice. Two lines of girls near the entrance beamed with welcoming smiles as they cordially acknowledged the duo. In that moment, an even more refined and slightly older middle-aged woman approached. She effortlessly linked her arm with Tatsuma's and inquired, "Welcome, guests. Is this your first visit to our Dream Night? Judging by your and your friend's attire, I presume you are esteemed patrons from the Shiranami Hot Springs Inn, am I correct?" Tatsuma affirmed with a nod. Their arrival at this location wasn't a mere application of transformation jutsu, even their choice of yukatas had been meticulously made, reflecting the pinnacle of expenditure associated with the hot spring inn in Shiranami village. The reason behind their distinctive attire was straightforward, a lack of funds. Opting for ordinary clothes would risk exposing their financial constraint if asked for payment up front. Yukatas, on the other hand, provided a semblance of normalcy to their apparent lack of funds. Furthermore, the entire village was aware that patrons of the Shiranami Hot Springs Inn were individuals of affluence. Astute proprietresses like the one at the nightclub might be inclined to extend the payment deadline or, perhaps, even accompany them to the Hot Spring Inn for the settlement process. After a nod, Tatsuma withheld his words momentarily. Instead, he adopted a discerning and critical expression, carefully observing the movements and postures of the girls within the venue. After a pause, he couldn't help but smirk and turn to Minato, who seemed somewhat uneasy, remarking, "Zenzu, this place seems rather ordinary. How about we explore another establishment?" Minato didn't reply immediately. He was still getting accustomed to the environment, but his hesitation was misconstrued as disdain by the nightclub madam. She promptly interjected, "Guests. Guests. Why the rush? A jewelry store doesn't flaunt its best pieces for everyone to see, right? Come to this private booth, and I'll introduce you to our finest selection. June, fetch 2 bottles of sake and join these 2 guests for a couple of drinks." Upon hearing the madam instructing the nearby girl to fetch the drinks, Tatsuma gently nudged the madam's shoulder, retracted his arm, and calmly remarked, "Pressuring a sale isn't the way to go. Consider what you're saying. How can these 2 bottles of sake compensate for your bill? Think of it as recompense for any inconvenience caused by the wait, the madam responded. Upon hearing the madam's conciliatory words, Tatsuma finally revealed a smile, embraced the madam, and expressed, "Now, that's what I like to hear." Maintaining her warm smile, the madam led the duo to a private booth. At that moment, the girl named June approached with 2 bottles of sake. As she tidied up the table in the private booth, she inquired with gentleness, "Guests, would you prefer the sake warmed?" Tatsuma responded effortlessly, "Certainly, warm." In this chilly weather, sake that isn't warm feels as cold as dewdrops freezing on your body during a hot spring soak. On the sidelines, Minato, initially fearing they were about to break their alcohol abstinence, breathed a sigh of relief, appreciating how Tatsuma's words deftly bought them some time. He couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed about Tatsuma's familiarity with the place. However, Minato didn't dwell on the confusion for too long, assuming that Tatsuma had gathered information during his surveillance in the past few days. June ignited a small charcoal stove, heating water in preparation to warm the sake. Once these tasks were completed, the madam entered with several other girls. With a casual wave, she signaled for June to leave and then offered a warm smile to Tatsuma. Before any introductions could be made, Tatsuma gestured dismissively and declared, "Change them." The madam's expression momentarily stiffened, but she swiftly regained her composure, forcing a smile as she responded, "Guest, you certainly have discerning tastes. Let me promptly find a few more options for you. Change them. If the next round doesn't meet our satisfaction, then you may enjoy this sake yourself," Tatsuma insisted. However, Tatsuma promptly dismissed the second batch with a casual wave of his hand. The madam, sensing Tatsuma's authority, refrained from uttering a word and quickly departed with a few girls. After a significant amount of time had elapsed, likely allowing the warm sake to lose some of its alcohol content due to evaporation, the madam returned with 2 new girls. Simultaneously, Tatsuma and Minato's eyes brightened, for among the pair, one was none other than Yuko. Despite this exciting development, Tatsuma refrained from an immediate agreement. Instead, he scrutinized them with the precision of a seasoned ladybug, ultimately pointing to Yuko and remarking, "Let's go with her." "Zenzu, what's your choice?" Minato hesitated in choosing the second option, or any other for that matter. In a moment of recollection, he thought about Tatsuma's earlier boldness in requesting a change, cast a glance at the madam, and felt the inclination to follow Tatsuma's lead in seeking an alteration, even if it meant prolonging the wait. However, Tatsuma was mindful that the nightclub in this small village might not boast an extensive selection of girls. Furthermore, frequent requests for changes could potentially convey a troublesome intent to the madam. Thus, with a mischievous smile, Tatsuma preempted Minato and spoke up, "Madam, it appears my friend here hasn't found a connection with any of the girls in your establishment." "Oh? This?" The madam found herself a bit perplexed. Before she could formulate a response, Tatsuma smoothly interjected, "But you're not bad. Zenzu, what's your take?" Minato, momentarily caught off guard, realized he had fallen for Tatsuma's trick. He could only express his helplessness, "Isn't this a bit too awkward?" It's fine. The madam waved her hand, signaling for the other girl to leave. She then positioned Yuko between Tatsuma and Minato. Retrieving the slightly overheated sake with a smile, she said, "This young lady is called Yuko. You can call me Yoshiko. I'm curious about the names of our 2 guests." Sakata Jintoki, Tatsuma pointed to himself and then indicated Minato, saying, "Hattori Zenzu." "Mr. Jintoki, Mr. Zenzu, would you like me to warm another cup for you too?" Observing Yuko lowering her head and seemingly ignoring the guests, the madam briefly displayed a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Nevertheless, she quickly raised her head with a smile, ready to warm sake for the duo again. However, Tatsuma intervened, taking the sake cup from the madam's hand and saying, "Wasting warm sake is akin to squandering a girl's youth. I'm not as frugal as Zenzu in that regard." With these words, Tatsuma emptied the sake cup that had long lost its alcohol content. He then cast a glance at Minato. Minato's expression darkened. He felt as if Tatsuma had been ribbing him all day, but he quickly caught on. Declining a drink at a nightclub would raise suspicion. Taking the sake cup from the madam, he emitted a disdainful snort and swiftly downed it in one go. The madam, oblivious to any suspicion, promptly refilled their cups and commenced warming the sake again. At this moment, a sudden influx of people burst into the nightclub, stirring up a commotion. Tatsuma feigned displeasure and glanced over. His eyes slightly narrowed upon recognizing the newcomers. Within the group were not only Yusuke and others, but also several other ronin. Most crucially, their primary target for the trip, the rogue ninja from the Waterfall Ninja Village, Nasu, was in their midst. Yuko also caught sight of the newcomers. Her initially listless eyes snapped into focus, and an instinctual urge to stand up surged through her body. However, a restraining hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Tatsuma directed his gaze at Yuko and gestured toward the table. Although he didn't speak, Yuko understood his silent communication. She didn't want the guests to cause any disruptions, potentially jeopardizing the chance to deal with Nasu. Thus, she reached for a sake cup and handed it to Tatsuma, saying, "Dear guest." Tisk. However, just as Yuko spoke, Tatsuma seized her hand, the one holding the sake cup. Startled, Yuko released the cup. The madam was on the verge of scolding Yuko, but Tatsuma swiftly intervened, remarking, "A hand like this isn't fitting for serving drinks, what did you say?" Yuko attempted to withdraw her hand, but Tatsuma remained fixated on the scar, stating, "Do you know what hands like these are best suited for?" Yuko remained silent. Tatsuma shifted his gaze to Minato, who had incapacitated the madam with a neck chop, then refocused on Yuko, whispering, "They are perfect for seeking vengeance for your brother." Yuko stood in stunned silence, still processing the abrupt move when Tatsuma seized her hand and tossed her aside. Simultaneously, wearing a fierce expression, Tatsuma exclaimed, crying and offering drinks with such an unsightly hand. "Who do you take me for? I'm here to spend money, not to watch your hardships. What's happening over there?" Nasu, positioned at the entrance, also took notice of the unfolding situation, his brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 47. The best hunters often disguise themselves as prey. "Hey, is that Murata Yuko? Her little brother's the cheeky one who tried to take you out a few days back and ended up in our clutches," Yusuke remarked, eyeing the perplexed Yuko seated on the ground. He turned to Nasu, who nodded in agreement and remarked, "Next time, handle it more cleanly. Now she's still alive but causing trouble for my business." "What's the deal with that?" "I get it. I'll handle her in a bit," Yusuke nodded before inquiring, "What about our uninvited guest?" "Anyone stirring up trouble on my turf should pay up and get lost." Nasu shook his head and disappeared into a nearby room. Yusuke made his way toward Tatsuma and the others. Meanwhile, seizing the moment, Minato poured some alcohol on the madam's body and splashed a bit on himself. Approaching without uttering a word, Yusuke was met by Minato, who, having shrugged off his earlier unease, gestured to the alcohol stains on his chest and queried, "You the one calling the shots around here?" "I'm in charge to deal with both of you." "Your authority is good enough then. What's the deal with this joint of yours? One spills drinks like it's a hobby, and the other acts more high and mighty than the customers?" Minato cut in, disrupting Yusuke. Yusuke glanced at the unconscious madam, covered in various alcohol stains, deducing that she might have accidentally spilled drinks on a customer who then knocked her out in frustration. However, instead of pacifying him, this revelation only fueled Yusuke's irritation. Placing his hand on the long sword at his waist, he declared, "Hand over the money you've got, vacate this place, and we might just let you off the hook for causing a ruckus in the joint." "Money? Which eye of yours sees that we're carrying any cash?" Tatsuma remarked with casual indifference. Yusuke was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone more audacious than himself. He then demanded, frustration evident in his tone, "So you intentionally came here today to stir up trouble?" "Ah," Tatsuma wore a wicked smile, declaring, "Did you just figure that out?" I hereby proclaim that Hakusen village is now under the control of Sakata Jintoki and my brother Hattori Zenzu. Hurry up and fork over the money." Yusuke's expression darkened entirely as he reached out to seize Tatsuma's chest. However, Tatsuma's hand moved unusually swiftly. He snatched a bottle of alcohol from the table and ruthlessly smashed it against Yusuke's head. Bang! Shards of glass and alcohol droplets scattered in all directions. Yusuke staggered, caught off guard, and before he could regain his balance, Tatsuma delivered a swift kick, propelling Yusuke the now unconscious right beside Yuko. In the dim light, Yuko, perplexed about how things had escalated, glanced at Tatsuma. To her astonishment, Tatsuma winked at her. Observing the unconscious Yusuke next to her, Yuko discreetly touched the short knife hidden in her bosom, grasping Tatsuma's intention. In the midst of the chaos, the remaining patrons and waitresses hastily made their exit, leading the Ronin to encircle them. However, Tatsuma and Minato remained unperturbed, calmly surveying the individuals in their proximity. Soon, the two exchanged glances and nodded. Tatsuma had already discerned Nasu's influence in Hakusen village, realizing that these people had congregated quite coincidentally. Tatsuma turned his gaze toward the direction of the room Nasu had entered and instructed Minato, "Zenzu, take it easy on them, don't give these folks a fright." Upon hearing Tatsuma's directive, Minato nodded. They were feigning troublemakers, so revealing their full strength at this point was a no-go. They needed to create an illusion that these opponents stood a chance. Unleashing too much strength right away could trigger Nasu's suspicion and make him bail. What they sought now was to ineffectively subdue these individuals, prompting Nasu to step in against them. Swoosh! In that moment, a blade sliced through the air past Minato. Swiftly dodging, he recognized that a direct hit could disrupt the effects of the transformation jutsu on his body. Seizing the Ronin's sword in response, Minato plunged it into his chest. Emulating Tatsuma's earlier attitude, Minato quipped, "If you're reaching for your sword, be prepared to meet your end." Tatsuma was taken aback, surprised that Minato also possessed the talent for intimidating opponents. No, Minato did have the talent, but he didn't flaunt it as conspicuously as the later generation of leaders. Instead, he handled it with greater sophistication. For example, before getting into a fight, he would change into the attire of the Hokage, saying, "I'll be right back," and bearing the name of the Hokage, "I cannot lose." Moreover, he would casually mention, "I'm not good at Sage Jutsu," yet he could instantly activate it in the fight against 6 paths of Ito. Tatsuma not only recognized Minato's talent for intimidation but was also taken aback by Minato's recent stoic act of thrusting the sword into his opponent. Indeed, their very own people perceived Minato as the Little Sun, a title that resonated with his demeanor. In the eyes of outsiders, however, Minato was renowned for swiftly dispatching Jonin ninja like a farmer plucking weed, navigating countless battlefields, earning the respect of a Wadakure village to the extent that they'd forgive any mission abandonment upon encountering the Yellow Flash, and being handpicked by Jiraiya as the most exceptional ninja. Having just lost 2 comrades in quick succession, the Ronin, who had initially shown little concern for loyalty, found themselves in a moment of hesitation. Despite still encircling the duo, none dared to initiate an attack. 2 of them abruptly turned and made a dash for the room where Nasu was. Observing this, Tatsuma seized another bottle and hurled it at the pair. Bang! It was done. One person crumpled, while the other scrambled away. Satisfied, Tatsuma averted his gaze. He had no real intention of preventing the Ronin from seeking reinforcements, it was all part of the act. Before long, Nasu emerged from the room, witnessing over a dozen subordinates circling 2 figures, and despite their numerical advantage, refrained from attacking. He erupted, "What's this nonsense? Waiting for them to starve to death? Attack!" Following Nasu's order, the Ronin, though hesitant, cautiously closed in on the pair. The nearest 2 swung their blades directly at them. Exercising restraint, Minato sidestepped the attacks, purposely refraining from using the taijutsu learned in the academy. He deftly dodged and then applied the specific taijutsu moves Tatsuma had taught him, slamming his elbow against the assailant's jaw, rendering the Ronin unconscious. Tatsuma, on the contrary, exhibited a less polished approach. He directly seized the Ronin's wrist, executed a shoulder throw, and concluded with a kick in the neck, incapacitating him with another forceful blow. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Nasu's anger heightened. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He was irate because the two had assaulted his subordinates, yet relieved because there were no apparent signs of them being ninja. They seemed like ordinary individuals with some fighting skills. Stepping forward with indignation, he barked, "You two will regret this." As he spoke, Nasu swiftly formed hand seals and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from his original position. Witnessing their leader employ ninja techniques, the Ronins' faces lit up with a mix of amazement and joy. In their perspective, regular folks stood no chance against a ninja. These two troublemakers were, in their minds, bound to meet their demise at the hands of their leader. Tatsuma and Minato, however, accurately wore expressions of terror, as if oblivious to Nasu's stealthy reappearance behind them. As Nasu materialized, he brandished a kunai in each hand and aimed them at the necks of the duo. "Look out!" In that moment, Yuko, who had gone unnoticed by the rest, hurriedly shouted. Chapter 48. The longer the foreplay, the shorter the main act. Surprisingly, Yuko broke the silence at this moment. Nasu hadn't seen it coming, and his subordinates continued their activities unabated. He doubted that these two mischievous troublemakers comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, a subtle undercurrent of menace toward Yuko flickered in Nasu's eyes. Once this ordeal was dealt with, Nasu swore to take matters into his own hands and put an end to Yuko. Plop, plop bang, bang. Nasu's kunai found its mark, piercing the necks of Tatsuma and Minato. But the grim sound of blades slicing through flesh didn't resonate as expected, freezing the smiles on the faces of the Ronin and momentarily leaving Nasu in a tense stillness. Within the space where Tatsuma and Minato had stood, a pair of smoke clouds enveloped them. Swiftly dissipating, the smoke revealed an unexpected transformation. The two adults had inexplicably morphed into two small boys. What's more, Nasu's kunai had struck just above the heads of the transformed duo, indicating that Nasu had not inflicted any physical harm. Unexpectedly, Tatsuma and Minato restored to their original forms, each wielded a kunai and thrust them into Nasu's ribs. The depth of Nasu's lung injury undeniably delivered a severe blow, sapping the strength of even a formidable ninja like him. This setback was particularly impactful given Nasu's status as a chunin in the relatively modest waterfall ninja village. Tatsuma and Minato pressed on, their actions seamlessly coordinated. Simultaneously swinging their arms back, they executed a well-timed kick to Nasu's knees from behind. Nasu crumpled to the ground instantly, and the duo wasted no time in producing ropes to bind him securely. Employing techniques learned from their classroom training, they applied effective methods and intricate knots designed to thwart any escape techniques. The sudden turn of events caught the Ronin off guard, and there was no intervention from anyone to halt their actions. In the blink of an eye, the ninja-sama, expected to be the one to put an end to the troublesome duo, found himself unexpectedly defeated by two kids. The Ronin were not the only ones taken aback, even Minato found himself somewhat astonished. Nasu, a chunin, being effortlessly defeated by freshly graduated genin was not something he had anticipated. Tatsuma, with a keen awareness of his own capabilities, remained unfazed. He understood that many ninjas lacked the skill to overcome lack of intelligence. Even jonin or village leaders could fall victim to ambushes due to imbalances in intelligence. Nasu, this chunin, was someone who abused his power among civilians, forgetting all caution. His role as a chunin, especially one who overlooked vigilance within the civilian population, was even more concerning. Except for a handful of highly skilled rogue ninjas, the majority could be handled with just a kunai, let alone dealing with Tatsuma and Minato together, who both have the strength of a chunin. "Minato, should I take the lead, or are you up for it?" Having subdued Nasu, Tatsuma eased into a smile and directed the question at Minato. Unfazed by their effortless victory over Nasu, Minato scanned the surroundings and replied, "I've got it. Don't underestimate us, you little brats." A Ronin, unable to accept the unfolding scene, voiced his despair. However, his protest was met with a swiftly spinning shuriken slicing across his neck. As the Ronin collapsed, Minato vanished without a trace, mirroring Nasu's earlier use of the body flicker jutsu. However, Minato's execution was notably more proficient than Nasu's stumbling attempt. In the blink of an eye, the Ronin fell one by one. Those directly involved in the killing of Murata met their end at the hands of Minato, while the others were skillfully incapacitated, ensuring they would no longer pose a threat in their remaining years. To put it plainly, this involved rendering them immobile and unconscious, achieved through techniques such as strategically cutting tendons and ligaments. Soon, only Yusuke remained among the Ronin who hadn't succumbed to death or incapacitation, lying unconscious by Yuko's side. Minato, utilizing the body flicker technique, materialized in front of Yusuke, poised to strike with his kunai, when Tatsuma's voice interrupted, "Minato." In response to Tatsuma's shout, Minato halted. Tatsuma directed his gaze towards Yuko and inquired, "Do you want to handle this yourself, or shall we take care of it for you?" Yuko, momentarily stunned as she surveyed the scene, instinctively reached for the short knife at her side. Her eyes fixed on the unconscious Yusuke, her breaths coming heavily. However, after a deep inhalation, she composed herself and, with a slightly trembling voice, responded, "Please, let me handle this myself." With trembling hands, Yuko retrieved the short knife. She carefully unraveled the cloth encasing the blade, her fingers shaking as she clutched the remaining handle wrapped in fabric. The knife's tip hesitated above Yusuke's chest, her struggle was evident. Minato, growing uneasy, felt the urge to intervene, but Tatsuma intervened once more, preventing him from taking action. Tatsuma directed his attention to Yuko and said, "Your little brother wouldn't want to see you commit murder. If you find it difficult, just leave it to us." Upon hearing Tatsuma mention her brother, Yuko, previously indecisive, resolved herself. The knife's tip pierced Yusuke's heart, but her grip on the handle faltered, causing her hand to slide down, the blade leaving a cut. Despite the injury, Yuko remained oblivious. Tearfully and with a smile, she observed Yusuke's sudden convulsion. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances but opted not to disturb Yuko. Instead, they efficiently bound the remaining Ronin on the ground. Once this task was complete, they planned to depart with their captives. However, in this moment, Yuko ceased crying and declared, "Please wait a moment. I'd like to pour a drink for both of you." Stretching out to grasp the nearby table for support, she realized her hands were stained with blood. Awkwardly, she commented, "I need to wash my hands first. Just give me a moment." "Okay?" Minato shook his head, saying, "Apologies, but we don't drink." Tatsuma maintained silence, silently concurring with Minato's assertion. Disappointment flickered across Yuko's face. Yet, in the now hushed nightclub, a voice echoed. "Two naive youngsters, a girl's gratitude is something you can't refuse." Realizing there were still people around, Yuko suddenly became nervous, and from the darkness emerged the figure of Jiraiya. Observing Yuko's anxious expression, Tatsuma took the initiative to introduce, "This is our guiding Jonin. By the way, we're ninjas from Konoha." "Thank you." With nothing else coming to mind, Yuko could only express her gratitude. She then struggled to stand and made her way towards the restroom. Jiraiya approached the two boys, ruffled their hair, and said, "Not bad, huh? Seems like your talents extend beyond just academics." A shy smile graced Minato's face, but in this moment, his hands were also bloodied, and a few droplets stained his face, creating a chilling sight. Jiraiya turned to Tatsuma and inquired, "Tatsuma, do you strongly resist killing?" Having observed their actions in the past few days, Jiraiya was genuinely puzzled by Tatsuma's apparent reluctance. Tatsuma didn't deny it, he nodded and said, "Taking a life has never felt like the right thing to do. Perhaps in the future, I'll be stained with the blood of countless people, but I'll never see it as something right or commendable." Upon hearing Tatsuma's response, Jiraiya nodded and turned his attention to Minato, remarking, "Minato, you should also grasp Tatsuma's perspective, right?" Minato nodded, affirming, "I understand. I'll be more considerate in restraining myself moving forward." "Good. However, you didn't make a mistake this time. These people didn't deserve to live, it was just a matter of mission necessity." Jiraiya patted the shoulders of the two boys and directed his gaze at Yuko, who emerged from the restroom. He retrieved a key card and handed it to both of them, saying, "If you're not up for a drink, head over to the hotel across the street. The rooms are ready, and it's about time you two took a break. I'll handle keeping an eye on these folks for you." Chapter 49, Fame is Deadly for a Ninja. Tatsuma remained oblivious to Jiraiya's nocturnal activities involving alcohol. Upon waking up and stepping out of the house, he discovered Yuko had once again revoked her will to live. The despondency that lingered the night before, marked by the feeling of imminent demise, had miraculously dissipated. Meanwhile, Nasu and the others found themselves in the custody of the Waterfall Village ninjas and the law enforcement authorities from neighboring towns in the Land of Fire. Tatsuma had anticipated this to be a daunting challenge, yet to his surprise, Jiraiya managed to resolve the matter in just one night. Observing Nasu being escorted away by the Waterfall Village Jonin, Minato questioned Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, given that the Waterfall Village Jonin is already handling the situation, why must we proceed with the mission?" "Because this is the Land of Fire. Even if they could have made the arrest earlier, they can't take unilateral action here." Irea sighed and said, "If Konoha ninjas take action, even if it takes longer, the only ones harmed will be the civilians that the daimyo doesn't care about. But even if the ninja from the Waterfall Village were to act, even if it could reduce harm to civilians, the daimyo wouldn't agree. Because in this case, the ones harmed would be those important to the daimyo, the prestige of a major nation." Minato continued to grapple with the situation, finding it challenging to fully comprehend, while Tatsuma maintained his silence, recognizing that Jiraiya deemed no need for further explanation. He grasped the intricacies. As for whether this perspective was ethically sound, Tatsuma found himself unsure how to pass judgment. The preservation of a nation's sovereignty often demands such actions, even at the cost of civilian well-being, though the harm inflicted is typically short-term and limited to a few individuals. Once a precedent is set, the sovereignty of the Land of Fire will be trampled upon. Rebuilding it will be difficult, and Konoha will also be greatly affected. People will question Konoha's strength, leading to a reduction in mission assignments. Therefore, from a higher perspective, sacrificing a very small number of people to uphold the dignity of the entire country is indeed worthwhile. However, Tatsuma is currently on the grassroots level, where he can see the genuine and tangible harm people are experiencing. Observing his two students, who had abruptly lost their enthusiasm after completing the mission, Jiraiya sighed, affectionately tousled their heads, and uttered, "All right, let's head back." "Jiraiya-sama," upon learning of their imminent departure, Yuko interjected, "the village wishes to arrange a banquet as a gesture of gratitude towards you. If you're not occupied, could you stay and partake in the celebration?" Jiraiya dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, remarking, "Forget it, we're ninjas, and ninjas don't crave flowers and applause. Plus, our tardiness only added to the tragedies here. It's rather awkward to linger." As he spoke, he allowed his hands to hang down, gently resting them on the backs of Tatsuma and Minato's necks. Leading the two away from the village, once a suitable distance was established, Jiraiya inquired, "Ruining the chance for both of you to receive well-deserved praise, does that bother you?" Minato shook his head, and Tatsuma, nonchalant, shrugged, signaling his indifference. Jiraiya nodded and conveyed, "For ninjas, the greatest fear is being burdened by fame. In Konoha, only one ninja needs to pursue that, the Hokage. If you're not aspiring to be the Hokage or have no interest in it, then steer clear. You shouldn't let even a hint of fame tarnish you." Upon absorbing Jiraiya's advice, Tatsuma wore a pensive expression. He finally grasped why Jiraiya refrained from embracing the title of Konoha Sannin, later preferring to be recognized as the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. This is because Jiraiya had no aspirations to become the Hokage. Concurrently, he deliberately shed the title of Konoha Ninja bestowed upon him. As he traversed the ninja world in the future, he adorned a forehead protector uniquely inscribed with the character oil, a symbol of his individuality. Furthermore, Jiraiya's words appeared to hold true. Ninjas burdened by fame, particularly in Konoha, did not fare well. Sakumo Hatake, renowned as Konoha's White Fang, tragically took his own life. Yakushi Nono, the wandering Miko, met her demise at the hands of her own people. Shursui, the master of body flicker, ended his life after betrayal by his superiors. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world, met his demise after his bad karma bit him in the ass. In the realm of those with prestigious titles, almost no one managed to evade being killed. Hashirama Senju, hailed as the god of the ninja world, ascended to become the first Hokage. Tobarama Senju, renowned as the swiftest ninja globally, assumed the role of the second Hokage, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of ninjutsu, held the position of the third Hokage. All of them were killed. Subsequently, Minato Namikaze, renowned as the Yellow Flash, rose to the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade, one of the Konoha three Sannin and also known as the Slug Princess, took on the role of the fifth Hokage. Kakashi, the copy ninja, assumed the duties of the sixth Hokage, and the unexpectedly exceptional ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, emerged as the seventh Hokage. Apart from them, the majority of Konoha ninjas bearing prominent nicknames didn't meet favorable fates. Even Might Guy, who modestly dubbed himself the Azure Beast of Konoha, came perilously close to losing his life. Perhaps it's superstition, or maybe someone is manipulating things, but indeed, as Jiraiya said, if you're not aiming to be the Hokage or have no intention of becoming one, then fame is unnecessary. After all, in the consensus of many in the ninja world, ninjas are tools. These tools are wielded by the Kages in the ninja village and the daimyo in the country. The more dazzling the tool, the more cumbersome it becomes to employ. For such tools, their destiny is confined to either being brought into the light or buried in obscurity. Observing the contemplative expressions on his two students, Jiraiya shook his head, sighing at himself for broaching such weighty matters so early with the young duo. Nevertheless, he managed a reassuring smile and remarked, "Let's not linger on that. Congratulations to both of you on completing your first mission in your ninja careers. This mission comes with a reward of 50,000 Ryo, with the village taking a 20% cut. The remaining sum is all yours, considering my less than impressive contributions." Tatsuma arched an eyebrow. 40,000 Ryo, when divided evenly between him and Minato, would amount to 20,000 each. This equated to their living allowances for the past 6 months. And in a mere 6 days, they had completed the mission. Even accounting for a day or two of travel back, it was just a little over a week. Reflecting on it, earning money as a ninja indeed proved swift. However, considering the newly added responsibilities of covering expenses like rent, utilities, and living costs, their hard-earned reward would barely stretch to last about 3 months. Furthermore, their approach to this mission was frugal. They refrained from purchasing any additional ninja tools or explosive tags. Even the military rations pills were generously provided by Jiraiya. If these supplementary expenses were factored in, their financial resilience would likely be halved. In an instant, the fleeting joy Tatsuma had just experienced dissipated. Minato, however, didn't dwell on it too much. He shook his head and expressed, "No, Jiraiya-sensei. Without your assistance, completing the mission wouldn't have been nearly as smooth." Minato glanced at Tatsuma, who nodded in agreement. Tatsuma, harboring no greed for the money, added, "I echo Minato's sentiments, Jiraiya-sensei. You should take the share you rightly deserve." Jiraiya displayed a pleased smile. Though money held less significance for him compared to these two students, he appreciated their considerate attitude. Jiraiya chuckled and responded, "Since you're both so thoughtful, I'll gladly accept it. Once we return, I'll treat you to barbecue." Aha gurgled too at the mention of barbecue by Jiraiya. The two who had subsisted on military rations pills for a week perked up. Tatsuma wiped his mouth and suggested, "Minato, the craving for barbecue has hit me suddenly. Same here. How about we make our way back to the village swiftly? Up for a race? Minato nodded and agreed, sure. You truly live up to your reputation, Minato. Even after completing the mission, your energy is still soaring. But I bet I'll beat you to the village. Chapter 50, Getting New Jutsus from Jiraiya. Check is 30,000 Ryo. Please come back again 2 days later. In front of the barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Jiraiya, wallet in hand, froze mid-smile. A sudden realization hit him, something was amiss. This time, the mission had only yielded him 20,000 Ryo as his share. Treating these two mischievous brats to barbecue unexpectedly cost him 30,000 Ryo. It looked like he was in the red. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya caught the gazes of Tatsuma and Minato, tinged with approval and admiration. Instantly, Jiraiya's heart ceased its momentary ache. If he lost some money, so be it. Besides, Tsunade couldn't borrow money from him recently, and his savings were quite substantial. Jiraiya-sensei, what should we do next? Continue with missions, or... Tatsuma looked at the distracted Jiraiya and timely reminded him. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, snapped back to his senses, and said, we still need to continue with the missions, but they won't be C-rank from now on. At this, Tatsuma pursed his lips and glanced at Minato, saying, Jiraiya-sensei, do you think Minato and I are now capable of handling B-rank missions? Who said anything about B-rank missions? The next tasks for you are D-rank missions. Accumulate enough tasks for your future Chunin promotion, and meanwhile, you will follow me for training. Jiraiya shook his head, a subtle smile playing on his face. There was a time, just after graduation, when he aspired to tackle high-difficulty missions every day. However, after years of handling A-rank and S-rank missions, he found himself reminiscing about the simplicity of D-rank missions. Tatsuma and Minato's eyes lit up at the mention of training, especially Tatsuma. Over the past week, due to mission constraints, he had hardly had a chance to team up with Minato. His progress had fallen behind. Now, upon learning that Jiraiya would guide them through both D-rank missions and training, Tatsuma sensed the opportune moment to leverage Minato's skills once again. Earlier, Jiraiya had mentioned their team as a temporary arrangement. Either Tatsuma or Minato were destined to join Tsunade's team eventually, akin to selling piglets. This implied that Tatsuma would eventually lose Minato as a valuable resource. While he still had the chance, Tatsuma planned to make the most of it. Alright, tonight, you guys go back and rest. Your clothes haven't been washed for over a week. Despite the early spring and being kids, your clothes are all stinky now. I'll notify you tomorrow. Seeing the enthusiastic demeanor of the two, Jiraiya quickly waved his hand. He understood the diligence of these two brats but had no intention of spending the late evening entertaining them. After that, Jiraiya vanished without a trace. Tatsuma admired his body flicker technique. He then turned to Minato and remarked, just had barbecue, and I don't feel like resting so soon. What about you? You won't let me rest anyway, right? What's the training plan for tonight? In response to Minato's question, Tatsuma flashed a contagious smile and suggested, Jinjutsu, perhaps. I'm not as skilled in Jinjutsu as you are. How about we compete to see how many times we can trap each other in illusions before exhausting our chakra? Sure, let's go. The next morning, nearing noon, Tatsuma stirred awake. After expending a substantial amount of chakra and stamina the previous night, he found himself unusually having slept a full 8 hours. As he opened his eyes, Tatsuma spotted a toad by his pillow, observing him with its round eyes. Remaining composed, Tatsuma recognized it as Jiraiya's summoning creature. Did Jiraiya-sensei send you? Tatsuma inquired as he sat up in bed. The toad nodded, handing him a scroll before transforming into smoke and disappearing. Tatsuma unrolled the scroll to inspect its contents. It contained the meeting point and time. However, when Tatsuma saw that the meeting time was 8 o'clock in the morning, he glanced at the clock in his house in a bit of panic and realized it was already 11. He hastily changed his clothes and brushed his teeth simultaneously. Leaving his unruly hair untouched, he secured the forehead protector, fastened his ninja tools pouch, and rushed out of the house, heading straight for the agreed-upon location at the back of the Konoha Hokage Rock. Upon reaching the base of the Hokage Rock, he noticed Minato, also looking flustered, approaching from another direction. Upon locking eyes, both of them inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. This situation is quite peculiar. When you're the only one running late, there's a sense of panic. However, when you discover that someone else is also tardy like you, there's an inexplicable sense of relief. "Did you just wake up too?" Tatsuma greeted. Minato nodded, pointing to his chest and said, "Your buttons are crooked." Tatsuma glanced down and realized that the buttons on his clothes were misaligned. He swiftly unbuttoned and then rebuttoned them correctly. Alongside Minato, they hastened towards the top of the Hokage Rock. Arriving at the back of the mountain, both of them were still catching their breath when they suddenly saw Jiraiya, with a grim expression, appearing in front of them. Observing Jiraiya's silent demeanor, Minato couldn't help but feel guilty, lowering his head deeply, unsure of what to say. Tatsuma forced a smile and remarked, "Jiraiya-sensei, you truly live up to your reputation, being here so early." Doing the cost of speaking was a resounding conk on the head from Jiraiya. Despite receiving a love tap, Tatsuma felt a strange sense of relief from the stern Jiraiya. With a slightly eased expression on his face, Jiraiya observed Tatsuma, who was grimacing while holding his head and standing up. Finally, Jiraiya spoke, "What time did you two train until last night?" "Until 2:30. Minato spoke somewhat sheepishly. In reality, they could have finished before midnight last night, as their chakra was nearly depleted. However, a suddenly arrived senior in tight-fitting night training attire prolonged their session. Confirming from Minato's words that their lateness was due to additional training, Jiraiya's anger subsided a bit more. He didn't reproach them but instead said, "In the future, exercise restraint. Don't rely on youth alone. Training should be planned, understand?" "Understood." Minato nodded, while Tatsuma's expression was somewhat peculiar. Seeing Jiraiya raising his hand again, ready to deliver another knock, Tatsuma quickly nodded and said, "Understood." "Small in size, big in trouble." Jiraiya muttered, then took out a scroll, saying, "Although your chakra attributes are somewhat different, you both have wind and fire attributes. I consider myself fairly skilled in fire release ninjutsu. While I'm not a master of wind release, I borrowed some study notes from my teammate Orochimaru. With your talents, you should be able to understand them on your own. Currently, your biggest weakness is the lack of elemental jutsu. Therefore, for the next period, I will prioritize teaching you fire release and wind release ninjutsu, as well as nature transformation. Additionally, you will learn techniques from other ninjas." Saying this, Jiraiya unraveled a scroll and placed it on the ground. The scroll depicted various peculiar seals. Jiraiya formed hand signs and then slapped the scroll with one hand. Boom, smoke rose and dispersed, revealing numerous scrolls on the ground. Jiraiya continued, "I've selected ninjutsu for you, including C-rank fire release techniques like the Great Fireball Jutsu and Flame Bullet Jutsu, as well as C-rank wind release techniques like the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Gale Palm Jutsu. Additionally, there are notes and insights from Orochimaru and me on nature transformation for both fire and wind chakra attributes. These will be the main focus of your studies going forward." As Jiraiya spoke, several scrolls were thrown out, and Tatsuma and Minato quickly caught them. Glancing at the remaining scrolls, Jiraiya remarked, "The rest are Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Sealing Jutsu. I originally wanted to teach you Summoning Jutsu as well, but let's wait until you have a true sensei. Besides, Summoning Jutsu is a bit risky." While speaking, a hint of lingering fear flashed across Jiraiya's face. Minato didn't mind Jiraiya holding back, instead, he was full of gratitude. Tatsuma, eyeing the pile of scrolls, felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, actually, there's another ninjutsu I want to learn." A glimmer of curiosity appeared on Jiraiya's face as he said, "What a tribute." "No, Jiraiya-sensei, it's the Shadow Clone Jutsu." Tatsuma had a hopeful look on his face upon hearing this. Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu is indeed a very good technique, especially useful for you in the learning stage. However, not now. I will teach you this technique, but not at the moment." Chapter 51, 6 months time skip. Tatsuma's quest to master the Shadow Clone Jutsu ended in failure, much to his disappointment. The pervy sage attributed his refusal to Tatsuma's potential misuse of the technique, which could inflict severe harm upon his own body. Undoubtedly, the Shadow Clone Jutsu stands as a formidable asset for supplemental training. Through this technique, a clone acquires the cognitive prowess of its creator, enabling it to absorb ninjutsu knowledge with remarkable efficiency. When the clone dissipates due to chakra depletion, its experiences seamlessly merge back into the original, ensuring a continuous learning process. However, amidst these advantages lie the burdens of exhaustion and the strain of heightened memories. While adults may withstand the double fatigue, for two young bodies merely 8 years of age, such demands would inevitably impede their growth. Jiraiya harbored particular concern, understanding the unwavering determination of these two young individuals in their pursuit of mastery. He foresaw that once they grasped the Shadow Clone Jutsu, they would not settle for creating a solitary clone to aid in their learning. As the fatigue escalated to triple, quadruple, or beyond, the still developing physiques of these two would buckle under the weight of such strain. However, Tatsuma's inability to master the Shadow Clone Jutsu didn't dampen his ardor for learning. He remained the same fervently studious individual, characterized by his fierce competitive spirit, earning him the moniker Little Devil. He engaged in a friendly rivalry with Minato, wagering on who could master ninjutsu and nature transformation quicker. Furthermore, he struck a deal with Jiraiya, vowing to surpass the sage's own youthful learning pace. Each day, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to rigorous training. After 6 months of relentless dedication, Tatsuma achieved significant milestones. He successfully mastered the 2 C-rank fire release ninjutsu and 2 C-rank wind release ninjutsu. Additionally, he demonstrated proficiency in C-rank jinjutsu and mastered the inscription seal, a C-rank sealing jutsu, among others. He also delved into sensory and taijutsu knowledge. Interestingly, these taijutsu techniques proved to be technically simpler in terms of physical execution than the simplified martial arts he had practiced extensively during his university days. However, despite mastering the techniques through consistent training alongside Minato, Tatsuma recognized that this alone didn't constitute true taijutsu mastery, as it lacked significant refinement. Aware of the importance of Jiraiya's taijutsu teachings, which incorporated chakra utilization, Tatsuma approached them with earnestness. His goal extended beyond mere replication. He aimed to comprehend the nuances of taijutsu in the ninja world, intending to tailor a set of techniques that would suit his unique style and abilities. Throughout this 6-month period, Tatsuma's focus extended beyond mere acquisition of knowledge. He maintained an unwavering commitment to honing his 8 ninja attributes. Distinguishing himself from his peers, Tatsuma possessed a keen sense of discernment regarding the optimal duration for daily skill practice, ensuring each session balanced progress and plateaus. Presently, Tatsuma's innate talents have all attained the Chunin standard, allowing for a daily improvement period of 2 to 3 points. Upon reaching a proficiency increase of 2 points in a specific talent, he promptly transitions to refining other skills. Tatsuma discovered through experimentation that once a talent reaches its fulfillment and enters a plateau, additional time invested in it during the same day proves futile. Instead of persevering in such endeavors, he found it more effective to allocate the remaining time towards cultivating other talents still in their improvement phases. Barring any external factors, Tatsuma can successfully cycle through training for all 8 ninja attributes each day. However, Tatsuma acknowledges that this high level of efficiency is unique to him and cannot be easily replicated by others. Not even Minato, his closest companion, can match this remarkable proficiency. Even when Minato matches Tatsuma's intensity and repetitions, there's no assurance he can efficiently develop every innate talent to their full potential like he does. This is a key factor in why Tatsuma can barely maintain a 50-50 win-loss ratio. Although the win-loss ratio is already balanced, because he doesn't have to attend the academy, all of Tatsuma's time is spent on learning and matches, apart from the weekly D-rank missions. Tatsuma's adeptness at exploiting his system ability has not diminished, if anything, it has grown. Over the past 6 months, amidst numerous bouts against Minato and Jiraiya, albeit with some victories attributed to luck or unorthodox methods, Tatsuma's prowess has undergone remarkable transformation. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma innate talents, strength, 1,996 out of 3,016 speed, 2,351 out of 5,213 stamina, 2,173 out of 4,607 wisdom, 1,678 out of 2,663 ninjutsu, 1,620 out of 2,735 illusions, 1,044 out of 2,048 spirit, 1,705 out of 3,119 seals, 1,811 out of 2,867 special talents, spacetime, 100% ninjutsu development, 85% ninja tool throwing, Minato Namake's limited edition 100% sensory, 75% seals, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition 40% now, Tatsuma proudly attains the status of a chunin in its entirety. Even his weakest domain, Jinjutsu, has now met the chunin minimum standards through his dedicated daily practice. In addressing his Jinjutsu shortcomings, Tatsuma has pursued various remedial measures. Notably, the Jinjutsu release technique stands out as his most proficient ninjutsu achievement. Yet, what truly gratifies Tatsuma is his mastery of the space-time talent and Minato's ninja tool throwing expertise. Despite not delving into space-time ninjutsu directly, this talent brings him a sense of assurance. For Tatsuma, this signifies the possibility of walking a path akin to Minato Namake's, mitigating deficiencies such as inadequate Jinjutsu skills, lesser physical prowess, and bolstering his own survival instincts. Tatsuma firmly believes that once he qualifies to learn Flying Thunder God, ensuring his future survival will become significantly more manageable. During their lunch break, Tatsuma raised the question to Jiraiya, "Sensei, do you think we should take on higher difficulty missions?" Jiraiya, momentarily setting aside his magazine, sat up attentively and turned his gaze towards them. "Minato, what are your thoughts?" he inquired. After a brief pause, Minato responded, "Sensei, I too am eager to tackle more challenging missions to apply the skills I've honed over the past 6 months." Upon learning of Minato's eagerness to tackle advanced missions, Jiraiya paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Over the past 6 months, he had observed the remarkable progress of his 2 young students. Despite their tender age of 8 and yet to enter the prime years of a ninja's development, Tatsuma and Minato had already solidified their proficiency at the chunin level. Jiraiya couldn't help but acknowledge their innate suitability for the ninja path. While their physical attributes, strength, speed, and chakra levels, were aligned with chunin standards, Jiraiya harbored a strong belief that their synchronized efforts could effectively outmaneuver even inexperienced jonin in a strategic ambush. The deceptive facade presented by these 2 young individuals was truly remarkable. It was inconceivable that 8-year-old children could wield ninjutsu and other ninja techniques with a proficiency comparable to battle-hardened chunin. Crucially, Tatsuma and Minato not only mastered their skills but also demonstrated a cunning approach in their methods. Recalling their audacious behavior during taijutsu practice, particularly an incident involving the attacks on each other's crown jewels, sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself and remarked, "Since both of you are eager to proceed, I won't stand in your way. I'll carefully select a mission suited to your abilities." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato expressed gratefully. Jiraiya rose from his seat, addressing them, "Consider this mission as an assessment for both of you. If you excel, I'll expand your knowledge to include other elemental techniques." Minato's face lit up with excitement at the prospect. Tatsuma, however, voiced a question tinged with curiosity, "But, Jiraiya-sensei, didn't you mention lacking proficiency in lightning release chakra? What about Minato?" Jiraiya's expression swelled with pride as he responded, "True, I may not possess expertise in lightning release, but I happen to know a ninja who does. If necessary, I'll, borrow Sarutobi-sensei's notes for your benefit." Tatsuma and Minato shared a knowing glance between them. Despite their reservations about Jiraiya-sensei's reliability, they chose to keep their doubts to themselves. Several days later, Jiraiya summoned them together and announced, "There's a suitable C-rank mission for you both, but before you embark, there's someone you need to meet." Chapter 52, Tsunade's Doubts. "Is this the territory of the Senju clan?" "It's not quite what I pictured," Tatsuma remarked, casting a curious eye over the surroundings. The emptiness of the place felt oddly distinct to him. Minato shared his sentiment, puzzled by the apparent scarcity of Senju clan members in their own domain. Jiraiya offered an explanation. "Many members of the Senju clan have departed from their ancestral lands and forsaken the Senju surname. Take Tsunade and her brother, Nawaki, for instance. They've moved on from the clan name. It appeared that following the village's establishment, children bearing the Senju surname became a rarity. Nevertheless, there were still occasional bursts of activity within the Senju territory each year." However, Jiraiya opted not to delve into further explanation. After highlighting this observation, he resumed leading the group forward. After a while, he halted abruptly, or more accurately, he hesitated to proceed any farther. For on the other side of the gate, Tsunade was demolishing a stone stool with her bare hands. Her expression conveyed extreme displeasure, as if she had been deceived by her parents who had promised playtime but instead assigned her homework. She vented her frustration akin to a helpless and enraged student screaming into a pillow. "Jiraiya?" Despite Jiraiya halting his steps, Tsunade's sharp eyes caught sight of him. Her initial dissatisfaction swiftly morphed into anger as she exclaimed, "Why aren't you in confinement?" "Huh? What confinement? Sensei said you returned to practice a special technique, didn't he? What does it have to do with me?" Jiraiya felt a pang of injustice. He hadn't erred in any way. In fact, he was assisting Tsunade with her prospective students. Yet here he was, suddenly scolded. "Isn't being held until I learn a form of confinement? Why can you and that snake be free?" Tsunade's anger remained palpable. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, "Tsunade, I understand you're in a rush, but let's not act hastily. I came today to see Lady Mito, and perhaps I can inquire about your situation." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade furrowed her brows before declaring, "You'd better persuade Grandma to let me go, or else you'll be stuck here too." "Not leave?" A sudden blush stained Jiraiya's cheeks, but before he could indulge in his daydream, Tsunade interjected, "Stay and be my sparring partner." Gulp. Jiraiya had no doubt that Tsunade would follow through with her threat. After all, the only time he'd sustained serious injuries was at her hands, albeit provoked by his own act of peeping. "I'll do my best." With those words, Jiraiya dashed past Tsunade, heading straight for the inner sanctum where Uzumaki Mito resided. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances, feeling somewhat abandoned by their sensei. At that moment, Tsunade glanced at the two. She had heard from Hiruzen that she and Jiraiya were to each select a disciple. Though Tsunade didn't object to Hiruzen's mentorship method, which absolved her of responsibility and obligation, she couldn't help but scrutinize the two candidates unconsciously. Even though she wasn't required to shoulder the burden of teaching disciples, and even if they turned out to be mediocre, she could always shift the blame onto Jiraiya, their actual sensei. However, Tsunade wasn't inclined to accept a disciple with average abilities. After a cursory glance, Tsunade found these two individuals vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, she began to recollect, realizing she had encountered them before. In truth, Hiruzen had previously provided Tsunade with profiles of Tatsuma and Minato. However, Tsunade had neglected to peruse them at the time, paying scant attention to the specifics of what Hiruzen had conveyed. Knowing she wasn't tasked with personally instructing them, she had relaxed and allowed her thoughts to drift. Now, after observing them closely, she only recalled the incident from 2 years prior when Hiruzen had brought her along to witness the end-of-year assessment for first-year students. Furrowing her brows, Tsunade felt a twinge of puzzlement. She couldn't fathom why her sensei would deem two 8 or 9-year-old children worthy of such high recommendations, prompting Jiraiya to interrupt his duties specifically to mentor them. Moreover, Tsunade recalled that the white-haired child had displayed mediocre talent, perhaps not even qualifying for Chunin status. With such average abilities, why were they assigned to her? However, upon closer observation, Tsunade grew even more perplexed as Tatsuma's condition didn't align with that of a typical genin. Despite his underdeveloped physique lacking overt strength, it showcased remarkable coordination. Tsunade wasn't one to rely solely on intellect. She beckoned to Tatsuma and Minato with a curl of her finger, saying, "Come, attack me." X2 still reeling from the sting of feeling abandoned by Jiraiya, the two became even more perplexed at Tsunade's request. However, they swiftly grasped the significance, and the confusion in their eyes dissipated instantly. Both understood that Tsunade would become the sensei for one of them, and now, it seemed to be the moment for Tsunade to assess their skills. Observing the earnest expressions on their faces as they assumed combat stances, Tsunade was suddenly struck by a mix of emotions. She nodded and remarked, "Looks promising." Susu the duo charged at Tsunade with no ninjutsu, mindful of their surroundings filled with Senju clan buildings. They avoided causing unnecessary damage. Observing their approach, Tsunade opted for direct counters without fancy techniques, relying on speed and strength. She swiftly grabbed one, hurling them into a wall. Minato bore the brunt of the impact, his expression grim as he struggled to rise. Tatsuma exchanged a glance with Minato, who shook his head. 3 years of experience enabled Tatsuma to grasp Minato's intent to disregard him. Susu Tatsuma swiftly brandished a shuriken, sending it hurtling towards Tsunade before launching into an attack with a kunai in hand. Tsunade's response was succinct. She effortlessly caught the shuriken with a wave of her hand. Without hesitation, she seized Tatsuma's wrist, preparing to employ the same maneuver and throw him aside. However, Tatsuma, anticipating the move, wasn't about to be easily overpowered. As Tsunade gripped his wrist, Tatsuma engaged his core muscles, tightening his waist and abdomen. With a swift motion, he extended his legs, aiming a kick towards Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade intercepted Tatsuma's assault with a single hand. Without granting Tatsuma another opportunity, she swiftly hurled him out as well, his landing beside Minato punctuating the exchange. Tsunade's focus wasn't solely on Tatsuma's ninja skills but on something more fundamental, his physical conditioning. This served as the simplest gauge of a ninja's strength. After just 2 rounds of assessment, Tsunade concluded that Tatsuma's current physical prowess was on par with some Chunin. As for why she included Minato in her challenge, it was a matter of balance rather than a desire to appear lacking. Tsunade contemplated how Minato might feel if she faced Tatsuma alone. This exchange piqued Tsunade's curiosity. 2 years prior, she had assessed Tatsuma as possessing only genin-level talent, with a frail physique and slow recovery. Yet, witnessing Tatsuma swiftly rebound after enduring her attacks left her deeply intrigued. She couldn't fathom how the untalented white-haired kid can showcase such impressive skills. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired, "Where are you currently training with Jiraiya?" Tatsuma, anticipating Tsunade's skepticism, hesitated momentarily. After a quick exchange of glances with Minato, he replied, "We don't have a fixed location. Usually, it's either the 3rd training ground or the back mountain of Konoha." "Tell Jiraiya to start training here from tomorrow," Tsunade commanded with a wave of her hand. However, Minato interjected, shaking his head, "I apologize, Tsunade-sama, but we won't be available tomorrow." Tsunade's expression froze, and she asked with discontent, "Why?" "We have a mission scheduled for tomorrow." "Damn it! How is it that you 2 brats can go on a mission, but not me?" Chapter 53, Gambling with Tsunade. Why'd you even bother showing up if you're just gonna go on a mission? Tsunade, still seething with impotent rage, busied herself tending to the injuries of the 2 individuals while voicing her bewilderment. Tatsuma shrugged. "Beats me. Jiraiya-sensei didn't brief us on the details, he simply instructed us to rendezvous here first." I sure didn't anticipate it'd be to meet Lady Mito. Tsunade's expression soured. Uzumaki Mito had long distanced herself from village affairs. Though Hiruzen occasionally sought her counsel, it was more out of respect than necessity. Typically, Uzumaki Mito brushed off such gestures, except during Hiruzen's early days in office. Since then, she hadn't offered any advice or opinions. If there were ever a reason to seek Uzumaki Mito's counsel, it would likely revolve around only two matters: the Nine Tails and perhaps the Uzumaki clan incident from 6 months prior. As Tsunade mulled over the situation, a vague suspicion crept into her thoughts. Following the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, the village hadn't remained passive. Besides diplomatic gestures, Konoha had covertly taken various measures, including handling the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, probing into the Whirlpool hidden village, gathering intelligence, and managing the clan's remaining assets. The trio had previously been tasked with investigative missions, and even Tsukumo Hatake, who had initially served as the Hokage's protector, had been dispatched for an extended period to undertake classified assignments. However, the mission Jiraiya is taking the two youngsters on shouldn't be too perilous. Tsunade sighed, opting to wait until Jiraiya emerged to gain a clearer understanding. Addressing the pair, she inquired, "Do either of you happen to have playing cards, dice, or something similar on hand?" Minato appeared puzzled. As a ninja, why would he carry such items? Tatsuma also shook his head. He hadn't anticipated ending up here when he set out, so he hadn't brought any such items. Motioning towards the door, Tsunade instructed, "Quickly go purchase some. If you're tardy and they conclude their discussion, there won't be any entertainment." Minato acquiesced with a nod. He didn't question Tsunade's request, simply following her lead as an obedient youngster. Tatsuma, however, voiced his confusion. "Tsunade-sama, why don't you handle it yourself? Your speed surely exceeds ours, correct?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of annoyance surfaced on Tsunade's features. She strode to the entrance, delivering a punch that conjured a reddish-orange barrier sealing the gate, preventing Tatsuma and the others from passing through as they had before. Tatsuma remained silent thereafter. It became apparent that when Tsunade mentioned her confinement, it wasn't merely a figure of speech, she was indeed physically restricted, unable to leave. "I'll go right away," Tatsuma affirmed. Without delay, Tatsuma slipped away, and Minato, displaying his astuteness, kept a safe distance from Tsunade, aware of the potential for her explosive temper. He trailed after Tatsuma. With a sense of purpose driving them, the two didn't dawdle as they had on their journey here. In less than half an hour, they procured playing cards and a dice cup and hastened back. Upon their return, Tsunade had arranged several sturdy stone stools. Upon spotting the playing cards and dice cup, her eyes lit up with excitement, and any trace of earlier agitation vanished. Instead, she greeted the pair with a cheerful smile, inviting them to take a seat. "Blackjack. Anyone familiar with the game?" "I'll deal," Tsunade exclaimed eagerly. As Tsunade swiftly shuffled the deck, she turned to the two for confirmation. Tatsuma nodded knowingly, while Minato appeared slightly perplexed. Tatsuma leaned in to whisper, "Just observe and pick it up." However, as Tsunade began shuffling, Tatsuma suddenly recalled something and interjected, "Tsunade-sama, no chips? Don't you boys have any currency?" Tsunade asked incredulously, deftly manipulating the cards with flourish. Upon realizing Tsunade's inclination towards gambling, Tatsuma shook his head adamantly and proposed, "We can't gamble. How about wagering on push-ups or squats? 10 reps per round." "Very well, that way, no one can accuse me of trying to take your money." Indeed, Tsunade-sama is considerate. However, I happen to be quite lucky when it comes to cards. "Humph! Luck may favor you, but it can't surpass skill," Tsunade asserted confidently before dealing cards to the trio. As Tsunade revealed her face-up card, a 6, her brow furrowed in response. Tatsuma glanced at his two cards, discovering they were both aces. He swiftly separated them and declared, "Split." One bet multiplied into two, where victory meant doubling the stakes, but so did defeat. However, Minato remained perplexed, holding 2 cards with a puzzled expression. Tsunade then dealt cards to Tatsuma, both hands landing kings. Tatsuma promptly revealed his face-down cards, declaring, blackjack. Witnessing Tatsuma's consecutive blackjacks, Tsunade's expression soured. She turned to Minato and inquired, "Need another card?" Minato, utterly unfamiliar with the game, examined his cards before placing them face up on the table, asking, "Does this count as blackjack too?" Minato's cards revealed an ace and a king. With only 4 aces and 4 kings in a deck, they had already drawn 3 of each. Tsunade glanced at her face-up card, a 4, and tossed her cards onto the table, declaring, "Consider yourselves fortunate this time." Ding, Strength +2, Spirit +2, Special Talent unlocked, Card Luck, exclusive to Tsunade, plus 100%. Upon hearing the system announcement, Tatsuma smirked faintly, contemplating, stick with standard talents, skip the specials. After acquiring the talents, Tatsuma glanced up to find Tsunade already completing 30 push-ups with remarkable speed, reluctantly gathering the scattered cards and announcing, "Next round." Indeed, Tsunade-sama, resolute as ever. "Let's hope my card luck holds out a bit longer." Blackjack. Ding, Stamina +2, Spirit +2, Special Talent unlocked, Card Luck, exclusive to Tsunade, plus 100%. As the special talent reappeared, Tatsuma's heart raced, and he mentally urged himself, stick with the regular talents, pass on the specials. Next round. Indeed, persistence pays off. Ding, next round. Indeed, steadfast despite countless hurdles. Indeed, unwavering amidst relentless challenges. As nearly an hour elapsed, despite starting with a fresh deck, some cards began showing signs of wear. Tatsuma felt parched, his vocabulary nearly depleted. At this juncture, Tsunade's expression was darker than a pot. From her initial confidence to the nonsensical banter, she now lapsed into silence. Blackjack. My apologies, it appears my card luck is a tad superior, Tatsuma remarked, earning another victory. At last, Tatsuma scored another blackjack, driving Tsunade to her breaking point. She slammed her hand onto the stone table, shattering it instantly. Rising to her feet, she seethed, "Are you two cheating?" Minato cast an innocent glance at Tatsuma. Tatsuma, uncertain whether cheating had occurred, noted that Minato hadn't even grasped the game, let alone the means to cheat. Before Tatsuma could respond, a voice, firm yet compassionate, intervened. "Enough! Tsunade, must you be unreasonable with these youngsters?" Chapter 54, Mission Details. Tatsuma's gaze was drawn to a woman with dark crimson hair, emitting an aura of profound dignity with every glance. No words of introduction were necessary, Tatsuma recognized her instantly. She was none other than the wife of the first Hokage and the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito. Observing the gravity etched on Uzumaki Mito's countenance, Tsunade instinctively recoiled, choosing silence over confrontation. Even Jiraiya, with a solemn nod, withheld his thoughts from vocalization. Noticing Tsunade's momentary pause, Uzumaki Mito shifted her attention to Tatsuma and Minato. Her demeanor softened instantly, and she approached them with measured steps. "Children," she began, "I'd appreciate your assistance with a small task." Tatsuma grasped that Uzumaki Mito was alluding to a mission, though its specifics eluded him. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement, mirrored by Minato. Uzumaki Mito acknowledged their agreement with a nod of her own before continuing, "Jiraiya mentioned your aptitude for sensory skills and quick mastery of sealing jutsu. Once this task is completed, if time permits, I encourage you to visit us frequently. Kushina has recently delved into sensory and sealing jutsu as well. If you're keen, you can join her in learning," Uzumaki Mito suggested. Hearing this, Tatsuma was a little excited. He had picked up the sealing talent from Uzumaki Kushina, but because the pickup was incomplete, although he knew how to use some of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, he didn't grasp their deeper intricacies. Moreover, they are only basic sealing techniques with low difficulty and not powerful sealing effect. Tatsuma is not satisfied with this. These techniques, though fundamental, lack the potency he sought. Tatsuma yearned for a comprehensive understanding of sealing jutsu, and studying alongside Kusha presented an opportunity to absorb more of her expertise, thereby refining his own mastery of the art. The realm of sealing jutsu boasted an impressive sealing, captivating Tatsuma despite the requirement of Otsutsuki-level powers for some techniques. The only thing he doesn't crave very much is Jinjutsu. After all, Orochimaru and Kurenai-Yuhi, who are both good at Jinjutsu, can be beaten easily by others who use Jinjutsu. Without the Sharingan, there is no future for playing Jinjutsu. Interrupting their thoughts, Jiraiya interjected, "Mio-sama, we'll take our leave now. Rest assured, we'll return to provide a thorough report upon completing the mission." "All right, go, and tread cautiously." Uzumaki Mito nodded, observing the trio depart, one adult and two children. Tsunade's gaze bore into Jiraiya's retreating form with a fierce intensity, feeling irked by his opportune departure when she was rendered voiceless. Once they were out of earshot, Uzumaki Mito turned to Tsunade, her gaze drifting to the scattered playing cards on the ground. In a remarkably composed manner, she inquired, "Have you made progress with the technique I imparted to you?" Tsunade's response came with a tinge of remorse. "Not yet," she confessed, grappling with a sense of guilt. Her studies had taken a back seat amidst inner turmoil, leaving her efforts to grasp the teachings somewhat neglected. "I assumed you had already mastered it. Otherwise, why indulge in a leisurely card game with the children today?" Uzumaki Mito's observation carried a hint of sarcasm, not lost on Tsunade. Acknowledging the underlying criticism, Tsunade clasped her hands behind her back, inclined forward, and cast her gaze downward. "I'll dedicate more time to practice. Today, I simply sought some relaxation," she explained softly. "Perhaps it's for the best," Uzumaki Mito responded before turning towards the inner chamber. A trace of resignation flickered across her features. Why did her granddaughter mirror the unruliness of her late husband, even after all this time? Though her husband understood the weight of leadership, Tsunade, still young, seemed to struggle with such responsibilities. "Jiraiya-sensei, what's the mission we're embarking on?" Tatsuma's curiosity bubbled forth after they departed from the Senju clan territory. Jiraiya, hands tucked into his pockets, offered a nonchalant response, "Nothing too exciting, really. It seemed someone stumbled upon a scroll within the Uzumaki clan's archives, containing a seal for some peculiar ninja creature. They accidentally unleashed it. While it's not particularly formidable, it poses a challenge to contain. I've come seeking counsel on its resealing." As he spoke, Jiraiya produced a scroll from his sleeve, brandishing it for emphasis. Jiraiya's response only served to deepen Tatsuma's intrigue rather than offer clarity. What kind of ninja creature required Uzumaki Mito's expertise for containment? Moreover, the notion that a jonin accompanied by two recent graduates could manage such a task struck him as peculiar. Minato mirrored Tatsuma's uncertainty, grappling with how to broach the subject. Sensing their confusion, Jiraiya chuckled softly before explaining, "The potency of this ninja creature doesn't lie in its combat prowess, but rather in its benevolence." Benevolence? Yes, this creature, initially dealt with by the Uzumaki clan, wasn't targeted for its combat prowess or malevolent deeds. Instead, it was its overwhelming assistance to humanity that garnered attention. After Jiraiya's explanation, Minato found himself even more perplexed, his confusion etched deeper, while Tatsuma furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar weight in Jiraiya's words. Eyeing their heightened curiosity, Jiraiya delved into the tale. "Allow me to recount a story. Once, there existed a ninja creature resembling a tanuki. Injured, it sought refuge within the forest. A passing merchant stumbled upon it and tended to its wounds. Later, when the merchant faced adversity, losing his livelihood, a mysterious benefactor emerged. This stranger guided the merchant to prosperity by providing a shop, connecting him with clients, and restoring his wealth. Unbeknownst to the merchant, this benefactor was the tanuki, assuming a human guise. Eventually, the Uzumaki clan discovered the creature, captured it, and sealed it away. Ah! Why? Minato's brows furrowed in confusion. He had speculated midway that the stranger was the tanuki, but the unfolding of the story caught him off guard. Shouldn't it have been that after the merchant's resurgence, attracting envy that prompted an attempt to sabotage his business again, the tanuki, unable to tolerate it any longer, intervened to aid the merchant? Was it an unintended, overly aggressive intervention that caused harm, or even accidental fatalities, resulting in the need for sealing? Why would assisting others lead to being sealed away? Jiraiya chuckled, delaying his explanation, and redirected his attention to Tatsuma. Tatsuma, what are your thoughts? After a brief contemplation, Tatsuma responded, how could a shop hidden in the forest attract such a vast clientele? Either these customers are mere illusions conjured by the tanuki or they were somehow lured into the forest. I'm inclined to believe the latter. It's possible that the tanuki, driven solely by gratitude towards the merchant, gave little thought to the consequences for others. The Uzumaki clan didn't seal it for its benevolence, but rather because its assistance to the merchant resulted in harm to others. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's precisely it. The tanuki, in its endeavor to assist the merchant, manipulated nearby humans to enter the forest but neglected to aid their departure. Consequently, many who ventured in either succumbed to starvation or fell prey to wild animals. Minato, initially harboring sympathy for the tanuki, found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape as he struggled to reconcile the revelation. Tatsuma offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder and remarked human constructs and perceptions don't always align with those of other species. Moreover, there exist profound disparities between different species, much like the contrasting emotions conveyed by wagging tails in cats and dogs. Exactly. Superficial connections with other species can result in unintended harm for both parties involved. Our responsibility as humans is to ensure that this well-intentioned gesture doesn't escalate into a significant error. Chapter 55, Unsaid Rule in Accepting Private Commissions. Nestled along the coastline, where the Land of Fire meets the vast expanse of the Land of Whirlpools, lies a haven for fishermen known as Awa. Though not officially recognized as a village, its reputation echoes far and wide. This is the destination of Jiraiya and his party. Since the destruction of Uzumaki Hidden Village, Awa has had fishermen going to the Uzumaki country ruins to hunt for treasure from time to time. During the final months of the fishing ban, it emerged as a crucial source of income amidst the period of financial drought. The individual who inadvertently breached the seal this time is none other than Shigeru, a seasoned fisherman hailing from Awa. Unfortunately, scant details are available about him, as previous ninja investigations into Awa yielded no tangible intel. For this particular mission, the trio opted against disguises, recognizing that their target wasn't a ninja, nor even human. Disguises would only drain their mental reserves without substantially aiding the mission. Out at the outskirts of Awa, Jiraiya took on the role of a culinary instructor, guiding his companions in the fine art of fish grilling. While it's unconventional for ninja on a mission to light a fire and cook fish, given the risk of drawing attention from adversaries or wild creatures, the allure of piping hot food is undeniable. Tatsuma, in particular, relishes every bite, finding this experience far more satisfying than their last mission where they subsisted on military rations pills for an entire week. I'm stuffed. Minato, please attend to the cookware, and Tatsuma, let's get a fire going for some tea, Jiraiya commands, contentment evident in his tone as he savors the camaraderie and simple pleasures of their makeshift meal. At the sandy junction where the beach embraces the shore, Jiraiya sprawls comfortably on the ground, his hand idly tracing circles on his belly as he issues instructions to his attentive disciples. Without a word of protest, the duo promptly make their way to the river mouth to procure fresh water. Minato assumes a squatting position, diligently commencing the task of cleaning the cookware, while Tatsuma went back to the campfire, retrieving a stash of tea leaves from his backpack. Notably absent from their initial provisions, these tea leaves were a gracious offering from a caravan they aided just yesterday, successfully warding off a menacing wolf pack. The caravan, appreciative of their assistance, bestowed upon them not only the tea leaves but also an array of seasonings tailored for fish grilling, all presented as tokens of gratitude. Originally, the caravan had intended to compensate them with money, but Jiraiya swiftly vetoed the idea, emphasizing the importance of avoiding formal commissions. As Konoha ninja, they were bound by protocol to undertake missions exclusively through the Hidden Leaf Village, refraining from private arrangements. Tatsuma took out 3 wooden bowls that he had just made while waiting for the fish to be grilled. He put a little tea leaves into each bowl. After the water boiled, he carefully poured the water into the wooden bowls. Meanwhile, Minato completed the task of washing the cookware, joining his companions as they settled down to leisurely sip tea, basking in the tranquil embrace of the summer sunset. Amidst the serene moment, Jiraiya casually posed a question to his companions: "Have either of you noticed anything out of the ordinary?" Tatsuma and Minato both affirmed with nods. Jiraiya singled out Minato with a gesture, prompting him to share his insights. Minato, acknowledging the cue, concisely articulated his observations: "There are too many fishing boats on the shore. It is early August now, the fishing ban has just passed, the fish are getting rich, and the weather has been very good recently. There have been no typhoons or tsunamis. But throughout the whole day today, I saw almost no fishermen going out to sea, and no fishing boats returned. The fishing boats were all parked on the shore. This is definitely not right." Jiraiya nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the accuracy of Minato's astute observations. He then turned his attention to Tatsuma, inviting him to contribute his thoughts. "Tatsuma, what are your impressions? Is there anything you'd like to supplement?" Tatsuma shook his head thoughtfully before responding: "Without venturing into Awa itself, our ability to gather additional clues remains limited. Nevertheless, I harbor suspicions that this anomaly might be attributed to either a potent jinjutsu or it misleads the fisherman's thinking." Jiraiya, taking a contemplative sip of his tea, interjected with a probing question: "Indeed, but are you sufficiently prepared for such a task? Let's not forget, Awa boasts over 1,000 fishing households. Can you withstand a jinjutsu capable of simultaneously influencing such a substantial populace?" In response, Tatsuma nodded resolutely. While his expertise in jinjutsu was not his forte, he prided himself on his proficiency in jinjutsu release. Regrettably, in this world devoid of smartwatches, there existed no convenient reminders to trigger jinjutsu release. At regular intervals, a notion he found himself ruefully pondering. "When do you reckon would be the opportune moment for us to infiltrate Awa?" Jiraiya inquired once more, not out of ignorance but rather as a means to gauge the strategic acumen of his 2 protégés. Tatsuma promptly offered his insight: "Let's go tonight. If it is really a ninja beast that uses illusions to control fishermen, then its schedule should be consistent with the fishermen. Unless this ninja beast does not need sleep, or has the ability to still cast illusions after sleeping." Turning to Minato, Jiraiya sought his concurrence: "And what's your take on this, Minato?" In agreement, Minato nodded assuredly: "That's what I think too." Observing the unanimous agreement, Jiraiya nodded in approval: "Very well. Rest up now. We'll depart in 4 hours. "Understood, X2. Tatsuma and Minato settled in for a brief respite while Jiraiya maintained a vigilant watch. As the appointed hour approached, with the clock nearing 11 at night, Jiraiya aroused his companions from their slumber. After a brisk stretch to shake off any lingering fatigue, the trio, led by Jiraiya, embarked on their journey toward Awa. Despite the lingering vestiges of summer, the coastal nights exuded a subtle chill. Yet, this also signaled the conclusion of the fishermen's daily endeavors in Awa, as they retreated to their homes for a well-deserved rest. Upon their silent arrival at the heart of Awa, Tatsuma seamlessly initiated a series of hand seals, activating his chakra sensory technique to survey the vicinity. After a fleeting moment of concentration, he subtly shook his head, signaling to Jiraiya that he hadn't detected any anomalous chakra signatures. Acknowledging Tatsuma's expertise in this domain, Jiraiya refrained from conducting his own sensory scan. Instead, he voiced his perspective: this might not necessarily be cause for concern. It's plausible that whatever we're seeking isn't present at this moment, which could work to our advantage in our investigation. Following a momentary pause, Jiraiya issued further instructions. Tatsuma, survey the surroundings meticulously and pinpoint the residence of the fisherman named Shigeru. Additionally, observe the demeanor of the fisherman, scrutinizing for any signs of irregularity. The duo exchanged nods before swiftly darting off in divergent paths. Approximately 2 hours later, the trio reconvened at their initial rendezvous point, wearing subtly perplexed expressions. Jiraiya turned his attention to Tatsuma, inquiring, "Did your exploration yield any discoveries?" Tatsuma instinctively cast a glance back in the direction he had traversed before pivoting to face Jiraiya. "I couldn't locate Shigeru's residence," he began, "but I thoroughly assessed the condition of the fishermen. I observed a noticeable decline in their vigor. Furthermore, I noticed an abundance of stones scattered throughout the kitchens, with some even found lodged within cooking pots in certain households." Tatsuma concluded his report and turned to Minato for his observations. Minato nodded in affirmation before adding, "I encountered a similar scenario during my reconnaissance. Additionally, I made a point to inspect households with pets. Surprisingly, I found stones even in the food bowls of dogs and cats." "You've been quite meticulous, Minato," Tatsuma commended, offering praise to his fellow ninja almost reflexively. Minato was a little embarrassed by the unexpected acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's expression took on a subtle shift of intrigue. However, Jiraiya swiftly refocused, shaking off any lingering distractions, and proceeded with his analysis. "My hypothesis is that the Tanuki ninja creature is employing Jinjutsu to manipulate all the fishermen, dissuading them from venturing out to sea and instead directing them to Shigeru's residence to purchase fish for sustenance. But with no actual fishing taking place, there wouldn't be an abundance of fish available. Hence, the Tanuki resorts to employing Jinjutsu to cloak stones as fish, which it then peddles to the local fishermen. This benevolent facade mirrors its previous tactics," Jiraiya explained, drawing connections to the prior recorded encounters with the crafty creature. Tatsuma and Minato nodded in tacit acknowledgement, their suspicions aligning with Jiraiya's analysis, albeit lacking definitive proof. "It appears we'll need to revisit this scenario in daylight hours. For now, let's utilize the remaining time to search for Shigeru," Jiraiya declared, resuming their investigative efforts as the night wore on. Despite the daunting task of combing through a myriad of fishermen households, luck favored them, and they stumbled upon Shigeru's house well before exhausting their search efforts. The three of them left Awa before dawn. After dawn, they returned again and went straight to Shigeru's house. At this time, many people had gathered outside Shigeru's house and were queuing up to buy fish. Amidst the animated chatter and the hustle and bustle, Shigeru, a middle-aged man with a modest height, slender build, and tan complexion, was joyfully engaged in conversation with the fishermen. He was none other than the inadvertent liberator of the ninja animal. Tatsuma cast a glance towards Shigeru and observed that, nestled within his fish basket, were not stones, but rather a collection of lively and plump fish. In that moment, Tatsuma found himself tempted, contemplating the idea of joining the queue to savor the delectable offerings. Bang bang! Out of the blue, Tatsuma and Minato both felt a swift smacks, accompanied by an immediate influx of chakra surging through their bodies. Their frames tensed up, and simultaneously, in the distant fish basket, the once lively fish were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 56, Genuine Intentions, Cruel Outcomes. Within the basket, a surprising revelation awaited: no fish, but rather, a collection of unmistakably flat stones. Tatsuma's expression betrayed a flicker of embarrassment, his confidence in the prowess of his Jinjutsu release shattered. Unbeknownst to him, he had succumbed to a cunning Jinjutsu, perceiving a stack of stones as succulent fish. Had it not been for Jiraiya's timely reminder, he might have unwittingly immersed himself further into the illusory depths. "Let's go buy some fish together," Jiraiya suggested. Suddenly, he rubbed his stomach and projected his voice louder than usual. The trio leisurely made their way toward Shigeru. Upon reaching his stall, Jiraiya squatted down, closely inspecting the stones. Every now and then, he feigned a struggle as if trying to catch a slippery fish. Jiraiya's theatrical skills were undeniable. Despite being mere stones, in his hands, they transformed into lively, jumping fish. The decision to disclose the truth lingered, but Jiraiya's performance made it a captivating spectacle. Shigeru maintained a warm smile as he passionately detailed the various fish types and their prices to Jiraiya, while Tatsuma and Minato observed him closely. Tatsuma reached a conclusion. Shigeru appeared genuinely unaware that he was selling stones. His sincere and proud smile clearly reflected his belief in the quality of his fish. "We're just one adult and 2 kids. These fish should be enough for us. Could you let us know the total cost?" Jiraiya selected a few larger stones, placed them on the scale, and Shigeru checked the weight before saying, "A total of 5.5 kilos, let's round it down to 5 kilos. 62 rios should be fine." "So cheap?" Even Jiraiya found himself a bit perplexed by the price. After all, sea fish in Konoha typically fetched at least 20 rio per kilo. Shigeru, wielding a curved blade fish knife, smiled and explained, "We're by the sea here, and everyone can go out for fishing. I'm just here to look out for the neighborhood. If I sell too high, it wouldn't be fair. Would you like me to clean and prepare the fish for you?" Jiraiya pulled out his wallet, nodded, and replied, "Please go ahead and clean them for us." Afterwards, the 3 of them watched Shigeo scratching the stone with a dull knife, then packed the stone in a bag, took the money handed over by Jiraiya, and said, "Guest, if you think it tastes good, next time you come to buy something, I'll make it cheaper for you." "All right, it's a deal." Jiraiya's smile remained radiant. As he was about to stand up, he casually inquired, "Boss, how many people do you have helping you with fishing? Looks like you must sell quite a bit in a day." Shigeru offered a shy smile and replied, "I only have one assistant. He's truly skilled at fishing, and we end up with more catch than we can sell every day." Intrigued, Jiraiya asked, "That's skilled, huh? I'd love to meet him if I get the chance." Pleased with Jiraiya's compliment, Shigeru smiled proudly and said, "Unfortunately, you've come at an inconvenient time. If things slow down here later, he'll swing by to deliver the fish." Jiraiya had already risen to his full height, his face carrying an air of regret. "That's a shame. I'm uncertain how long I'll be staying in the village, and I need to take my 2 students for some training. I won't disrupt your business, boss, or inconvenience the others here to buy fish. I'll take my leave." As Jiraiya turned away, he glanced at the people standing in line behind him and noticed an absence of dissatisfaction on their faces for making them wait. In fact, some appeared rather indifferent. It seemed their sole purpose was to purchase fish, and if that proved impossible, they would wait patiently without any signs of frustration. Frowning, Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma and the others, signaling for them to follow him. The 3 swiftly navigated through the crowd and reached the outskirts of the gathering area. Jiraiya tossed the stones in his hand onto the ground and said, "You've probably noticed the situation. Staying inside Awa won't provide any new information. All the fishermen are under control. Even if we talk to them, we won't get any clues. Their perceptions have been altered." Jiraiya spoke with a solemn expression on his face, encountering such a peculiar jinjutsu for the first time. The intensity of this jinjutsu surpassed his expectations. While controlling thousands of ordinary civilians was already impressive, even Tatsuma and Minato with Chunin's strength had unknowingly fallen into its grip as well. Despite the youthfulness of these 2, Jiraiya recognized that, among Chunin, neither displayed any apparent weaknesses. He finally comprehended why the Konoha ninjas who had investigated the Awa situation before left somewhat puzzled, leaving only scant notes without substantial content. "Next, I will try to make contact with the ninja beast first. Don't get too close. Try to lurk next to that Shigeru. If necessary, we will use him to restrain the ninja beast." After a brief contemplation, Jiraiya issued the instructions. Upon hearing these orders, Tatsuma and Minato both tightened their lips. As ninjas, resorting to using civilians as leverage to coerce the mission target felt unpalatable. Jiraiya sensed the hesitation in the 2 and reassured, I know what you're thinking. Ninjas indeed shouldn't harm civilians without reason, but this situation is different. That ninja beast was unsealed by Shigeru. Just restricting his freedom doesn't violate the ninja code of conduct. However, just as the two were contemplating whether there might be a better alternative to Jiraiya's instructions, cries of agony suddenly echoed through Awa. Let's go check it out. As Jiraiya spoke, he led the way towards Awa, with Tatsuma and Minato closely following. Chisato! Chisato! Please, I beg you, save my son. Upon entering Awa, they encountered a woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old child, desperately seeking help from the people around her. However, the faces of those nearby remained indifferent. Some carried bags, heading home, while others walked toward Shigeru's fish stall, completely ignoring the distressed woman. Jiraiya employed body flicker to appear in front of the woman, took the child into his arms, and asked, "What happened?" "Eat fish! Eat fish! It's stuck, it's stuck." Although the woman displayed nervousness and sadness, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes when she mentioned eating fish. Disregarding her momentarily, Jiraiya checked the child's condition. At this moment, the child was enduring continuous convulsions, saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth, and irregular movements in his chest and abdomen. "He's choking." Assessing the situation, Tatsuma swiftly opened the boy's hands, which were clawing at his own neck, turned him over, and then performed the Heimlich maneuver by hugging him from behind. Cough. In just a few seconds, the boy suddenly spat out a stone about the size of 2 thumbs, and he began to breathe rapidly. Tatsuma quickly released him, taking a breath himself. However, before he could say anything to Jiraiya and Minato, the boy, who had just recovered his breath, suddenly lunged towards the stone on the ground simultaneously. His hands reached for the stone, and his mouth opened as if he were a person who hadn't eaten for days and had finally found food. Jiraiya swiftly kicked the stone into the air, and the three exchanged glances. In a resolute voice, Jiraiya stated, "There's no time to wait any longer. We must stop this before it causes more serious harm." At that moment, Minato pointed to a distant street where a young boy, carrying a fish basket and wearing a straw hat, was heading their way. He exclaimed, "Over there!" Chapter 57, Men's Romance. Minato hadn't encountered that ninja beast previously, but piecing together information from Jiraiya and Shigeru's earlier conversation, along with his keen observations of Awa, he swiftly concluded that the individual lugging a basket of fish on his back was the disguised ninja beast. In Awa, nobody ventured out to sea for fishing, except for this youthful figure burdened with 2 baskets filled with stones. If he wasn't the ninja beast aiding Shigeru in his fishing endeavors, then who else could it possibly be? As Minato singled out the young man, he nervously scanned the surroundings before making a swift escape with a hopping gait. However, he still chose to carry the 2 heavy fish baskets on his back instead of unloading them. Reacting swiftly, Jiraiya dashed towards the fleeing individual. In the blink of an eye, he reached the young man's back, extended his hand, and attempted to grasp him. The young man turned around with an anxious expression, opening his mouth wide and emitting a low, rumbling sound akin to an engine revving. Snap! Jiraiya descended straight to the ground. Tatsuma and Minato, a step behind, hurriedly reached Jiraiya's side and assisted him back up. It was precisely at this moment that Jiraiya regained his composure, swiftly formed seals, and bellowed, "Genjutsu release!" After dispelling the genjutsu, Jiraiya was breathing heavily. Meanwhile, the young man had vanished. Despite Tatsuma employing sensory jutsu, no abnormal chakra was detected in the surroundings. Concerned, Minato inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, are you okay?" Jiraiya shook his head and explained, "I just stumbled into a genjutsu by accident. But, let me tell you, that genjutsu was bizarre. In the illusion, I somehow managed to step on my own buddy down there and ended up tripping over myself." Tatsuma rolled his eyes, glanced at the middle of Jiraiya's body, and quipped, "Jiraiya-sensei, you really need a clear understanding of yourself. How could a man trip over his own private parts?" They don't exactly grow that extravagantly, do they? Minato also cast his gaze downward, took a moment to ponder, and remarked, I think Tatsuma is right. Such an outrageous hallucination should have been broken in an instant. That's because you little brats don't understand the romance of grown men. Grown men have faith in such things. Jiraiya stubbornly declared, brushing off the mud and sand on his body before continuing, it appears the impact of this genjutsu on people is escalating day by day. If we don't intervene, in a few days, everyone might end up losing their minds like that child. Take a look at the child's mother. As Jiraiya spoke, he gestured towards the woman who had been tearfully pleading with others. Her eyes no longer bore the desperate light they had moments ago. She clutched her child and headed towards Shigeru's fish stand. Let's head to the fish stand now. There should be just a few fish stones left, and that ninja beast will show up to deliver them. Tatsuma glanced in the direction of the fish stand, and Jiraiya nodded, stating, exactly. Since we can't locate the ninja beast, we'll have to make sure it comes to us. The trio swiftly gathered around the fish stand, opting not to join the queue this time. Instead, they lingered, watching attentively. Shigeru's supply of stones was dwindling, and amid serving customers, he began to cast anxious glances around. Typically, at this hour, Shigeru would receive a fresh batch of fish. However, with Tatsuma and the others present, the ninja beast hesitated to step forward and make the delivery. The three kept themselves concealed, anticipating the ninja beast's appearance. Shigeru continued to sell fish one after another, his face growing increasingly tense. Finally, as Shigeru weighed the last fish, the young man with the hopping gait appeared, carrying 2 large fish baskets cautiously. Kincho, why are you so late today? Shigeru inquired with concern. The ninja beast called Kincho shook his head, placed the 2 fish baskets down, picked up 2 empty ones, and seemed ready to depart. Kincho, right? I'd advise you to stick around. Suddenly, Shigeru felt something cold against his neck. He reached to grab it, but upon seeing the alarmed expression on Kincho's face and his gesturing hands urging him to halt, he froze. Shigeru, don't move! Kincho's command caused a momentary surprise in Jiraiya, who had a kunai pressed against Shigeru behind him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Glancing at the fisherman still waiting in line, showing no reaction to the situation, Jiraiya turned back to Kincho and calmly suggested, have the fisherman leave. Let's have a proper conversation. Kincho, what's going on? Did you offend someone? Shigeru, not daring to turn around, watched the alarmed Kincho, wondering if he had angered someone and they had come for revenge. Kincho remained silent in response to Shigeru but shifted his focus to Jiraiya. Eventually, he chose to follow Jiraiya's advice, turned to the fisherman, and emitted a rumbling sound resembling an engine. As the peculiar noise echoed, the fishermen queued up to buy fish turned one by one, retracing their steps. In no time, the once crowded street emptied out, leaving only a handful of people. Tatsuma and Minato flanked Kincho, both activating the seal of confrontation. Their chakra had been refined and mobilized, poised to unleash jutsu at a moment's notice. Observing that Kincho had no intention of making any hasty moves, Jiraiya nodded at Tatsuma and Minato, signaling that everything was under control. He then turned his attention to Kincho and inquired, can you explain what's happening here? Before Kincho could respond, Shigeru seemed eager to speak. However, Jiraiya quickly restrained him by locking his own arm, using his elbow to hold Shigeru back and prevent him from speaking. Growing even more nervous, Kincho confessed, I admit, it was me. It's all my doing. I wanted Shigeru-san to have a better life, so I convinced the other fishermen not to go out to sea and instead come to buy Shigeru-san's fish. Locked in place, Shigeru's eyes widened in realization. He hadn't been aware that the fishermen refrained from going out to sea because of Kincho. But why would this situation attract enemies? Enemies? No, that couldn't be right. In that moment, Shigeru's attention shifted to the 2 children standing next to Kincho. Busy selling fish in the morning, he hadn't noticed before, but now he recognized them as ninjas. The details escaped him earlier, the forehead protector tied to one's arm and the other concealed by golden hair. So, if the one holding him back was the white-haired young man, he must also be a ninja? But why? Why would ninjas target them for selling fish? Before Shigeru could unravel the mystery, Jiraiya shook his head and asked, "Kincho, does Shigeru know about your identity?" At the utterance of these words, Kincho's face became even more panicked. His hopping leg trembled continuously, betraying signs of a desire to escape. The subtle movements caught Tatsuma and Minato's attention, prompting them to ready themselves for potential jutsu. However, Tatsuma, observing the distressed Kincho, smiled and remarked, "Kincho, I don't think there's a need to hide this, right? After all, Shigeru-san has saved you before. Wouldn't you want to express your gratitude in your true form?" Chapter 58, Unique Beast with Unique Features. Tatsuma's words struck a chord with Kincho, evoking a subtle sense of emotion. His once awkward movements began to ease, prompting a quizzical expression on Shigeru's face. The memory of saving Kincho eluded Shigeru. It all started when Kincho approached him with a keen interest in learning the art of fishing. In a surprising turn of events, within a mere couple of days, Kincho outshone Shigeru in the skill of catching fish. Recognizing Kincho's prowess, a suggestion surfaced: Kincho would focus on catching fish, while Shigeru would handle the selling aspect. The results of this two-day experiment were promising, leading Shigeru to agree, and as a consequence, their collaborative business thrived. Shigeru had even contemplated the idea of passing on his boat to Kincho in the future. With no wife or children to inherit his legacy, designating Kincho as his successor appeared to be a sensible decision. Before Jiraiya and Tatsuma interjected, Shigeru remained blissfully unaware of any impending trouble. In this particular moment, Shigeru regarded Kincho with a deep sense of bewilderment. Kincho stood rooted, nervously fidgeting for a considerable duration before confessing, "Shigeru-san, my appearance might startle you." Jiraiya, at this juncture, slightly loosened his grip on Shigeru's throat. In truth, he hadn't exerted much force, his intention was simply to render Shigeru unable to speak. Feeling the tension around his neck ease, Shigeru paused for a moment before speaking. "Kincho, appearances aside, I believe in you. You'll always be a good-hearted soul. Shigeru-san." In Kincho's eyes, tears sparkled. He nodded, and suddenly, his body contorted. The towering height, initially surpassing even Minato and Tatsuma, swiftly compressed. Before long, a creature emerged, barely knee-high for an adult. It sported a black and white coat, merging the traits of a raccoon and a tanuki. Topping it all off, the creature wore a straw hat, though that wasn't the most attention-grabbing detail. What captured everyone's attention, even prompting a surprised reaction from Jiraiya, a seasoned jonin, nearly causing his eyes to pop out, was the colossal magnum trailing on the ground. Hey! Observing the varied expressions of those around, Kincho's body trembled once more, and hints of his first standing on end were evident. However, precisely at that moment, Shigeru spoke up, "Kincho, you're the one from the land of whirlpools." Upon hearing this, Kincho's small black eyes welled up with tears. The trembling ceased, and his two petite hands cupped in front of his chest, fixedly gazing at Shigeru. In this moment, Jiraiya and the others redirected their curious stares. It had to be acknowledged that, disregarding Kincho's massive penis trailing on the ground, he was undeniably adorable, but it was a detail impossible to overlook. Shigeru now shifted his gaze, attempting to glance at Jiraiya. Simultaneously, he implored, "This ninja-sama, please pardon Kincho. He hasn't committed any wrongdoing. He simply requested everyone not to engage in fishing to bolster my business. He won't repeat it. I beseech you." In Kincho's eyes, a flicker of hope emerged. However, Jiraiya shook his head and remarked, "Shigeru, things are far more complex. Its request for everyone to refrain from fishing wasn't mere persuasion, it was genjutsu. In fact, I'd go as far as to call it a natural talent. It doesn't even realize it's in the wrong. Including the fish you sell, those fish people buy to eat aren't truly fish, Kincho. Why don't you let Shigeru witness it for himself? Kincho nodded, and with a delicate lift of his small claws, Shigeru witnessed the lively fat fish in the basket instantly transform into neatly stacked stones. Shigeru's face displayed a mix of surprise and guilt, yet Kincho's expression remained unchanged. It was oblivious to any wrongdoing. Jiraiya pressed on. Just today, a child accidentally ingested these stones and nearly choked to death. But Kincho doesn't comprehend, as all it desires is for you, who saved it, to live well. To its eyes, other humans are not companions but akin to the fish in the sea. Would you concern yourself with disrupting a fish's family? Shigeru wore a somewhat incredulous look. He turned to Kincho and inquired, Kincho, is everything he said true? Kincho nodded, prompting Shigeru to fall into silence. After a brief pause, he spoke once more, Ninja-sama, please grant him another chance. I will ensure he learns the right way. Please trust me. Why do you think the ninja of the Land of Whirlpools sealed it? It's because it committed even graver mistakes in the past, and despite years of confinement, it still fails to grasp its own errors. Jiraiya shook his head in denial, and Shigeru muttered, how could this be? However, just a moment later, Shigeru abruptly looked up and shouted, Kincho. Run, don't worry about me. Tatsuma. Minato. Hearing Shigeru's urgent call, Kincho swiftly turned to flee, while Jiraiya raised his voice. Tatsuma and Minato had already unleashed the jutsu they had prepared. String-like formation. Simultaneously, the two executed this fundamental sealing jutsu. The technique unfurled from beneath them, weaving as it traversed beneath Kincho. Despite attempting to escape initially, Kincho's speed was abruptly decelerated, as if caught in slow motion. Jiraiya released his grip on Shigeru, swung his right hand, and 4 kunai with inscribed seals were hurled, embedding into the surrounding walls. This created a sealing formation as Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja art. Sealed binding formation. In an instant, Kincho, already moving in slow motion, appeared to be frozen in place. Observing Kincho immobilized, Jiraiya retrieved a sealing scroll crafted by Uzumaki Mito. Just as he was on the verge of initiating the final sealing barrier, Kincho, who had been motionless, suddenly erupted. The 4 binding seals on the wall seemed to be torn by an invisible force. Tatsuma and Minato, maintaining the seals, found their hands trembling continuously. A faint, muffled engine sound resonated from Kincho's body. No other choice. Surveying the dire situation, Jiraiya had to retract the sealing scroll. Swiftly forming hand seals, he bit his own thumb with his teeth, causing blood to flow. Summoning, Toad Mouth Bind Jutsu. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed, instantly shrouding everyone in red fleshy walls. At this juncture, Kincho finally broke free from the constraints of the sealing jutsu. The force through Tatsuma and Minato, causing them to crash into the fleshy walls. However, Kincho, now free, looked around in confusion, uncertain of where to escape. Jiraiya locked eyes with him and sternly stated, Kincho, I've placed a seal here. If you dare to use Jinjutsu again, then... He turned to observe the bewildered Shigeru and added, it will consume Shigeru here. You have a choice, accept being sealed again or insist on escaping, even if it means letting Shigeru, who once saved you, die. Upon hearing this, Kincho mirrored Shigeru's bewildered expression, repeatedly muttering, I don't want to, I don't want to. In this moment, Shigeru regained a bit of composure. He clutched Jiraiya's sleeve and pleaded, Ninja-sama, you're incredibly powerful. Can you just seal Kincho's abilities and not seal him again? If he loses his abilities, he won't pose a threat to others anymore, right? You better worry about yourself, Jiraiya stated, but Shigeru shook his head, resolutely declaring, no, I brought him out of the Land of Whirlpools. The mistakes he made are essentially my mistakes. If there's truly punishment, please punish me. Sorry, this is not something you can decide, nor can I, Jiraiya responded, averting his gaze. He retrieved the scroll again and said, Kincho, what's your decision? Kincho glanced at Shigeru, who still sought to plead with Jiraiya, and uttered, seal me. Kincho! Shigeru-san, actually, sealing isn't that frightening. I recall the last time I was sealed, I just slept, and then I met you. Sealing isn't scary. A smile grazed Kincho's small raccoon-like face. Jiraiya had already unfurled the scroll, yet he refrained from immediately performing the jutsu. Instead, he patiently waited for the two to exchange their final words. Shigeru-san, in the future, you must fish well. As you mentioned, save money to marry a wife. Though I'm not sure what that entails, you must fish well, save money, and marry a wife. All right, I promise you. Tears streamed down Shigeru's face, etched with the markings of years gone by. Jiraiya spread the scroll on the ground, formed hand seals with both hands, then placed his right hand on the center of the seal on the scroll and uttered in a low voice, Drunk World Sealing Jutsu. Chapter 59, Mito's Amazing Seals. Pang as the smoke ascended and the sea breeze swept it away, dissolving the ethereal walls that confined the few individuals, they found themselves back on the rain-soaked streets of Awa. Jiraiya was engrossed in securing a scroll in his hands. With the scroll tightly fastened, Jiraiya turned his attention to the bewildered Shigeru and inquired, I'll wipe everyone's memories of this incident right here. You needn't fret about this affecting your future. The local fishermen won't recall buying stonefish, and you can carry on with your life here as usual. Shigeru raised his gaze and spoke, Ninja-sama, I don't want to forget about Kincho. I promise not to mention him to anyone. Jiraiya contemplated for a moment, shook his head, and replied, You can't hold on to every memory of Kincho, but I'll do my best to assist you in remembering him. Upon hearing this, Shigeru felt a twinge of disappointment but still nodded, expressing, I appreciate your efforts, Ninja-sama. Jiraiya shook his head, opting not to add anything more to Shigeru. Instead, he turned to Tatsuma and Minato, remarking, Take care of yourselves, don't accidentally lose your memories. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Tatsuma nodded, his curiosity evident as he observed Jiraiya. He was keen to witness how Jiraiya would tackle the task of erasing the memories of the Awa fishermen. The simplest way is to use illusions to cover them, but Jiraiya is not that good at illusions. Of course, Jiraiya is also good at basic illusions, but he is not proficient enough to erase other people's memories. Even during Tatsuma and Minato's Jinjutsu training, Jiraiya sought out another Konoha Jonin, Yuhi Shinku, borrowing his study notes. Jiraiya struggled to provide detailed explanations, not only for advanced Jinjutsu but even for its basics to the two of them. Erasing the memories of such a large number of people using Jinjutsu was well beyond his capabilities. Jiraiya glanced at Tatsuma and remarked, Want to witness your master making a fool of himself, give it another 100 years. Saying so, he retrieved another scroll, unfurled it on the ground, following a procedure reminiscent of the Drunk World Sealing Jutsu. As he clapped his hands onto the scroll, the sealing formula on it extended outward. The intricate formula covered the entirety of Awa, coming to a stop at last. Tatsuma, beholding the expansive sealed barrier, couldn't mask his expression of sheer astonishment. Dream World Sealing Jutsu! In that moment, the sealing jutsu that blanketed Awa started emitting a luminous white glow, enveloping Tatsuma and Minato. Tatsuma immediately felt a wave of weariness rushing to his heart. He briskly shook his head, swiftly forming hand seals to refine and gather chakra, managing to sustain his alertness. However, this also brought to Tatsuma's attention that the potency of the sealing jutsu did not lie in the strength of the seal. Quite the opposite, the power of this sealing jutsu was low and easily resistible, yet it possessed a gentle quality. This gentle sealing jutsu wasn't suited for combat or for use against ninja. Nevertheless, for civilians, it proved highly practical. Tap just as the white light dispersed, Shigeru suddenly slumped to the ground, peacefully succumbing to a deep sleep. Jiraiya bent down, tightly rolling up the now blank scroll, then cast a triumphant look at Tatsuma. Tatsuma smirked and remarked, Both techniques are Mito-sama's methods, right? You're just a tool for injecting chakra. Observing Tatsuma's sharp insight, a hint of embarrassment briefly crossed Jiraiya's face. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, do you think being a tool is easy? If there's a little less chakra, both of these techniques won't be successfully activated. It's like you two little brats, even if all the chakra in your bodies is drained, it wouldn't be enough to activate either of these techniques. Yeah, compared to two 8-year-old kids, Jiraiya-sensei, your chakra quantity is truly magnificent. Tatsuma continued with his teasing remarks, and Jiraiya couldn't tolerate it. Smack, 2 knocks fell on Tatsuma and Minato's heads. He angrily exclaimed, you ungrateful students. Minato? I didn't do anything. I saw you smirking. Jiraiya turned around and remarked, it's about time to head back and report. Since neither of you did much this time, you can treat me to a barbecue. You truly are something, Jiraiya-sensei, always so meticulous. Meticulous is a compliment. You, who reads and writes every day, must know that, right, sensei? Humph, of course, I know. Jiraiya raised his head, wearing a disdainful expression but resolving to check the dictionary when he got back. If Tatsuma, this little rascal, dared to deceive him, he wouldn't be lenient. The journey back to the village was much smoother than before. Firstly, they didn't encounter anyone needing help, like on the way there. Secondly, there was no need to collect information along the way, and the three of them returned to the village the next night. Ultimately, Jiraiya didn't coerce the two kids into treating him to a meal. However, he craftily used the excuse that it was getting late, and indulging in too much meat could disrupt their sleep, all while granting them a day off. For Tatsuma and Minato, this mission had indeed reached its conclusion. However, for Jiraiya, numerous tasks lay ahead. Reporting, debriefing, visiting Uzumaki Mito, and handling the sealing scroll containing Kincho, these were all responsibilities befitting a team leader jonin. Tatsuma and Minato had yet to be exposed to such duties, and naturally, Jiraiya wouldn't burden them with these responsibilities. Even if he dared to do so, even if Tatsuma and Minato excelled, Hiruzen would undoubtedly scold him. Of course, these tasks didn't demand an entire day for completion. After all, there were templates readily available for reports. Jiraiya gave Tatsuma and Minato a day off not just for their benefit, but also to afford himself a break. Jiraiya was indeed a hard worker among the younger generation of Konoha, but he wasn't a workaholic. Devoting all his time to missions was simply not feasible. Besides the immediate reports, there were also hot springs and, of course, ladies. Although it was currently late summer to early autumn, and few people indulged in the hot springs, the scarcity brought its own advantages. It allowed one to relish the little pleasures without being pulled in different directions. Someone come. Catch the pervert the next afternoon, after completing their daytime training and getting ready to head back for dinner, Tatsuma and Minato heard a series of female voices filled with killing intent not far away. The two exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and simultaneously reached an agreement. Even though they hadn't approached, even though they didn't know what had happened, and even though they had previously discussed avoiding one-sided or preset mindsets when approaching situations, they both arrived at a common understanding about this matter. Their team-leading jonin, Jiraiya, was stirring up trouble again. Just then, Jiraiya leaped over the rooftops above them, shouting back, "You two, meet me at the Senju clan grounds tomorrow at 8. Does the pervert have partners? Before Tatsuma and Minato could remark on Jiraiya's peculiar way of notifying them, a sudden chill ran down their spines. It felt as though the gazes of countless top-notch hunters had locked onto them. Not good. Jiraiya-sensei wants to drag us into something. Run! Chapter 60, I Never Cross-Dress. Minato, why are your eyes bruised? Who did this? I'll avenge you. The next day, nearing 8 o'clock, Jiraiya looked at Minato with a black eye and cotton stuffed in his nose, expressing righteous indignation. Even with a gentle personality like Minato's, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he couldn't muster a smile. He even subtly rolled his eyes at this unreliable jonin leading the team. Jiraiya paid his reaction no mind, lowering his body and leaning towards Minato's ear, eagerly asking, "What about Tatsuma? Did he also get a good beating?" At these words, the distress on Minato's face became more apparent. Seeing Minato's expression, Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled. Before he could inquire further, Tatsuma's lively voice came over. "Good morning, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato." Jiraiya looked in the direction of the voice and found Tatsuma completely unharmed. He had even taken the time to tidy up his hair today, making his naturally curly hair look less menacing. "Did you not get beaten up yesterday?" Jiraiya directly voiced his doubts, and Tatsuma straightened his posture, saying, "Aha, I'm a man with good virtues and only follow the right path. Why would I get beaten?" "You're lying," Minato said with a sense of grievance. "Yesterday, you transformed into a woman in a bathrobe. I was distracted, and you infiltrated among those who beat me up. I even feel like you took advantage of the opportunity and were the one who caused my injuries." Minato Namikaze. Don't make baseless accusations. When did I, Sakamoto Tatsuma, turn into a woman? Tatsuma declared indignantly, while Jiraiya wore a skeptical expression and said, "Ahem, I believe Minato. Tatsuma, turning into a woman is just turning into a woman. Ninjas do these things normally. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense." After denying the embarrassing accusations which were in fact true, Tatsuma abruptly changed the subject, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, what's the training agenda for today?" Jiraiya glanced at Tatsuma, whose face turned red with embarrassment, without dwelling on it. Instead, he looked towards the Senju clan's territory and said, "Next, Tsunade will take charge of you for a while. I need to plan the next stage of your training. It's about time to teach you other chakra attributes and some advanced ninjutsu." "Does that include Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Tatsuma asked excitedly. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Yes, I can teach you that technique, but you must not abuse it. During this period, follow Tsunade to learn some basic medical ninjutsu, and as promised by Lady Mito last time, she will teach you 2 sealing jutsu. Pay attention and learn well. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it in the future. There's no one as good as her in sealing jutsu." Tatsuma nodded and was about to ask another question when Jiraiya interrupted, "You little rascal." Jiraiya tousled Tatsuma's head, messing up the carefully arranged curls. He then took out 2 scrolls and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu, I've prepared the scrolls for you. It won't be long before I won't have as much time to supervise your training every day. You 2 youngsters need to become more reliable." Tatsuma and Minato both nodded with a serious attitude. It was not easy for a jonin, especially one in a rapid ascent phase like Jiraiya, to set aside all tasks and lead them for almost half a year. The village wouldn't let Jiraiya stay idle. Only A-rank or even S-rank missions would fully utilize Jiraiya's capabilities. Perhaps they would have to wait for a break in Jiraiya's missions to find time for further training. Seeing his 2 students understanding what he was saying, Jiraiya showed a pleased smile. Then he turned around and said, "All right, you should go meet your new sensei. I need to discuss the matter of Kincho with Lady Mito." Yes, X2 following Jiraiya, the 2 arrived for the second time at the depths of the Senju clan's territory. When they were about 100 meters away from where Tatsuma and Minato had waited last time, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. "By the way, I haven't given you the mission reward yet." Jiraiya took out 40,000 ryo and handed it to Tatsuma. Tatsuma, looking puzzled, asked, "Isn't it a total of just 40,000 ryo? What about yours?" "So I just take it all. Once we step through that gate, my money isn't my money anymore." Jiraiya looked ahead with a melancholic expression. Tatsuma understood and counted out 20,000 ryo, handing it to Minato. Minato seemed to recall the scene from 2 years ago when he first met Jiraiya, nodded, and accepted the money. After watching the 2 stow away the money, Jiraiya led the way again, stepping into the corridor. A voice rang out. "Jiraiya? Long time no see." Jiraiya's face revealed exaggerated dissatisfaction, saying, Nawaki. How many times have I told you? When you see me, you should call me Big Brother. You'll have to change your address in the future. Call you what? At this moment, Tsunade's displeased voice interrupted them. Jiraiya's expression stiffened, then he shook his head, saying, Nothing, forget it. Following behind Jiraiya, Tatsuma scrutinized the boy in front of him, not much older than himself. He knew this boy was Nawaki, the grandson of Senju Hashirama. Nawaki's talent was not as great as his grandfather Senju Hashirama, not even as much as his sister Tsunade. He hadn't had the chance to showcase his abilities before meeting an early end on the battlefield. If Tatsuma remembered correctly, Nawaki seemed to have died in battle at the age of 12. Looking at Nawaki now, he appeared to be around 10 years old. Jiraiya walked up to Nawaki at this moment, ruffling his hair and smiling as he turned to the displeased Tsunade. Nawaki just started his break, right? Orochimaru didn't take him for training? Jiraiya's skill of changing the topic was not any less skillful than Tatsuma's. Nawaki escaped Jiraiya's grasp and replied, Orochimaru-sensei is on a mission and will be back in a few days. Humph. You call Orochimaru-sensei, but you call me by my name. Oh well, it seems the bond has faded, Jiraiya said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Noticing the difference in how Nawaki addressed them, Jiraiya pretended to be heartbroken, but Tsunade and Nawaki, in sync, rolled their eyes and ignored him. After a brief awkward moment, Jiraiya chuckled and continued, Tsunade, for the next period, can you help guide Tatsuma and Minato? I can help them, but I'm going to find Lady Mito first. Without waiting for Tsunade to finish, Jiraiya headed straight for the residence of Uzumaki Mito. Having known Tsunade for almost 20 years, how could he not know that she wanted him to pay? In the past 6 months, he had been leading Tatsuma and Minato on D-rank and C-rank missions, but there was hardly any profit for Tsunade to scrape off. Humph. Seeing Jiraiya escape, Tsunade, with an unpleasant expression, turned to Tatsuma and Minato, asking, You two have been on quite a few missions recently, haven't you? Minato was about to respond when Tatsuma tugged at his sleeve and then smiled at Tsunade, saying, Tsunade-sama, we don't have much money, but we brought you this. With that, Tatsuma pulled out a box of playing cards. Upon seeing the cards, Tsunade instantly smiled, nodding in approval. She said, Not bad, but you have to let me win every day. I understand. Tatsuma nodded. At this moment, Nawaki looked at the two and asked, Are you the two geniuses Granny often talks about? You look pretty ordinary. How about a little spar? Hearing Nawaki's words, Minato showed a hesitant expression, while Tatsuma displayed an excited smile as if meeting a kindred spirit. Indeed, as expected of the grandson of the first Hokage. Very bold and straightforward. I accept. That's the end of this tale for now. I appreciate you for watching and I'll see you on part 3. Peace.